Welcome, dear friends, to this peaceful evening. We're so grateful you've chosen to spend your time with us. As the gentle crackle of the cozy fireplace warms our space, allow yourself to be transported to magical and serene places through our stories. Let go of your worries and embrace this tranquil moment just for you. Story 1. The little village of Oakhaven, nestled in the valley, was known for its quiet charm and sturdy cobblestone paths. Nothing extraordinary ever seemed to happen there, which suited young Leo just fine. Leo preferred the company of dusty books in the attic and the comforting rhythm of his grandmother's rocking chair to the boisterous games of other children. His favorite place was the cluttered curiosity shop owned by old Mr. Thimble, a man whose spectacles perpetually slid down his nose and whose pockets always jingled with mysterious trinkets. One misty autumn afternoon, seeking shelter from a sudden drizzle, Leo ducked into Mr. Thimble's shop. The air inside was thick with the scent of aged paper, beeswax, and something faintly like cinnamon. Dust motes danced in the weak light filtering through the grimy window. As Leo browsed the crowded shelves, his gaze fell upon a teacup tucked away on a high shelf, almost hidden behind a stuffed owl missing one glass eye. It wasn't ornate, just simple white porcelain, chipped slightly on the rim, with a forget-me-not painted in faded blue on its side. But something about it called to Leo a quiet hum, a warmth he felt rather than heard. Intrigued, he asked Mr. Thimble about it. "Ah, the forget-me-not cup." Mr. Thimble chuckled, polishing his spectacles. "Came in a box of odds and ends years ago. Nobody's ever fancied it. Bit plain, isn't it? Tell you what, lad, since you've got an eye for the overlooked, you can't have it. A gift." Leo carefully took the cup, cradling its smooth coolness. As his fingers brushed the painted flower, a tiny spark, like static electricity, tingled against his skin. He thanked Mr. Thimble and hurried home through the damp streets, the cup held protectively close. That evening, while reading by the firelight, Leo absent-mindedly poured some of his grandmother's chamomile tea into the new cup. Steam curled upwards. As he lifted the cup to take a sip, he paused. Instead of his own reflection in the dark liquid, he saw stars. Tiny, perfect pinpricks of light swirling gently within the tea. He blinked. The stars faded, replaced by the image of a path winding through moonlit woods, glistening with dew. Then just as quickly it was gone, leaving only the reflection of his wide, astonished eyes. Leo's heart hammered. Was it a trick of the light? The steam? He tried again, pouring more tea. This time the surface shimmered, and he saw not an image, but felt a wave of pure, deep sadness, a loneliness so profound it made his chest ache. It faded, leaving behind a sense of gentle melancholy. The forget-me-not cup didn't just hold tea, it held echoes. Echoes of feelings, glimpses of places, whispers of moments long past or perhaps yet to come. It was a window not to sights but to souls and secrets. The discovery filled Leo with a restless wonder. He felt drawn to understand the cup's magic, sensing it was more than just a curious trick. One night, peering into the tea, he saw the image of a towering, ancient oak tree. He recognized the sentinel oak, deep within the whispering woods on the valley's edge. He felt an overwhelming sense of yearning emanating from the vision, a silent call for understanding. He knew, deep in his bones, he had to go there. This was the beginning of his journey. Preparing a small satchel with some bread, cheese, and the precious cup wrapped in soft cloth, Leo slipped out at dawn. The whispering woods lived up to their name. Leaves rustled secrets overhead, sunlight dappled the mossy floor like scattered coins, and the air smelled of damp earth and pine. Leo hadn't gone far when he encountered his first helper. A stout badger wearing a tiny patched waistcoat and carrying a minuscule lantern blocked the path. "Halt, traveler," the badger declared in a surprisingly resonant voice, though he barely reached Leo's knee. State your business in the Whispering Woods. Name's Barnaby, keeper of crossroads and lost buttons. He peered up, his black nose twitching. Leo, startled but strangely unafraid, explained about the cup and the sentinel oak. Barnaby's beady eyes gleamed with interest. The echo cup, haven't seen its like in many a season. The sentinel oak, that's old Rootheart's domain, bit prickly these days. Feels forgotten, he does. Needs a listening ear more than anything. Well, you'll need guidance. These woods twist like a grumpy badger's tail. I know the paths. Barnaby puffed out his chest. And I know who else you'll need to see. Barnaby proved invaluable. He led Leo along hidden trails, pointing out edible berries and warning of tricky roots. As dusk began to paint the sky in lavender and peach, they reached a clearing dominated by a colossal, gnarled willow tree. Perched on a low branch was a large, silver-feathered owl with eyes like polished moonstones. "Ah, Barnaby," the owl hooted softly, her voice like wind through reeds. "And you bring a seeker, welcome, child. I am Lyra, weaver of moonbeams and keeper of quiet thoughts." She tilted her head, studying Leo. "You carry a vessel of echoes, heavy things, echoes, they need careful handling." Leo showed her the cup. Lyra gazed into it for a long moment. "I see," she murmured. "Rootheart's sorrow is deep, it festers like an old wound. He feels the world has moved on, leaving him behind. His roots remember when the woods sang louder, when more creatures sought his shade. Now silence feels like neglect. He has hardened, become wary, unyielding. To reach him, you must speak the language he understands, the language of stillness and shared memory. Force will only make his bark thicker." Leo pondered this. How could he speak to a tree? Barnaby nudged him. "Lyra's wisdom is sound, lad, but the path to Rootheart crosses the Silver Thread River. And the river, well, the river has moods, especially near the Sentinel Oak. You'll need passage." The Silver Thread River gleamed like liquid mercury under the rising moon. Its current was swift and strangely silent. On the bank sat a figure seemingly woven from river mist, in moonlight a young woman with hair like flowing water and eyes reflecting the starry sky. She hummed a hauntingly beautiful tune. "Greetings, rivulet," Barnaby called out respectfully. "This young one seeks the Sentinel Oak. Can you grant him passage?" Rivulet, the river spirit, turned her shimmering gaze on Leo. Her voice was the sound of water over smooth stones. "The river knows the sorrow of the oak. It washes against his roots, feeling his stiffness. But the river flows, it cannot stay. Why do you seek him, child of the village?" Leo knelt by the water's edge. "I have this cup," he said softly, showing it to her. "It showed me his loneliness. I just felt I should come, to listen. Maybe he just needs to know someone remembers." Rivulet's form shimmered. "Compassion is a rare bridge," she murmured. "Very well, step onto the water where the moonbeam touches it. Tread lightly and think gentle thoughts. The river will carry you to his roots." She gestured, and a path of solid moonlight formed on the swirling water. Heart pounding, Leo stepped onto the shimmering path. It felt cool and firm beneath his feet. Barnaby waved encouragingly, and Lyra gave a soft hoot of approval. The water flowed silently around him as he walked, rivulet gliding alongside like a protective shadow. Soon the immense silhouette of the Sentinel Oak loomed ahead, its massive roots plunging into the riverbank like the legs of a sleeping giant. The air here felt thick, heavy with a melancholic silence. The usual forest sounds seemed muted. Leo stepped onto the bank beneath the colossal tree. He felt the weight of its presence, a profound sadness mixed with a deep, ancient strength that had turned defensive. He remembered Lyra's words, the language of stillness and shared memory. He sat down on a moss-covered root, placing the forget-me-not cup carefully before him. He poured water from his flask into it, not tea, but clear, cool water from the silver thread. He didn't speak. He simply sat, breathing slowly, trying to project calmness and openness. He held the cup, feeling its familiar warmth, and looked into the water. Instead of seeking a vision, he focused on the feeling he'd sensed from the oak, the deep loneliness, the feeling of being obsolete. He let that feeling resonate within him, acknowledging it without judgment. He thought of the village children who rarely ventured this deep, of how the world seemed to rush by elsewhere. As he sat in quiet communion, a subtle shift occurred. The heavy silence softened. A low, resonant hum, like the deepest note of a cello, vibrated through the ground and up the root he sat on. It wasn't sound heard with ears, but felt in the bones. It was a sigh, ancient and weary. Leo didn't look up. He gently swirled the water in the cup. A vision bloomed within it, not forced, but offered, a memory. He saw the sentinel oak centuries younger, vibrant, surrounded by laughing forest creatures, bathed in golden sunlight. He felt the oak's joy, its sense of purpose and connection. Then the image shifted, showing the gradual quieting, the fewer visitors, the feeling of being passed by. The sadness returned, deeper now, shared. Leo understood. He poured a little of the water from the cup onto the great root beside him. "I see you," he whispered, his voice barely louder than the rustling leaves. "I remember the stories grandmother told about your shade, about the courage you gave travelers. The village might seem busy, but your strength is still here. It's in the wood of our homes, in the stories told by firesides. We haven't forgotten, we just sometimes forget to say it." The ground trembled gently. A shower of golden leaves, glowing faintly in the moonlight, drifted down around Leo, landing softly on his hair and shoulders. They felt warm, like tiny suns. The oppressive melancholy lifted, replaced by a profound sense of peace and gentle warmth that spread from the ancient tree, through the roots and into the very air. The sentinel oak hadn't spoken words, but its response was clear: gratitude, relief, and a rekindled connection. Rivulet, who had watched silently, smiled, a ripple of light passing over her form. "The echo found its listener," she whispered. "The river sings a sweeter song tonight." Barnaby, who had scurried across on stepping stones only badgers could see, patted Leo's leg. "Well done, lad. Wisdom's a quieter magic, but stronger in the end." Lyra glided down silently. "You spoke the oldest language, child, the language of the heart understood by all living things. Remember this." The journey back felt lighter. The whispering woods seemed friendlier, the path clearer. Leo carried the forget-me-not cup safely wrapped, its magic now a comforting warmth against his chest, not a puzzling mystery. He understood its purpose wasn't just to show secrets, but to help him feel them, to build bridges of understanding where words failed. When he returned to Oakhaven, nothing looked different on the surface. But Leo was changed. He carried the stillness of the woods within him, the wisdom of his unusual friends, and the profound understanding that true strength often lies in quiet listening and gentle empathy. He visited Mr. Thimble, who marveled at the subtle glow the cup now seemed to possess. Leo didn't explain everything, only that it was very special. He started spending more time listening to his grandmother's stories with fresh appreciation, to the rustle of the wind in the village trees, even to the quiet worries of his neighbors. He learned that everyone carried unseen echoes, feelings longing to be understood. Sometimes he would share a quiet moment with someone, offering a cup of tea in the forget-me-not cup. He never forced visions, but often a sense of peace would settle over the person, a feeling of being truly seen and heard. The cup became a bridge, not for grand revelations, but for small, profound moments of connection. And on clear nights, Leo would sit by his window, gazing at the sentinel oak visible as a dark silhouette on the distant ridge. He would raise his own cup of tea in a different cup now, the forget-me-not cup resting safely on a shelf in a silent toast. He knew the ancient tree stood a little taller, its leaves a touch brighter, remembered and cherished. The ordinary world held extraordinary secrets, yes, but the greatest magic, Leo now knew, whispered in the spaces between hearts, waiting for a quiet listener to hear. As sleep gently pulled at him, the memory of golden leaves falling like warm starlight wrapped around him, a comforting echo of wisdom found in the heart of the woods, promising that kindness, truly heard, could mend even the oldest sorrows. And with that warmth cradling him, he drifted into peaceful dreams. Story 2. The air in Meadowbrook always smelled of damp earth and possibility, especially in the soft, golden light just before dusk. In a cottage nestled between whispering willows and a burbling brook lived Silas, a gardener whose hands knew every secret of the soil but whose heart clung fiercely to the familiar. Silas loved the predictable rhythm of his days, the dawn chorus waking him, the precise tending of his beloved plants, the comforting routine of tea at 3 o'clock sharp. Change rustled the leaves like an unwelcome wind, unsettling the delicate balance he cultivated. His garden, however, was no ordinary plot of land. Known as the Whispering Patch, it held a gentle magic. The roses hummed faint lullabies when perfectly pruned, sunflowers turned their faces not just to the sun, but towards kindness, and moonflowers glowed with an inner light reflecting the gardener's inner peace. Lately, though, the magic felt muted. The roses' songs were thin and reedy, the sunflowers drooped listlessly, and the moonflowers emitted only a faint, silvery sigh. Silas fretted, watering more, pruning more meticulously, rearranging pots with increasing anxiety. Yet the garden seemed to mirror a growing unease within him, a resistance to the new shoots sprouting in unexpected places, a fear of the wild, untamed ivy creeping over the old stone wall. "Something's amiss, Elder Hemlock," Silas sighed one afternoon, kneeling beside a patch of unusually pale forget-me-nots. The village elder, a woman whose face was as lined and wise as ancient bark, sat on a mossy stone bench nearby, her knitting needles clicking softly. Her presence was as comforting as the shade of an old oak. "Aye, Silas," Elder Hemlock murmured, her eyes, the color of twilight, observing not just the flowers but the gardener himself. "The Whispering Patch listens, you know. It doesn't just grow with you, it grows like you. What is your heart whispering lately?" Silas frowned, brushing dirt from his worn trousers. "Whispering, it's shouting more like. Shouting stay the same. The mayor wants me to plant those new, flashy star blooms near the village square. Young fern keeps bringing me strange seeds from the forest edge. Even the brook seems to babble about journeys downstream." He gestured helplessly. "My routine, it's all being nudged." Just then, a whirlwind of giggles and tangled brown hair burst into the garden. Little Fern, no taller than the foxgloves, skidded to a stop, clutching a small, knobbly root unlike anything Silas had ever seen. "Look, Silas, look what I found. It sparkled under the old hawthorn. Can we plant it, please?" Silas recoiled slightly. The root pulsed with a faint, unfamiliar golden light. "Fern, my dear, the Whispering Patch has its own order. We can't just plant unknown things. It might upset the balance." He saw the light dim in Fern's eager eyes, and the faint golden pulse in the root flicker uncertainly. The nearby lavender bushes released a scent tinged with disappointment. Elder Hemlock set down her knitting. "Balance isn't stillness, Silas. Think of the willow. It bends with the fiercest winds, yet its roots hold deep. Its strength is in yielding, not in resisting." She pointed a gnarled finger at the silver-leafed tree that stood sentinel at the garden's heart, Silas's pride and joy, usually shimmering with cool light. Today its leaves looked dull, almost tarnished. A pang of real fear shot through Silas. That night, Silas couldn't sleep. The familiar creaks of his cottage felt like accusations. Moonlight streamed through his window, illuminating the knobbly root Fern had left on his windowsill. It lay dormant, its light extinguished. He thought of Elder Hemlock's words, of Fern's hopeful face, of the increasingly sad state of his garden, especially his precious silver tree. A profound loneliness settled over him, colder than the night air. He was pushing away the very things, the people, the possibilities that nurtured him, just as his rigidness was stifling the garden's magic. The next morning, resolve warred with fear. He found Fern by the brook, skipping stones. Taking a deep breath that smelled of dew and damp earth, Silas held out the root. Fern, about that sparkly root, would you help me plant it, perhaps near the silver tree? Fern's eyes widened like saucers. Really? Oh yes, Silas. She scrambled up, grabbing his hand with her small, sticky one. Together they prepared a spot near the base of the silver tree, whose leaves hung limp and gray. Silas dug the hole with his usual care, but his hands trembled. As Fern reverently placed the root into the dark soil, Silas whispered, more to himself than anyone, "All right then, let's see what happens. Grow, please." He poured water infused with chamomile, for courage, he told himself over the buried root. For days, nothing seemed to change. Silas continued his routine, but now he watched the spot near the silver tree with nervous anticipation instead of rigid avoidance. He found himself lingering near Elder Hemlock's bench, listening more intently to her stories about Meadowbrook's past changes, the Great Flood, the year the butterflies migrated differently, the time the old mill became a library. He even accepted the packet of starbloom seeds from the mayor, placing them on his workbench instead of hiding them in a drawer. One misty morning, Silas noticed a tiny, emerald-green shoot pushing through the soil where he and Fern had planted the strange root. It shimmered faintly. As he bent closer, he felt a warmth, not from the sun, but emanating from the tiny plant itself. It felt like encouragement. He touched a leaf gently. It was soft as velvet and hummed with a vibration like a contented bee. Startled, Silas sat back. The resistance in his chest loosened just a fraction. He decided to plant the star blooms. Not in the village square yet, but in a small, unused corner of the Whispering Patch. As he worked, loosening the soil he'd kept tightly packed for years, he thought about the unknown root's shoot. It hadn't destroyed anything, it had simply arrived. The starbloom seeds felt less like invaders and more like guests. He hummed an old tune while planting, a habit he'd forgotten. Nearby, a cluster of drooping daisies perked up slightly, their petals regaining a hint of white. The changes were subtle at first, like the slow turning of the seasons. The little green shoot grew steadily, unfurling heart-shaped leaves that glowed with soft, golden light when touched. Silas found himself talking to it, sharing his worries about the silver tree, his nervousness about the star blooms. The plant seemed to listen, its light pulsing gently. Fern visited daily, chattering about forest adventures, and Silas found himself smiling more, asking questions. Elder Hemlock nodded approvingly, her knitting needles clicking a peaceful rhythm. The real test came when the star blooms finally sprouted. They were vigorous, their stems shooting up rapidly, their buds tightly closed. Silas panicked. They were too big, too bold for his quiet corner. He almost pulled them out. But then he looked at the silver tree, still dull, and the little golden plant, now knee-high and radiating warmth. He remembered the willow bending. Taking another shaky breath, he whispered, "All right, grow your way, just be kind to the others." That night, a soft rain fell. In the morning, Silas rushed out. The star blooms had opened. Instead of garish colors, they revealed petals the deep, velvety blue of the twilight sky, each tipped with a single, perfect point of silver light, like captured stars. They were breathtaking, and they didn't overshadow the delicate violets nearby. Instead, their soft light made the violets glow amethyst. The roses nearby began humming a stronger, sweeter melody. Silas stood transfixed, a lump in his throat. They were beautiful. They belonged. He felt a shift inside, like a tightly furled bud finally daring to open. He walked to the silver tree. Placing his hand on its cool, smooth bark, he closed his eyes. "I'm sorry," he murmured. "I was so afraid of things changing, I forgot that growth is life. I held on too tightly." He poured all his newfound acceptance, his tentative hope, into that touch. "It's all right to change. We can still be strong. We can still be beautiful." A warm, silvery light bloomed under his palm, spreading rapidly up the trunk and through the branches. The dull, tarnished leaves began to shimmer, then blaze with pure, liquid moonlight. New, vibrant silver leaves unfurled, catching the dawn sun and scattering dazzling reflections across the garden. The entire whispering patch seemed to sigh in relief. The roses sang a triumphant chorus, sunflowers beamed, moonflowers glowed like miniature moons, and the little golden plant pulsed with joyful, radiant light. The air thrummed with vibrant, peaceful magic. Silas looked around, tears welling in his eyes. It wasn't just the garden transformed. He felt lighter, warmer, as if sunlight was finally reaching corners of his soul long kept in shadow. Fern arrived, gasping in wonder at the shimmering tree. Elder Hemlock joined them, a serene smile on her face. "You see, Silas," she said softly, her voice blending with the garden's gentle music. "The magic wasn't fading, it was waiting for you to remember that roots need room to grow, just as hearts need room to welcome the new. Transformation isn't destruction, it's the discovery of a different kind of beauty." Silas knelt beside the little golden plant, now reaching towards the silver tree's newly radiant branches. He touched a glowing leaf, feeling its gentle warmth seep into his fingers. "Thank you," he whispered, to the plant, to Fern, to Elder Hemlock, to the garden itself, "for showing me the way." From that day, the Whispering Patch became even more wondrous. Silas still cherished his routines, but they were woven with threads of joyful spontaneity. He planted Fern's forest finds with curiosity, welcomed the mayor's new ideas, and learned to listen to the subtle whispers of the changing seasons and the needs of his magical plants. The garden flourished in its vibrant diversity, the sturdy starblooms, the gentle violets, the humming roses, the luminous moonflowers, and the steadfast silver tree, now a beacon of serene light. And at its heart, beneath the tree's shimmering canopy, thrived the golden heart plant, a constant, warm reminder of the courage it takes to grow. On quiet evenings, Silas would sit on the mossy bench with Elder Hemlock, sharing tea brewed with mint from the garden, while Fern chased fireflies that now glowed extra bright near the moonflowers. The air would be filled with the garden's gentle symphony and the comfortable silence of deep contentment. Silas learned that the greatest magic wasn't in controlling the garden, but in tending it with an open heart, allowing himself and the world around him to unfold, transform, and discover their own unique, radiant beauty, one gentle change at a time. And as the stars emerged in the velvet sky, mirroring the starblooms below, a profound peace settled over the Whispering Patch, a peace born not from stagnation, but from the harmonious, ever-unfolding dance of growth. The crackle of the imagined hearth was replaced by the real chirp of crickets and the soft sigh of the willow, a lullaby of acceptance sung by the transformed night. Story 3. Deep within the whispering woods, where ancient oaks wore cloaks of velvet moss and sunlight dripped like liquid gold through the canopy, lived a community unseen by hurried human eyes. Here, beneath gnarled roots and within hollow logs, thrived the forest folk. Among them was a small, thoughtful hedgehog named Fern, whose quills held dewdrops like scattered diamonds each dawn. Fern's world was one of intricate balance. The glowworms polished the moonstones embedded in the stream of murmurs, ensuring the water sang with a clear, soothing voice all night. Industrious chipmunks, led by the venerable matriarch Hazel, collected fallen acorns only from the outer edges of the groves, leaving the heartwood's bounty for the trees themselves. Delicate moths, their wings patterned like frost on a winter window, danced intricate patterns in the twilight, weaving threads of cool air that settled the forest floor. This was the great rhythm, taught by generations past and observed with quiet reverence. Fern's dearest friend was Pip, a swift-footed squirrel with fur the color of autumn chestnuts. Pip's grandfather, Old Hemlock, was the forest's keeper of tales. His eyes, clouded with age but sharp with understanding, had witnessed countless turnings of the seasons. He often spoke of the Heartwood Chamber, a hidden glade deep in the forest's core, where the magic of the whispering woods pulsed strongest. It was said the chamber changed with the seasons. In spring it bloomed with flowers that chimed like silver bells. In summer it shimmered with heat-haze butterflies. Autumn painted its leaves in fiery hues that whispered secrets, and winter cloaked it in a silence so profound one could hear the snowflakes settling. The magic, Old Hemlock would rasp, his voice like dry leaves skittering, isn't just sparkles and shine, young ones. It's the breath of the forest. It's the sap rising, the leaves falling, the deep sleep and the waking. It flows from the heartwood through root and rock, leaf and wing, binding us all. We tend it and it sustains us. Break the rhythm and the breath grows faint. One unusually crisp autumn morning, Fern felt a tremor beneath her paws as she collected sweet, musky fallen pears near the crystal brook. The water's usual melodious babble sounded strained, choked. Pip scampered down an oak trunk, his bushy tail twitching with agitation. Fern, have you seen, the frost moths are sluggish. Their dance last night was weak, and the air didn't cool properly. The moss by the great stone feels warm and dry. Worry prickled Fern's spine sharper than her quills. They sought Old Hemlock, finding him resting on a bed of fragrant pine needles. He listened gravely, his gnarled paws tracing the patterns in the earth. The rhythm falters, he murmured. The heartwood's breath grows shallow, something blocks its flow. The signs are clear, the stream struggles, the moths falter, the earth tremors, the magic weakens before its time. He pointed a trembling claw towards the deepest, oldest part of the forest. The path to the Heartwood Chamber, it is perilous now, for the magic that once guided and protected is fading. But go, you must, find the source of the blockage. Remember the wisdom, listen more than you speak. Observe the smallest things, the forest whispers its needs. The journey into the forest's ancient heart felt different. The air, usually thick with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves, hung stale and heavy. The dappled sunlight seemed thinner, colder. Familiar paths were tangled with unusually thick brambles, their thorns glinting like dark ice. The comforting chirps of crickets were replaced by an uneasy silence, broken only by the crunch of frost underfoot where there should have been soft moss. Pip scouted ahead, his keen eyes scanning the canopy. Look, Fern, the ivy bridge. He pointed to a natural archway, formed by centuries of ivy weaving itself between two towering yew trees. It was the traditional entrance to the Heartwood paths. But the ivy was brittle and brown, its leaves curled inward, blocking the way like a rusted gate. It's never been like this, Pip whispered, his voice small. Fern remembered Old Hemlock's words, listen more than you speak. She closed her eyes, pressing her small paws against the cold earth. She focused not with her ears, but with her whole being. Beneath the surface silence, she felt it a faint, discordant thrumming, a vibration that felt wrong, like a snapped lute string. It seemed to pulse from the north, beyond the bridge. Not through, Fern murmured. Around. The blockage is pulling the magic away that way. She pointed north, where the land sloped upwards towards the craggy mossback ridge. Detouring was difficult. The undergrowth resisted them, vines snagging Fern's quills, roots seeming to trip Pip's swift feet. The scent of pine grew sharper, tinged with an unfamiliar tang of cold stone. As they climbed, the air grew noticeably colder, the frost thicker. They reached a small, hidden plateau, usually carpeted in vibrant emerald moss. Now it was a desolate patch of gray, lifeless stone, and at its center lay the cause. A massive boulder, slick with ice and veined with strange, dark crystals, had tumbled down Mossback Ridge. It lay squarely atop a cluster of gnarled, ancient roots that pulsed with a faint, fading golden light where they emerged from the earth. These were no ordinary roots, they were the sky roots. Old Hemlock had spoken of them in tales, the vital channels through which the Heartwood's magic flowed upwards to nourish the highest branches and outwards to the farthest streams. The dark crystals on the boulder seemed to leach the light, freezing the flow. This was the blockage, chilling the magic, silencing the stream, weakening the moths. The great rhythm is frozen here, Pip said, shivering. How do we move it? It's bigger than 10 badgers. Fern approached cautiously. The air around the boulder was bitingly cold, smelling of deep caves and forgotten winters. She touched one of the exposed sky roots. It felt brittle, its usual warm thrum reduced to a faint, irregular flutter. Observe the smallest things. She looked closely. The dark crystals weren't just on the boulder. Thin, icy tendrils of them were creeping into the sky roots, like frost invading a leaf. It's not just the weight, Fern realized. It's the cold, the ice, it's spreading, freezing the magic from within. We need warmth, gentle, living warmth, not fire that would burn the roots. Pip's eyes lit up. The sunstone dew, the fireflies collected at dawn from the tops of the sunflowers in the east meadow. It holds the first light's warmth. But the east meadow was far and dusk was deepening. The cold was seeping further into the plateau, making Fern's paws numb. As if sensing their despair, a soft chime echoed. A cluster of tiny, luminous moths, cousins to the frost moths, but glowing with a soft, buttery light, fluttered down from the canopy. They were dawn moths, drawn to fading warmth. They landed gently on the frozen sky roots near the boulder, their tiny bodies radiating a faint, comforting heat. The creeping ice crystals nearest them slowed, then stopped. They're helping, Pip gasped. But we need more, much more. Fern had an idea. Pip, you're the fastest. Run to the east meadow. Tell the fireflies what's happened. Ask for the sunstone dew, all they can spare. Hurry. Pip didn't hesitate. He became a russet blur, vanishing into the darkening woods. Fern stayed, gently encouraging the dawn moths, whispering words of gratitude. She gathered dry, soft bracken, not for a fire, but to create insulated nests near the exposed roots, trapping the moths' fragile warmth. She hummed an old forest lullaby her mother used to sing, the vibration seeming to soothe the shuddering roots. Time stretched, cold and anxious. Fern watched the creeping ice crystals, praying they wouldn't advance. The dawn moths clung bravely, their light unwavering. Just as Fern felt her own hope flicker like a guttering candle, a soft, golden glow approached through the trees. Pip returned, leading a shimmering procession. Hundreds of fireflies flew in formation, each carrying a single, impossibly radiant droplet of sunstone dew in their delicate grasp. Behind them, carried by teams of sturdy beetles rolling it on dewdrop-slicked leaves, came a large, hollowed acorn cup brimming with the luminous liquid. With incredible care, guided by the oldest firefly, whose wings glowed like captured sunset, they began. Fireflies hovered, carefully dripping their precious cargo onto the frozen sky roots where the dark crystals encroached. Where the warm, golden dew touched the ice, it didn't melt it violently, it unwove it. The dark crystals dissolved with a soft hiss, releasing puffs of sparkling vapor that smelled suddenly of thawing earth and green shoots. The beetles carefully poured the acorn cup's contents around the base of the monstrous boulder, where it met the frozen earth. A deep, resonant hum filled the plateau, vibrating up from the ground. The gray stone beneath Fern's paws warmed. The slick ice coating the boulder began to sweat, then shimmer, then flow in rivulets of pure, clear water. The dark crystals dissolved entirely, vanishing like bad dreams at dawn. The sky roots pulsed once, twice a strong, golden light flooding through them, chasing away the last vestiges of cold. The light traveled upwards into the trees and outwards through the unseen network beneath the forest floor. The effect was instantaneous and profound. A wave of warmth washed over the plateau. The dead moss greened at an astonishing rate, tiny shoots pushing through the stone. In the distance, the choked gurgle of the crystal brook transformed back into its clear, musical babble. High above, Fern heard the faint, silvery chime of frost moths beginning their revitalized dance. The heavy boulder, no longer frozen in place, settled with a deep, earthy groan. It shifted just enough to completely free the sky roots, which now pulsed with robust, healthy light. The dawn moths fluttered joyfully, their light blending with the fireflies' glow in a celebration of warmth and restored magic. Exhausted but elated, Fern and Pip watched the transformation. The forest sighed, a sound of profound relief and gratitude that rustled through every leaf and blade of grass. The great rhythm was restored, stronger for the trial it had endured. They returned to the main glade as the first true stars pricked the velvet sky. Old Hemlock waited, a smile deepening the wrinkles around his eyes. He listened to their tale, nodding slowly. "You listened to the whispers beneath the silence," he said. "You saw the small things, the crystals, the moths, the dew, and you understood the greatest wisdom. No one root holds up the tree. It took the swiftness of the squirrel, the warmth of the firefly, the patience of the beetle, the light of the moth, and the quiet courage of the hedgehog. Harmony isn't stillness, it is many different notes played together with care." That night, as Fern settled into her cozy nest of dried ferns beneath a sheltering hawthorn root, the whispering woods sang its restored lullaby. The stream of murmurs chuckled over smooth stones. The frost moths wove cool, comfortable air. The leaves rustled secrets carried on a gentle breeze. The scent of damp earth, ripe fruit, and distant pine was rich and comforting. High above, the heartwood chamber, unseen but deeply felt, pulsed with the vibrant, changing magic of the forest, a steady, golden warmth for autumn, ready to transform with the turning world. Fern closed her eyes, the gentle thrum of the sky roots vibrating softly through the earth beneath her, a constant reminder of the interconnected life, the enduring balance, and the quiet, resilient magic that flowed when friends listened, observed, and worked together. The forest breathed deep and easy once more, wrapping all its creatures in the peaceful, everlasting embrace of the great rhythm. Sleep came easily, cradled in the profound, comforting certainty of harmony restored. Story 4. The village of Amber Hollow nestled in a valley where autumn lingered longest, its cottages crowned with russet vines and chimneys puffing wood smoke that smelled of cinnamon and cedar. In this haven of routine lived a young gardener named Rowan, whose hands coaxed miracles from soil but whose heart clenched tight against the shifting seasons. Rowan cherished predictability. The exact hour dew settled on petals, the reliable bloom of moon petals each equinox. When the whispering woods bordering the village began shedding leaves earlier than usual, rustling secrets of coming change, Rowan's chest tightened like a bud refusing to unfurl. One frost-kissed morning, Rowan found their prize winterbloom roses, flowers that once glittered like captured starlight, now dull and brittle. "They've never withered before solstice," Rowan whispered, tracing a crumbling petal. Nearby, the ancient maple in their garden shivered, its branches weeping amber sap that hardened into teardrop gems. Unbeknownst to Rowan, the tree was a heartwood, mirroring the inner landscape of its tender. Its leaves, usually sunset orange, now hung gray and listless. "Ah, little gardener," murmured Elder Hemlock, her voice as soft as wind through willows. She appeared at the gate, her shawl woven from twilight hues. "The woods whisper of a great transformation. Even roots must stretch to grow." Rowan shook their head. "Change breaks things, Elder. Look at my roses, my maple." Hemlock placed a gnarled hand on the tree's trunk. "Or perhaps it reveals what's ready to be reborn." That evening, Rowan's childhood friend, Lark, arrived carrying a basket of honey cakes. Lark's laughter was a familiar melody, but their eyes held gentle concern. Remember when we thought the sky was falling because fireflies arrived a week early? Lark teased, offering a cake. You built a net to catch the chaos. Rowan managed a smile. It didn't work, no, Lark agreed softly, but we danced under those unexpected stars till dawn. Sometimes disruption is just life's way of making space for wonder. As days passed, Rowan noticed peculiar shifts. Fallen heartwood leaves left silver trails where they touched soil, and the brittle roses dissolved into glittering dust that made new seedlings sprout overnight, cobalt vines with flowers shaped like tiny bells. Yet Rowan resisted, raking away the silver leaves, uprooting the strange sprouts. The maple's branches groaned lower, shedding not just leaves but twigs that turned to stone where they fell. One twilight, a tempest swept the valley. Rowan rushed to shield the garden, but the wind tore the netting away. In despair, they slumped against the heartwood. Rain slid down their cheeks, mingling with the tree's sap tears. Suddenly, the trunk warmed beneath their touch. Visions flickered in the downpour, a caterpillar dissolving into a chrysalis, a river carving a new path through stubborn rock, their own hands planting seeds in unfamiliar earth. The tree's roots glowed faintly, pulsing like a heartbeat. Let it in, Rowan, whispered Elder Hemlock, appearing like a shadow in the storm. She held a lantern casting buttery light. Even mountains are shaped by rain. Lark joined them, pressing a honey cake into Rowan's trembling hand. We'll rebuild what's lost together. With a shuddering breath, Rowan stopped fighting. They knelt, burying fingers in the sodden earth where the strange blue vines grew. Magic surged, not as a force, but as a sigh of relief. Silver leaves dissolved into the soil, stone twigs softened into moss. The heartwood's bark split not with decay, but to reveal new wood beneath, gleaming like polished opal. Where withered roses once stood, cobalt bells chimed in the wind, their sound clearing the clouds. By dawn, the garden was transformed. The heartwood now bore leaves of living crystal, refracting dawn into rainbows across dewy grass. Blue vines curled around its trunk, blooming with bellflowers that hummed when touched. Rowan's hands, once calloused from clinging, felt supple and new. It's beautiful, they breathed. Elder Hemlock smiled. You tended this garden with devotion, but gardens thrive on cycles, not control. When we release what no longer serves, we make room for what can be. Lark squeezed Rowan's shoulder. And you'll always have help tending the unexpected. As seasons turned, Rowan became Amber Hollow's steward of transformations. Villagers brought wilted dreams and tangled worries. Rowan guided them to plant seeds in the enchanted soil, where struggles bloomed into resilience. The heartwood stood sentinel, its crystal leaves shifting hues with each keeper's journey, a testament that growth, though daunting, unfolds in its own tender time. On quiet evenings, Rowan would sit beneath the tree, sipping lavender tea as cobalt bells sang lullabies. They'd watch fireflies dance, no longer fearing early arrivals, but marveling at how their fleeting light made the whole valley shimmer. For in the end, Rowan learned, change is not an ending, but the earth's gentle way of whispering, bloom where you're replanted. I will hold your roots. And in that knowing, they found a peace deeper than any routine could offer, a peace that settled like moonlight, soft and everlasting. Story 5. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, casting dancing shadows on the walls of the little cottage, where young Kale sat curled in a worn armchair. Outside, the village of Willowbrook slept under a blanket of stars, but restlessness stirred in Kale's heart. For weeks they'd felt a quiet pull, like the tug of a forgotten melody, whenever they touched the old cedar box tucked beneath their bed. Tonight, unable to sleep, Kale fetched it. Inside lay treasures from generations past, a tattered journal, a bundle of letters tied with faded ribbon, and nestled in velvet a curious brass compass. Its needle didn't point north, but quivered toward the whispering woods beyond the meadow. Grandmother Mara had often spoken of the woods. "Where roots remember," she'd murmur, her voice soft as moth wings. "Where the earth keeps our stories." Cale traced the compass's intricate carvings, a spiraling vine intertwined with crescent moons, and felt a warmth seep into their fingertips. That night dreams came not of sleep, but waking clarity. A path of silver moss, a stone archway draped in ivy, and a voice like rustling leaves saying, "Seek the heartwood." At dawn, Cale packed a satchel with oat cakes and a flask of honeyed tea, the compass cradled in their palm. The meadow greeted them with dew-kissed wildflowers, their scents sweet and green. As they entered the whispering woods, sunlight filtered through the canopy in dappled gold, and the air hummed with the scent of pine resin and damp soil. The compass needle glowed faintly, guiding them deeper. Soon they found the stone arch from their dream, half hidden behind a waterfall that cascaded like liquid crystal into a pool fringed with ferns. There, sitting on a mossy boulder, was an old badger with fur like storm cloud silver. "Ah," he rumbled, his eyes kind and knowing. "The keeper's kin returns." He introduced himself as Bramble, guardian of the Grove of Echoes. "Your grandmother walked this path long ago. She left gifts for you." Bramble led Cale to a clearing where ancient oaks formed a cathedral of living wood. At its center stood a tree unlike any other. Its bark shimmered with veins of amber light, and its branches cradled glowing orbs like captured starlight. "The heartwood," Bramble said reverently. "It remembers every joy, every sorrow, every act of kindness woven into your family's legacy." From the roots, Bramble unearthed a small woven basket. Inside lay 3 artifacts: a smooth river stone etched with a spiral, a clay whistle shaped like a songbird, and a scrap of embroidered cloth depicting hands clasped around a sapling. "Touch them," urged Bramble. "Listen." Cale's fingers brushed the stone first. Instantly the grove dissolved into a memory, not their own, but their great-grandmother's. She stood knee-deep in a river, laughing as she placed the stone in the current. "May this carry peace downstream," her voice echoed. Cale felt the cool water, heard the rush of the river, and understood. Kindness flows outward, touching shores unseen. Next, the whistle. A melody spilled into the air, a lullaby their grandfather had played during village storms, calming frightened children. Cale saw him in a candlelit cottage, his face weary but gentle as the notes wove courage into the night. The lesson hummed in their bones, music mends what words cannot. Lastly, the embroidery. Threads of indigo and gold formed a scene of villagers planting trees after a great fire. Their ancestors worked side by side, sweat and soot on their brows, but hope in their eyes. "Roots heal the scarred earth," whispered the memory. "Together we grow." As twilight painted the sky in lavender and peach, Cale sat beneath the heartwood, Bramble curled at their side. The tree's light pulsed softly, weaving their grandmother's voice into the breeze. "We are never alone, little one. Our hands are held by those who came before, and we hold the hands of those yet to be. This grove, these treasures, they are not lost secrets, but seeds. Plant them in your daily kindnesses." Cale placed their palm against the tree's warm bark. A surge of belonging washed over them, a deep, quiet certainty that their restlessness had been a homing call. They were part of a tapestry woven with resilience, compassion, and an unbroken thread of love for the living world. When Cale returned to Willowbrook, the cedar box felt different, not a relic, but a promise. They placed the artifacts inside, now humming with gentle magic. That night, as firelight painted the cottage walls, Cale blew softly on the clay whistle. A melody drifted out, weaving through the village like a silken thread, soothing fretful dreams and nudging sleepy flowers to bloom. Outside, the meadow seemed to sigh, and the whispering woods rustled in answer. Kale knew their journey had just begun. Every morning they'd leave a river stone by a neighbor's door, whistle a courage song for a friend, or stitch a tiny embroidery of clasped hands to tuck into a pocket. And sometimes, when the moon hung low, they'd walk to the edge of the woods, compass in hand, to share oatcakes with bramble beneath the heartwood's starry glow. For in uncovering their roots, Kale had found a timeless truth, that the greatest legacies are not gold or grandeur, but the quiet acts that whisper, you belong. You are loved. You are part of the story. And in that knowing the world felt softer, kinder, a warm embrace stretching from the past, through the present, and into dreams yet to unfold. Story 6. The village of Meadowhaven nestled in a valley where twilight lingered like a contented sigh. Cobblestone paths wound between cottages with thatched roofs, each garden bursting with moon petals that glowed soft blue after sunset. But lately, a peculiar unease rustled through the village. Every morning without fail, the villagers discovered their freshly baked loaves, left cooling on windowsills overnight, had transformed into cold, gray stone. Not burnt, not spoiled, but utterly petrified. Porridge remained creamy, berry tarts stayed juicy, yet bread alone hardened into inedible sculptures. Young Milo, whose freckles seemed to dance when he puzzled over things, noticed something others missed. The stone bread feels warm, he told his grandmother one dawn, cradling a rock-hard rye loaf. Like it remembers being soft. His grandmother, wise Mistress Juniper with silver braids coiled like sleeping doves, hummed thoughtfully. Magic always leaves echoes, child. Warmth means the change is recent, and perhaps gentle. That evening, Milo tucked himself behind a hedge of lavender, determined to watch the village baker's windowsill. Moonlight silvered the cobblestones when a faint chime, like tiny bells, tinkled from the woods. A creature no taller than a teapot emerged, a mossy-furred forest sprite named Pip, riding a dandelion puff that hovered just above the ground. Pip's lantern, a captured firefly in an acorn cup, cast jittery shadows as he floated toward the bread. But as Pip reached for a crusty sourdough, a barn owl's sudden hoot shattered the quiet. Pip vanished in a shower of glitter, and the bread beneath his tiny fingers instantly grayed to stone. Milo gasped. The next morning he gathered the villagers. "It's not malice," he explained, holding Pip's abandoned acorn lantern. "Fear causes the change. Pip's magic reacts when he's startled." Mistress Juniper nodded. "Sprites weave dreams into dew. When frightened, their magic solidifies things, like bread, full of hopeful dreams of nourishment." But Pip, shy and elusive, couldn't be found. So Milo sought Elder Hemlock, a tortoise who napped beneath the ancient wisdom oak and remembered when the mountains were pebbles. "Sprites love harmony," Hemlock rasped, blinking milky eyes. "Leave an offering where fear cannot reach, a quiet place woven with kindness." Milo understood. He built a miniature willow bough shelter near the woods, lined with thistledown. Inside he placed a warm honey oat loaf and Pip's own lantern. Then, with the villagers, he sang the old lullaby of rustling ferns and starlight until Meadowhaven hummed with safety. That night Pip crept out, drawn by the familiar lantern glow. No owls called. No footsteps startled him. As he nibbled the offering, his fur shimmered with relieved green light. The loaf stayed soft and fragrant. But the mystery deepened, for when dawn came, every petrified loaf in the village had softened back into fresh bread, each crumb imbued with the faintest taste of wildflower honey. The resolution bloomed like a surprise sunrise. Pip's magic, once calmed, hadn't just stopped hardening bread, it had reversed its own fear, healing what was lost. Now, each evening, Pip leaves dream-infused dew on windowsills, making bread rise taller and crusts gleam like amber. And Meadowhaven's bakers always save the first warm slice for their tiny friend, who chimes happily among moon petals, no longer afraid. For in this cozy corner of the world, kindness had woven a silent promise that even startled magic could soften back into sweetness, one crumb at a time. Story 7. The evening sun dipped below the whispering hills, painting the sky in strokes of lavender and apricot, as young Finn traced his fingers over the worn quilt covering his grandmother's lap. Outside, fireflies danced like scattered stars above the meadow. "Grandmother," he whispered, "why does the wind sing differently here than in the town?" Grandma Sylvie smiled, her eyes crinkling like ancient parchment. "Because the wind remembers, child, just like this land remembers our bones." She opened a carved cedar chest, releasing the scent of dried lavender and thyme. Inside lay a bundle wrapped in faded indigo cloth. "Tonight," she said, her voice a soft hum, "you're ready to hold what's been waiting for you." Unfolding the cloth revealed a river stone, smooth as polished moonlight, with a spiral etched into its surface. "This," Grandma Sylvie murmured, placing it in Finn's palm, "is your great-great-grandmother's listening stone. Our family carried these when we tended the Valley of Echoes, long before roads or towns existed." The stone warmed against Finn's skin, humming faintly like a bee in clover. The next morning, Finn followed the stone's pull toward the eastern woods. Ducus ferns brushed his ankles, and the air tasted of pine resin and wild mint. Deep in the forest, where sunlight filtered like liquid gold, he found a moss-covered archway of intertwined oak roots, hidden unless one knew to look. The stone's hum deepened as he stepped through. Beyond lay the Valley of Echoes, untouched by time. Silver birches stood sentinel around a clearing where wild strawberries carpeted the earth. At its center rose 3 standing stones, taller than Finn, carved with spirals matching his stone. As he approached, a breeze stirred, carrying voices that weren't quite voices, more like the memory of laughter, the echo of lullabies. Finn placed his listening stone against the central monolith. Light bloomed from the spiral, weaving into the air like liquid starlight. Suddenly, the clearing shimmered. Ghostly figures materialized, people with his grandmother's kind eyes and his own unruly hair. They moved through visions, gathering herbs with reverence, singing to saplings as they planted them, placing similar stones in riverbeds to bless the waters. Finn watched them face a great drought, not with fear, but by gathering every soul in the valley. They shared water equally, sang rain's songs until clouds gathered, and taught children to read the language of wilting leaves. Their strength lay not in force but in deep listening, to the land, to each other. As the visions faded, a woman with Grandma Sylvie's smile lingered. Her voice resonated in Finn's bones, gentle as root growth. "We are keepers of whispers, child. To hear the earth sigh is to know when it thirsts. To hear a friend's silence is to know their heart. This is our legacy, not stone or song, but the courage to listen deeply." The monolith's carving shifted, revealing a hollow holding a simple circlet of braided sweetgrass. Finn lifted it and the valley sighed, a sound of contentment. That evening he returned to Grandma Sylvie's cottage, as fireflies ignited the dusk. He placed the sweetgrass circlet in her hands, whispering all he'd seen. Her tears gleamed in the candlelight. "The keeper's crown," she breathed. "Woven by the first of our line to remind us, true wisdom grows from stillness, not noise." They sat on the porch as stars emerged, Finn's head resting against her shoulder. He understood now why the wind sang here. It carried centuries of his family's laughter, their struggles, their quiet stewardship. The stone in his pocket pulsed warmly, no longer a mystery, but a companion. "Grandmother," Finn said, watching the moon rise pearly white over the hills, "I heard the valley today. It said it's glad we remember." Sylvie kissed his forehead. "And so it will be for generations to come. Close your eyes, little keeper." As Finn drifted to sleep, the wind wove through the sweetgrass crown on the windowsill, humming the old, tender songs of the earth. Outside, the land dreamed peacefully, cradled in the arms of its gentle guardians. Story 8. Deep within the whisperwood, where ancient oaks wore beards of silver moss and sunlight dappled the forest floor like scattered gold coins, the boundaries between the world seen and unseen were as thin as a dragonfly's wing. Here, beneath the colossal canopy, lived creatures seldom glimpsed by hurried human eyes. Fern, a tiny foxglove fairy with wings like spun moonlight, lived inside a hollowed acorn high in the arms of Grandfather Elm. Bramble, a thoughtful hedgehog whose spines held dewdrops like scattered diamonds, made his home in a cozy burrow lined with fragrant pine needles. And Leora, a firefly whose light pulsed with the rhythm of the forest's own heartbeat, drifted like a living star through the twilight. Their world hummed with a delicate balance, a harmony woven by generations. The seasons weren't merely changes in weather, they were living currents of magic flowing through the whisperwood. Spring arrived on the breath of the zephyr sprites, their laughter coaxing shy blossoms from the earth, filling the air with the sweet, heady scent of waking life. Summer belonged to the sunbeam weavers, invisible spiders who spun threads of pure warmth, making the air shimmer and the river sing with lazy contentment. Autumn was ushered in by the leaf painters, their brushes dipped in sunset hues, transforming the canopy into a breathtaking tapestry of crimson, amber, and gold, accompanied by the crisp, smoky perfume of fallen leaves. Winter was the domain of the frost whisperers, delicate spirits who spun lacework on spiderwebs and laid a hushed, sparkling blanket over the slumbering earth, their presence announced by the sharp, clean scent of ice and the profound silence of snow. This harmony was the legacy of the elder tree, a colossal ancient oak whose gnarled roots delved deep into the heart song of the earth. Its bark was etched with stories older than memory, and its leaves whispered wisdom carried on the breeze. Fern, bramble, and leora often gathered near its massive roots, listening to the low thrumming that vibrated through the ground, the elder tree's slow, steady heartbeat. It was here they learned the old ways, how the glowworm's dance guided lost travelers home on misty nights, how the badgers knew the secrets of the deepest roots, and how the river, known as Silver Thread, carried not just water, but the whispered dreams of the entire forest downstream. One unusually warm autumn, the balance began to falter. The leaf painters seemed hesitant, their colors muted. The air, instead of carrying the crisp promise of frost, hung heavy and still, thick with the cloying scent of overripe berries and damp earth. The silver thread, usually a cheerful melody over smooth stones, gurgled sluggishly, choked by fallen branches and a strange gray silt that clung to its banks. Worst of all, the elder tree's heartbeat felt faint, its deep thrumming replaced by a worrying tremor. Fern, flitting anxiously near the troubled river, noticed the fish darting erratically, their scales dull. Bramble, snuffling along the bank, found patches of mushrooms withered before their time, releasing a sour, unpleasant odor. Leora's light flickered erratically, mirroring the forest's unease. "Something is wrong," Bramble murmured, his voice a soft rustle in the unnerving quiet. "The silver thread is sick, it feels clogged, sad." They sought the elder tree. Its vast trunk felt cooler than usual, and its leaves whispered not with wisdom, but with a weary sigh. The silver thread is the forest's lifeblood. The ancient voice resonated within their minds, a sound like wind through deep caves. It carries the magic of the seasons, nourishes the roots, cleanses the earth, but its source, the crystal spring high in the mossback hills, is troubled. A great stone has fallen, blocking its pure flow. Stagnation spreads. The frost whisperers cannot come if the earth is choked. A journey. To the mossback hills, the highest point in the whisperwood, where the crystal spring bubbled forth from the heart of the mountain. It was a daunting prospect for such small creatures. Fern's wings quivered at the thought of the cold heights. Bramble worried about the steep, rocky paths. Leora feared her light might be too faint against the vastness. But the elder tree's plea and the forest's deepening malaise spurred them on. Gathering courage and supplies a thimbleful of honey-dew for energy, a cloak woven from cobweb silk for Fern, a polished chestnut cap for Bramble, and a pouch of luminous moss for Leora. To recharge her light, they set off at dawn. The path was steep and winding, carpeted in pine needles that muffled their steps and released a sharp, resinous scent. Sunlight filtered weakly through the dense canopy, casting long, dancing shadows. They passed whispering groves where ancient stones seemed to watch them, their surfaces cool and mossy under Fern's touch. They crossed rickety bridges made of woven vines over rushing streams that tasted cold and pure, a stark contrast to the sluggish silver thread below. As they climbed higher, the air grew thinner and colder, carrying the tang of stone and distant snow. Fern tucked her cobweb cloak tighter, the silk whispering against her skin. Bramble huffed small clouds of breath, his sturdy legs carrying him steadily upward. Leora's light burned brighter, a determined little beacon against the gathering gloom of the towering pines. They encountered other forest dwellers, a family of stoic mountain hares who pointed the way with twitching noses, their fur the color of granite. A grumpy but knowledgeable raven perched on a windswept crag, who croaked warnings about treacherous scree slopes, and a colony of industrious rock ants who shared crumbs of crystallized sap that burst with surprising warmth on their tongues. The wisdom of the elder tree echoed in their actions. Bramble remembered the badger's lessons about stable footing on loose rock. Fern recalled the glowworm's paths and used her delicate senses to find the safest route through a field of treacherous, shifting scree that clattered ominously underfoot. Leora, drawing on the firefly's knowledge of navigating darkness, guided them through a narrow, echoing cave where water dripped like a slow heartbeat from the ceiling, the sound magnified in the cool, damp stillness. Finally, gasping in the thin air, they reached the crest of the mossback hills. Before them lay a scene of stark beauty and troubling stillness. Nestled in a rocky basin was the crystal spring, its water usually bursting forth with joyful energy, clear as liquid diamond and tasting of pure mountain snow. But now a massive boulder, dislodged by recent tremors, lay squarely over its mouth. Only a feeble trickle escaped, weeping down the rocks into a shallow, murky pool choked with slimy algae that emitted a stagnant, fishy smell. The magic here felt thin, frayed. The air was utterly silent, devoid of the spring's usual cheerful song. The boulder was immense, far larger than anything their small strength could move. Despair threatened to wash over them. Fern fluttered near the cold stone, her tiny hands brushing its rough surface. Bramble circled it, sniffing thoughtfully at the cracks where water still seeped, dampening the earth. Leora hovered above, her light illuminating the moss clinging stubbornly to the rock's surface. "It's not just the stone," Bramble said, his voice low. "Look the earth around the spring, it's loose, unsettled, like the mountain itself is unhappy." Fern landed lightly beside him. "The elder tree said the spring carries the forest's lifeblood. Maybe it needs more than just the stone moved. Maybe the heart of the place is hurt." Leora drifted down, her light pulsing softly over the clogged pool. "Remember the sunbeam weavers in summer. Their warmth makes things flow, and the frost whisperers. Their cold makes things still, but also pure." Her light flickered onto the thick algae. "This stagnation, it needs light, it needs movement, it needs both." An idea sparked, fragile but hopeful. They remembered the generations of wisdom shared. The rock ants knew about shifting earth. The raven knew the strength of wind. The hares knew the resilience of roots. "Perhaps," Bramble mused, "we don't need to move the whole stone. Maybe we just need to help the water find a new way, like the roots find cracks in the earth." Working together, guided by the whispered knowledge of the forest elders, they set to their task. Bramble, with his strong snout and claws, began carefully digging a small channel away from the choked pool, loosening the impacted earth that smelled of decay. Fern, using her delicate fingers and fairy magic, a gentle coaxing, a whispered encouragement to the tiny roots and mosses encouraged the resilient mountain plants to grow rapidly along the new path Bramble created, their tiny roots binding the loose soil, releasing the clean scent of damp earth and crushed greenery. Leora focused her warm, pure light onto the thick algae clogging the existing trickle. Her light pulsed brighter, mimicking the focused warmth of the sunbeam weavers, and slowly the slimy growth began to shrivel and recede, replaced by clear water welling up from beneath. It took hours. The mountain air grew colder, biting at their noses and ears. Their small bodies ached. But they persevered, fueled by the memory of the elder tree's tremor and the whisperwood's fading song. Finally, as the first true stars began to prick the deep indigo sky, a small miracle happened. The water, finding Bramble's channel and guided by Fern's living roots, began to flow freely. It wasn't the mighty gush of before, but a clear, strong stream that sparkled in Leora's light, singing a soft, new song as it tumbled over the rocks Fern had arranged. It flowed around the boulder, not dislodging it, but finding its own path of least resistance, just as roots do. The stagnant pool cleared, reflecting the emerging stars. As the clean water began its journey downhill, a profound change rippled through the air. A deep, resonant thrum vibrated up from the mountain itself, shaking the ground beneath their feet, a sigh of profound relief. High above, the first delicate snowflake drifted down, landing cool and perfect on Bramble's nose. The frost whisperers had felt the clearing, the return of flow. Winter could finally come. The journey back was easier, filled with quiet awe. They followed the newborn stream, now christened the New Thread, as it grew stronger, joining the silver thread far below. As they descended, they saw the change spreading through the whisperwood like a gentle wave. The muted colors of the leaves deepened into vibrant, glorious hues under the newly crisp air, as if the leaf painters had found their palette again. The sluggish river regained its cheerful babble, washing away the gray silt, its banks smelling fresh and clean. The air lost its heaviness, replaced by the invigorating scent of frost and pine. When they reached the elder tree, its vast trunk felt warm again, vibrating with its deep, steady, comforting heartbeat. Its leaves rustled with a sound like soft applause. "Well done, little guardians," the ancient voice resonated, warm and proud. "You understood the true lesson. Balance is not force but flow. Harmony is not stillness but the right movement. You listened to the wisdom of the stone, the root, the light, and the water. You helped the forest heal itself." Fern nestled into her acorn home, the scent of clean, cold air drifting in. Bramble curled in his burrow, the comforting thrum of the earth, a lullaby. Leora drifted among the trees, her light steady and serene, reflecting the newly restored starlight. The whisperwood breathed deep. The frost whisperers danced, laying their sparkling blanket. The silver thread, now joined by the new thread, sang a duet of renewal, a gentle, constant melody beneath the blanket of stars. The hidden creatures slept peacefully, knowing the ancient harmony was restored, a testament to the wisdom of listening, the strength of small acts, and the enduring magic of a forest that flows together. And high in the mossback hills, the crystal spring bubbled freely once more, its pure water carrying the whispers of gratitude and the promise of seasons turning, forever in balance. Story 9. Deep within the whispering woods, where ancient oaks stretched gnarled fingers toward a sky perpetually dappled with starlight lived creatures, whose lives hummed in perfect harmony with the land. Here moss-covered stones pulsed with warmth like sleeping hearts, and brooks sang lullabies in liquid silver tones. The air always carried the scent of pine resin, damp earth, and the faintest hint of wild strawberries, a perfume that changed with the seasons, woven by magic as old as the roots beneath the forest floor. Young Bramble, a badger with fur the color of twilight shadows, often explored the fern-carpeted glades. His paws sank into velvet moss as he listened to the trees. They didn't speak in words, but in rustles, a language of creaking branches and sighing leaves passed down through generations. Every rustle is a story, Elderwood the owl had taught him, perched high in his hollow of the grandmother tree. Elderwood's feathers were the soft gray of wood smoke, his eyes holding the patience of centuries. The forest breathes bramble, inhale the spring mists, exhale the autumn gold, that is balance. One crisp morning, as frost painted lace patterns on spiderwebs, Bramble noticed something amiss. Winter's chill lingered like an unwelcome guest. Icicles hung heavy even as the first snowdrops should have pushed through the soil. The brook's song grew sluggish, its melody muted. Worst of all, the tree's rustles turned anxious, a sound like dry bones rattling. The heartstone dims, Elderwood confided, his voice a low hoot in the stillness. Deep within Crystal Cavern, a geode pulsed with the forest's magic, tied to the turning seasons. If its light faded, the whispering woods might never bloom again. Bramble's heart thumped like a trapped moth. He gathered his friends, Pip, a quick-witted squirrel with a tail like autumn fire, and Fern, a doe whose steps were so light they scarcely stirred the dew. "We must find why the heartstone weakens," Bramble urged. Pip scampered ahead, her nose twitching at the sour tang of decaying leaves, where new growth should scent the air. Fern led them along paths only deer knew, where moonlight pooled in silver puddles. As they journeyed, Elderwood's wisdom echoed, "Seek the whispers where water meets stone." Near Mistfall Falls, where water cascaded like liquid diamonds into a pool ringed with glowing lichen, they found the source of the imbalance. A landslide had buried the cavern's entrance under boulders and tangled roots. The Heartstone's light, once a beacon, now flickered weakly behind the rubble, like a star veiled by storm clouds. "Without the stone's warmth, winter cannot end," Fern murmured, her breath misting in the unnatural cold. Pip chittered nervously, pawing at the rocks. "It's too heavy, we're too small." But Bramble remembered Elderwood's stories of the moss weavers, tiny, luminous beetles who mended cracks in the earth with threads of iridescent silk. "Balance needs all voices, even the quietest," he whispered. Calling out in the soft, churring language of badgers, he summoned them. One by one, beetles emerged from crevices, their carapaces shimmering like captured rainbows. They scurried over the rubble, spinning bridges of light between stones. Pip darted up the newly woven paths, gnawing through stubborn roots with teeth sharp as pine needles. Fern used her strong legs to nudge smaller rocks aside, her movements gentle as a breeze. Bramble dug with determined claws, the soil cool and yielding beneath him. As they worked, the forest rallied. Birds dropped seeds into cracks, where they sprouted instant tendrils to bind the stones. Earthworms churned the soil, making it soft. Even the wind helped, carrying away dust in soft gusts. Hours blurred into a tapestry of shared effort, the air filling with the scent of crushed mint and wet stone. Finally, as the last rock shifted, the Heartstone's glow burst forth, a warm, amber radiance that flowed through the cavern like melted honey. It touched the frozen waterfall, and the ice shattered into 1,000 singing droplets. Outside, the frost retreated, replaced by the tender green of unfurling ferns. Seasons spun back into rhythm. Spring arrived in a rush, cherry blossoms snowed pink petals over the paths, and the brook's song swelled, clear and bright. That evening, the creatures gathered beneath Elderwood's tree. Fireflies drifted like living stars, and the air hummed with the contented buzz of waking bees. Elderwood gazed at the restored harmony, his feathers ruffled by a warm breeze carrying the scent of rain and blossoms. "Strength lies not in size," he said softly, "but in the weave of many threads. Remember this when the wind grows cold again." Bramble curled beside Fern, Pip dozing on his back. As moonlight filtered through the leaves, casting lace shadows on the forest floor, he felt the deep, steady pulse of the Heartstone, a gentle thrum in the earth beneath him. The trees rustled again, their whispers now a lullaby of gratitude and peace. And in that sacred grove, cradled by ancient magic and newfound wisdom, the creatures of the whispering woods slept, knowing their harmony was a story that would echo through generations, as enduring as the stars above. Story 10. Once upon a time, in the cozy, sun-dappled village of Sunbeam Hollow, where houses curled like giant teapots and the cobblestones shimmered like scattered opals, lived a small girl named Pip. Pip had hair the color of spun sunshine and eyes that noticed everything, especially the tiny, sparkly things others missed. Her constant companion was Barnaby, a worry-prone hedgehog who wore a tiny, knitted waistcoat and carried a miniature magnifying glass on a string around his neck, just in case he needed to investigate something thoroughly, which he often felt he did. Sunbeam Hollow was famous for two things: its extraordinarily cheerful inhabitants and the Whimsy Wobble, a gentle, magical tremor that happened every Tuesday at precisely tea time. The Wobble usually made flowers sing silly songs, turned puddles into temporary trampolines, or caused hats to float gently for a moment. It was harmless, predictable fun. But one particular Tuesday, the Whimsy Wobble arrived with an unexpected guest, a swirling, giggling cloud of shimmering dust that smelled faintly of peppermint and old books. As the dust settled, Pip gasped. "Barnaby, look." She pointed a trembling finger. The vibrant crimson door of Mrs. Buttercup's bakery had faded to a dull, lifeless gray. So had the cheerful yellow awning of Mr. Figwart's spice shop and the deep blue paint on the bridge over the chattering Pebblebrook stream. Color was draining from Sunbeam Hollow like water from a leaky bucket, leaving behind a world of depressing monotony. Even Barnaby's usually vibrant green waistcoat looked as drab as dishwater. By the bristling brambles, Barnaby squeaked, adjusting his magnifying glass frantically. "This is unprecedented, catastrophic. What if my waistcoat stays this color? What if the sky goes gray?" He shivered dramatically. Pip, however, was already crouching near a patch of grayed-out daisies. She noticed something Barnaby, in his panic, had missed: tiny, shimmering footprints, no bigger than peppercorns, leading towards Whisperwood Forest. "It wasn't just the Wobble, Barnaby," she whispered, her eyes wide with wonder. "Look, we have visitors." Following the faintly glowing trail, Pip and Barnaby ventured into the edge of Whisperwood. The forest usually buzzed with emerald light and chattering squirrels, but now it was eerily quiet and muted. Suddenly, a tiny, heartbroken sob echoed from beneath a large, gray toadstool. Peeking underneath, they discovered the source: three creatures unlike any they'd ever seen. They were barely taller than Pip's thumb, with bodies like fluffy dandelion clocks and stubby little legs. Their large, luminous eyes, currently filled with tears, were mismatched colors: one green, one violet, one gold. They wore minuscule hats woven from spider silk and clutched tiny, empty paint pots made from acorn caps. "Hello," Pip said softly, kneeling down. "Are you lost?" The smallest creature, the one with the violet eye, hiccuped. "We are the paint pixies, Puddle, Splatter, and Drip. We came for the Whimsy Wobble. It sounded like the most fun ever," explained Puddle, wiping her eye with a shimmering wing. Splatter, the one with the gold eye, sniffled. "We brought our best paints: sunbeam yellow, sky blue, berry red, leaf green, all the colors of joy." "But then the Wobble wobbled extra hard," wailed Drip, the green-eyed pixie, holding up his empty acorn cap. "We tripped, our pots went flying, all our precious, precious colors spilled out into your village, and now it's all stuck." He gestured miserably at the gray world around them. Pip understood. The pixies' spilled magic paint hadn't vanished. It had overwhelmed the colors of Sunbeam Hollow, bleaching them gray. "So that's why everything's faded. Your paint sort of washed it out." Barnaby, peering through his magnifying glass, nodded sagely. "Fascinating, a magical saturation overload, but how do we reverse it? We can't have a gray Sunbeam Hollow. It's against regulations, and terribly depressing." The pixies drooped. "We don't know how to gather it back," Puddle admitted sadly. "Our pots are empty, and the color magic is all tangled up in your world now." Pip thought hard, tapping her chin. Sunbeam Hollow needed its color back, but the pixies' magic was too strong and chaotic on its own. They needed something to absorb their excess. Suddenly she looked at the gray daisies near her feet, then at the shimmering dust still clinging to the pixies themselves. "What if," she said slowly, a smile spreading across her face, "we gave the spilled magic something else to paint?" Barnaby blinked. "Like what?" "Like us," Pip declared. "Well, not exactly us, but things that want color, things that are naturally plain." She explained her plan. The pixies looked doubtful, but Pip's enthusiasm was infectious. They followed her back to the village square, which now resembled a scene from a very old photograph. Pip gathered the villagers, Mrs. Buttercup, Mr. Figwort, Old Man Hemlock who carved whistles, and even grumpy Mrs. Thistlewick who grew prize-winning pumpkins, now gray. Everyone was dismayed by the grayness. "Friends," Pip announced, standing on a gray bench. "We have paint pixie guests, their lovely paints accidentally spilled during the wobble. But don't worry, we can fix it with your help. We need things that are naturally, well, boring, things that need color." The villagers exchanged puzzled glances. Then Mrs. Thistlewick huffed, "Boring. My prize pumpkins were magnificent orange before this mess." "Exactly," Pip said. "But think, what about stones, pebbles, plain wooden spoons, blankets before they're dyed?" Understanding dawned. Mr. Figwort rushed into his shop, returning with armfuls of plain, undyed wool skeins. Old Man Hemlock brought smooth, river-polished stones. Mrs. Buttercup brought baskets of plain oat biscuits. Children ran to fetch smooth gray pebbles from the brook. Soon the village square was piled high with ordinary, colorless objects. Pip turned to the pixies. "Okay, can you wiggle your magic, call the spilled color back, but instead of going back into your pots or onto things that already had color, can you make it paint these?" The pixies huddled, their fluffy bodies bobbing excitedly. "We can try," Puddle chirped. "It's like redirecting a rainbow." The three pixies joined hands, closed their luminous eyes, and began to hum. It started softly like bees in clover, then grew into a gentle, shimmering melody. The air above the piles of ordinary objects began to shimmer. Tiny motes of color, flecks of crimson, gold, azure, emerald drifted down from the gray roofs, the faded doors, the dull grass. They swirled like confetti caught in a gentle breeze, drawn by the pixies' song and the promise of blank canvases. Then the magic touched the objects. The plain gray pebbles blossomed into swirling patterns of lapis lazuli and fiery topaz. The undyed wool skeins transformed into vibrant rainbows, plaid checks, and polka dots. The smooth stones became miniature landscapes with tiny painted forests and skies. The oat biscuits turned into dazzling mosaics of edible color. Even Barnaby's magnifying glass gained a cheerful, swirling purple handle. As the spilled magic settled onto the new, willing surfaces, the original colors of Sunbeam Hollow seeped back, vibrant and joyful. The red door blazed crimson again, the yellow awning shone like sunshine, the bridge regained its deep blue hue, and the daisies perked up, white petals bright against green stems. The sky above deepened to its perfect summer blue. The villagers gasped, then cheered. The square was now a riot of unexpected, delightful color, not just restored, but enhanced by the newly painted treasures. Mrs. Thistlewick held up a pebble painted like a miniature, perfect pumpkin. "Why, it's even better than orange," she declared, a rare smile on her face. The paint pixies danced in the air, giggling with pure joy. It worked. Oh, Pip, you're brilliant." puddle cried, doing a loop-the-loop. Your boring things are the most beautiful things ever. Barnaby puffed out his chest, his waistcoat a splendid, restored green. It was a collaborative effort. Pip provided the creative spark, the pixies provided the redirected magic, and the villagers provided the, canvases of potential. That evening, Sunbeam Hollow held the grandest tea party it had ever seen. They sat on brightly painted blankets, sipping lavender tea from cups decorated with newly colorful biscuits. The air hummed with laughter and the soft chime of the pixies' wings. Pip and Barnaby shared a plate of rainbow biscuits, watching the fireflies, now sporting tiny, painted patterns on their wings, begin their evening dance. As Pip snuggled into her bed later, gazing at the colorful pebble puddle had painted just for her a tiny night sky swirling with galaxies, she sighed happily. Outside her window, Sunbeam Hollow glowed warmly under the starry sky, its colors deeper and richer than before. The unexpected twist of the color spill had led to an even more joyful resolution, proving that sometimes a little chaos and a lot of imagination could paint a brighter, happier world. And with the gentle hum of the satisfied pixies drifting on the breeze, Pip drifted into sleep, her dreams filled with swirling colors and the sound of tiny, contented giggles. Story 11. The village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley where the streams chuckled over smooth stones, and the air always smelled faintly of warm cinnamon and damp earth. It was a place where cobblestone paths wound between cottages with thatched roofs, and friendly wisps of chimney smoke curled towards the perpetually twilight sky. In this cozy corner of the world lived a young baker named Finn, whose honey-brown bread and berry tarts were the pride of the village. One crisp autumn morning, as mist clung to the cobblestones like silver cobwebs, Finn arrived at his small bakery, the warm hearth, to find something amiss. His favorite rolling pin, carved from ancient applewood and smooth as river stone, was missing. He searched high and low, checking flour sacks and dough bins, but it had vanished. Finn sighed, assuming he'd misplaced it, and borrowed his grandmother's slightly bumpy pin instead. The next day it was his special star-shaped cookie cutter, a gift from the village silversmith. Then a tiny whisk used for delicate spice blends. Small, useful things began disappearing, always overnight. A feeling of quiet unease settled over Willowbrook. Whispers rustled like dry leaves. Who would take such things? Is it a mischievous sprite? Perhaps the wind has grown playful. Finn, usually so cheerful, felt a knot of worry tighten in his stomach. The disappearances weren't frightening, just deeply puzzling. His baking felt off without his trusted tools. Determined to solve the mystery, he decided to stay late one evening, hiding behind a large flour sack near the bakery window, a mug of chamomile tea warming his hands. The moon, a pale pearl disk, cast long shadows through the window panes. Willowbrook slept peacefully. Finn's eyes grew heavy, lulled by the comforting scent of yeast and cinnamon. Just as sleep threatened to claim him, a soft, silvery glow caught his eye outside. It wasn't moonlight. It flickered tiny and quick, near the base of the ancient oak tree across the land. Peering intently, Finn saw them. Not one, but dozens of little lights, flitting like fallen stars. They were moths, but unlike any he'd ever seen. Their wings were the color of moonlit milk, edged with the faintest silver, and they emitted a soft, warm glow from their bodies. They moved with purpose, not randomly. And clutched in several tiny legs was his missing star-shaped cookie cutter. Another moth struggled slightly with the miniature whisk. Finn's heart thumped, not with fear, but with wonder. He watched, mesmerized, as the glowing moths fluttered towards a crack in the oak tree's massive trunk, vanishing inside with their pilfered treasures. The next morning, instead of despair, Finn felt a surge of curiosity. He needed advice. He went to see Old Man Hemlock, who lived in a cottage draped with ivy on the village edge, known for his wisdom and his magnificent whispering garden. Hemlock was tending his moonbloom flowers, which opened only at dusk. Master Hemlock, Finn began, explaining the strange occurrences and the glowing moths. They took my baking tools, but why? They seemed so purposeful. Hemlock stroked his long, moss-green beard, his eyes twinkling like dewdrops. Ah, the lantern-wing moths, he murmured, his voice like dry leaves rustling. Rare creatures, Finn, shy as starlight and gentle as a sigh. They live in the heart of the oldest oaks. Tell me, what have you been baking lately? Finn thought. Well, I've been experimenting with a new tart, silverberry and moonpetal honey. The moonpetal honey is very fragrant, almost glowing. Hemlock chuckled softly. There's your answer, lad, though not the whole of it. Lantern-wing moths are drawn to sweetness, yes, especially rare, luminous sweetness like moonpetal honey, but they are also masterful builders. They weave the most delicate nests inside their tree homes, using fibers finer than spider silk. They don't steal for mischief, Finn, they borrow. Borrow, Finn echoed, perplexed. My rolling pin. Observe, Hemlock said gently. Look not just for what's missing, but for what feels different in your bakery, and perhaps leave an offering tonight, something sweet near the oak, but don't hide. Let them see you mean no harm. That evening, as twilight painted the sky in lavender and peach, Finn placed a small plate holding a freshly baked silverberry and moonpetal honey tart on a mossy stone beneath the ancient oak. He sat on his bakery steps, sipping his tea, clearly visible. The silvery glow appeared again. The lantern-wing moths fluttered hesitantly. They sensed the tart, its aroma rich and luminous in the fading light. They also saw Finn sitting calmly. One brave moth, slightly larger than the others with wings edged in brighter silver, detached from the group and fluttered towards the tart. It landed delicately on the edge of the plate, its tiny antennae quivering. Finn held his breath. The moth seemed to regard him for a moment, its glow pulsing softly. Then it dipped its head, took a minuscule piece of the tart filling, and flew back to the others. There was a flurry of soft light, a silent conversation in flickers and glows. Slowly, cautiously, the entire group descended on the tart, their collective light casting a warm, gentle pool on the mossy ground. While they feasted, Finn noticed something else. Near the oak's roots, partially hidden by ferns, lay his applewood rolling pin. It looked different. Intricate patterns, impossibly fine and beautiful, were etched into the smooth wood swirling constellations and delicate leaf veins. It shimmered faintly with the same silvery light as the moths. Nearby lay the star-shaped cutter, now edged with a fine tracery of silver, and the whisk, its wires woven with tiny, glowing filaments. As the moths finished their feast, the leader fluttered towards Finn, landing lightly on the step beside him. It placed a tiny object there, a perfect miniature tart crust, woven from glowing silk and smelling faintly of moonpetal honey. Then, with a soft chorus of fluttering wings, the moths rose like a cloud of captured starlight and vanished back into the oak tree. Finn picked up the miniature tart and his transformed tools. The rolling pin felt warmer, alive almost. The patterns weren't just decoration, they seemed to hum with a gentle energy. He carried everything back inside, his heart full of wonder. The next morning, Finn baked his honey-brown bread using the transformed rolling pin. The dough felt silkier, easier to shape. When the loaves emerged from the oven, they were perfect, golden brown, and seemed to hold a warmth that lingered longer. The star-shaped cookies, cut with the edged cutter, had crisp, sparkling outlines and tasted subtly sweeter. The whisk blended spices more evenly than ever before. News spread through Willowbrook. Finn explained the lantern-wing moths not thieves, but gentle borrowers and astonishing artisans. He showed them the transformed tools and the exquisite silk tart. The village's unease melted into fascination and delight. From then on, Finn always left a small offering of something sweet, a dollop of honey, a crumb of spice cake on the mossy stone beneath the oak at twilight. Sometimes he'd glimpse the silvery glow. Sometimes he'd find a tiny, perfect gift left in return, a luminous silk flower, a miniature woven basket, or a pattern etched onto a smooth pebble. The strange occurrences were solved not through confrontation, but through observation, kindness, and a willingness to understand. Finn learned that sometimes what seems like loss is merely an invitation to look closer, to share, and to discover the unexpected magic woven into the fabric of a cozy world. And as the villagers enjoyed Finn's even more wondrous baking, warmed by bread that held a hint of starlight and cookies shaped by moonbeams, they felt a deeper connection to the gentle, glowing secrets living right beside them in the heart of the ancient oak. The mystery had deepened the coziness of Willowbrook, wrapping it in a softer, kinder light, perfect for drifting into peaceful dreams. Story 12. Story 13. Leo had always wondered about the shimmering path that appeared only at twilight, winding beyond the meadow where the fireflies danced. One amber evening, as the last rays of sun painted the clouds peach and lavender, he took a deep breath of honeysuckle-scented air and stepped onto the luminous trail. It felt like walking on cool stardust, each footfall causing gentle ripples of light to spread like water. The path led him through a grove of trees with bark like spun silver, their leaves chiming softly in the breeze. Ahead, a curtain of weeping willows glowed with bioluminescent moss, parting to reveal the valley of murmuring stones. Towering crystal formations pulsed with inner light, rose quartz humming lullabies, amethyst whispering secrets of ancient tides, and citrine giggling like sunbeams. Between them, tiny creatures fluttered on dragonfly wings, dusting the air with glittering pollen that smelled of vanilla and rain. One landed on Leo's shoulder, its iridescent body warm as a candle flame. "Welcome, traveler," it chimed in a voice like tiny bells. The stones remember every kind step. As Leo wandered deeper, the valley narrowed into a canyon where glowing rivers flowed upward along the walls, defying gravity. Here he met a family of mossbacks, gentle beings shaped like boulders, covered in velvety emerald moss with eyes like polished obsidian. Their youngest, no larger than a loaf of bread, had tumbled into a crevice. "The rocks are too slippery for our heavy feet," rumbled the eldest mossback, worry lines cracking their mossy surface. Leo noticed vines dangling nearby. With careful knots and encouragement, "Hold tight, little one," he guided the trembling mossback to safety. They gifted him a smooth river pebble that glowed warmly in his palm, a compass, they explained, for uncertain paths. The canyon opened into the starlit marsh, where waterlilies bloomed with constellations on their petals, and willows trailed hair made of liquid moonlight. But the stepping stones across the marsh sank if stepped upon timidly. Leo hesitated until his pebble pulsed reassuringly. "Courage isn't the absence of fear," whispered the willow beside him, its voice like rustling silk. "It's taking the next step anyway." Heart pounding, Leo leaped onto the first stone. It held firm. With each bound, bioluminescent fish leaped beside him, arcing like comets, their light guiding his way. On the far shore stood the glimmerroot tree, its branches heavy with lantern fruit that cast dancing shadows. Beneath it sat the valley's guardian, a being woven from starlight and autumn leaves, with eyes holding entire galaxies. "You've journeyed well, little explorer," they said, their voice a chorus of rustling forests and distant streams. "You helped the helpless, listened to the stones, and trusted your heart when the path grew dim." They touched Leo's pebble, which flared like a tiny sun. "Carry this light home. True courage is exploring the unknown, not to conquer it, but to wonder at it." The return journey felt shorter, the valley bidding him farewell with chiming stones and pollen snow. Back in his meadow, dawn was breaking. Leo planted the pebble beneath his window. By noon a sapling had sprung up, its leaves silver, its blossoms humming softly. Every evening it cast a shimmering path across his floor, a reminder that wonder lived just beyond familiar horizons. And sometimes, if he listened very closely, he heard distant, joyful chimes riding the wind, a promise that gentle magic awaited whenever curiosity called. Story 14. The attic above Oliver's bedroom was a kingdom of dust and forgotten things. Cobwebs draped the rafters like silver lace, and sunlight, thick with motes, slanted through the single round window, painting stripes on trunks, hat boxes, and a peculiar old rocking horse. Oliver, a quiet boy with eyes the color of storm clouds and a heart full of unspoken questions, loved escaping there. It smelled of cedar, old paper, and secrets. One rainy Tuesday, while seeking shelter from a downpour that drummed insistently on the roof, Oliver nudged aside a wicker basket overflowing with faded embroidery. Beneath it, half hidden by a moth-eaten shawl, sat a teapot. It wasn't grand or gilded, just plain, sturdy porcelain the color of cream, with a simple, slightly chipped spout and a lid shaped like a smooth river stone. Yet something about it held him. It felt warm. Not hot, but like a stone that had been sitting in the sun. Curious, Oliver picked it up. It was heavier than it looked, cool and smooth under his fingers. He traced the faint, almost invisible pattern swirling around its belly, not painted, but somehow part of the porcelain itself, like ripples on a pond. On a whim, he took it downstairs to the quiet kitchen. The rain whispered against the window panes, a comforting hush. He rinsed the teapot carefully under the tap, watching the dust swirl away. Then, remembering his grandmother's ritual, he filled it with water from the kettle and dropped in a single chamomile tea bag. He placed it on the worn wooden table, sat down, and waited. Steam began to curl from the spout, wispy and white at first. Then, something extraordinary happened. The steam didn't just rise, it danced. It thickened, took shape. A tiny, perfect hummingbird, shimmering with vapor, darted from the spout, hovering for a moment before dissolving. Then came a miniature rabbit, hopping silently across the tabletop, its form misty and ethereal, vanishing as it reached the edge. Next, a delicate butterfly unfurled its steam wings, fluttering upwards before melting back into the air. Oliver gasped, his heart thudding against his ribs. He wasn't dreaming. The ordinary teapot held extraordinary magic. He spent the afternoon experimenting. Plain water produced simple shapes, clouds, waves, leaves. But when he added tea, chamomile brought gentle creatures and flowers. Peppermint sent sparkling ice crystals swirling. Earl Grey conjured miniature sailing ships riding vapor waves. Each infusion told a silent, fragrant story. Yet a shadow fell over his wonder. The magic seemed fragile. The steam creatures appeared less vibrant each time, lingering for shorter moments before fading. A faint, almost unheard sigh seemed to emanate from the teapot itself. Oliver felt a pang of worry. Had he broken it? Was the magic fading? His journey to understand began. He carried the teapot, wrapped carefully in a soft cloth, to Mrs. Higgins, his elderly neighbor, whose garden was a riot of color and scent. She had kind, earth-stained hands and eyes that saw deep. "Ah, the whispering teapot," she exclaimed, her voice like dry leaves rustling. "My grandmother spoke of one, said it showed the heart of things, the stories held in water and leaf." She peered at the faint ripples. "It looks tired, young Oliver, like a well-run dry. Magic needs feeding, you know, not just water and leaves, but connection." Connection. Oliver was puzzled. He'd used it, hadn't he? He took it next to Mr. Finch, the gentle librarian whose spectacles perpetually slid down his nose. The library smelled of aged paper and quiet wisdom. Fascinating. Mr. Finch murmured, polishing his glasses as he examined the teapot under a reading lamp. Legends speak of vessels that channel the essence of the world, but essence needs resonance. Tell me, Oliver, when you use it, what do you feel? Oliver thought. Excitement, wonder, but also a little lonely, watching them fade. Perhaps, Mr. Finch said softly, the teapot feels that loneliness too. Magic often mirrors the heart that holds it. It needs shared wonder, not just solitary observation. The final helper was Bartholomew, Mrs. Higgins' ancient ginger tomcat. Bartholomew rarely acknowledged anyone, preferring sunbeams and disdain. But when Oliver placed the teapot gently on the porch step where Bartholomew drowsed, the cat opened one amber eye. He didn't hiss or flee. Instead, he stretched, patted closer, and gave the teapot a slow, deliberate sniff. Then, to Oliver's astonishment, Bartholomew settled down beside it, purring a deep, rumbling sound that vibrated through the wood. The teapot seemed to hum faintly in response. That was the clue. Connection. Shared wonder. Not just using the teapot, but communing with it, sharing the experience. The challenge arrived with the fading magic. The steam shapes were now mere ghosts, barely visible wisps. The sigh from the teapot was louder, tinged with sadness. Oliver knew force wouldn't work. No amount of shaking or pleading would restore it. Wisdom, gathered from his helpers, was needed. He invited Mrs. Higgins and Mr. Finch over on a cool, clear evening. He brewed chamomile tea in the whispering teapot, the scent filling the cozy kitchen. Bartholomew surprisingly followed Mrs. Higgins in and curled up beneath Oliver's chair. Oliver placed the teapot in the center of the table. "Tell me," he began, his voice hushed, "what do you see when you look at the steam?" Mrs. Higgins smiled, her eyes crinkling. "I see my first rose bush, the one my Arthur planted 50 years ago, pink as dawn, smelling like heaven." Mr. Finch adjusted his spectacles, leaning closer. "I see constellations forming, ancient stories written in stars, shifting and swirling." Oliver looked. He saw the hummingbird again, but also glimpses of Mrs. Higgins's rose and the shimmering stars Mr. Finch described. The steam was clearer, brighter. Bartholomew's purr intensified, a warm counterpoint to the silence. The sigh from the teapot softened, turning into a contented hum, like bees in clover. The steam shapes didn't just reappear, they transformed. The hummingbird sipped from a vapor rose. The rabbit hopped across a field of stardust. The butterfly landed gently on Oliver's outstretched finger, a cool, fleeting kiss, before dissolving, leaving behind a scent of chamomile and starlight. They sat together, sipping the warm tea, watching the shared stories dance silently above the teapot. The magic wasn't just restored, it was deepened, richer and more vibrant than before. It wasn't Oliver's magic alone, it was a magic woven from connection, from shared quietude and the act of truly seeing together. Oliver understood. The extraordinary secret wasn't just in the teapot, it was activated by the hearts gathered around it. The magic thrived on shared wonder, on listening not just to the steam, but to each other. His journey hadn't just been about discovering the teapot's power, but discovering the power of presence, of quiet companionship, and seeing the world through others' eyes. That night, as Oliver placed the whispering teapot back on his bedside table, the moonlight catching its creamy surface, he felt different. Less alone. The world felt larger, yet cozier, filled with hidden songs waiting to be heard. He drifted to sleep, the gentle hum of the teapot, now a sound of pure contentment, blending with the sigh of the wind outside and Bartholomew's rumbling purr from the foot of his bed. In the shared silence, in the simple act of seeing together, he had found a magic far more enduring than steam creatures, the magic of connection, as warm and comforting as a cup of tea shared with friends on a quiet night. And he knew, as sleep claimed him, that the most extraordinary secrets were often held not just in objects, but in the quiet spaces between hearts that chose to listen. Story 15. The village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley where the mist clung to the hills like a soft, gray blanket each morning, and dissolved into golden afternoons smelling of damp earth and wild thyme. It was a place where cobblestone paths wound between cottages with thatched roofs that looked like loaves of warm brown bread, and where friendly wisps of chimney smoke curled upwards, telling tales of crackling hearths within. In Willowbrook, magic wasn't dramatic spells and roaring dragons. It was the gentle hum of bees tending enchanted flowers, the way a baker's bread always rose perfectly, or how the lamplighter's lanterns glowed with captured starlight. Lately, however, Willowbrook's gentle magic had developed a case of the hiccups. Small, strange occurrences unsettled the cozy rhythm. Mrs. Thistledown's prize-winning rose bush, which usually bloomed fragrant crimson flowers all year round, sprouted peculiar blue turnips overnight. Old Man Hemlock's meticulously stacked firewood pile rearranged itself nightly into intricate, wobbling towers that collapsed at the slightest breeze. Most perplexing were the household magics going awry. Teapots brewed lukewarm tea no matter how fiercely the fire roared beneath them. Socks went missing only to reappear neatly folded inside a loaf of bread, and hearth fires flickered erratically, casting long, dancing shadows that seemed to whisper secrets. Juniper, a young girl with eyes the color of moss after rain and hair like spun copper, noticed these oddities more than most. She lived in a snug cottage at the edge of the whispering woods with her grandfather, a gentle wood carver. Juniper loved the predictable comfort of Willowbrook, the chime of the town clock, the scent of Mrs. Appleby's cinnamon buns drifting on the breeze, the warm glow of her grandfather's pipe in the evenings. These disturbances felt like tiny stones in her shoe, unsettling the familiar path. One crisp autumn evening, as Juniper sat knitting thick woolen socks by the hearth, the fire suddenly sputtered and dimmed, plunging the room into near darkness. A faint, high-pitched giggle seemed to skitter across the floorboards near the woodpile. "Grandfather," Juniper whispered, setting down her knitting needles, "did you hear that? And the fire." Her grandfather, carving a small owl from a piece of fragrant cedar, looked up. His kind eyes crinkled at the corners. "I heard it, little leaf, and felt the chill. The hearth spirit seems restless tonight, or perhaps," he added thoughtfully, "it's not the hearth spirit at all. Strange winds blow through Willowbrook lately." The next morning, determined to understand, Juniper packed a small basket, a slice of honey cake wrapped in waxed paper, a flask of warm spiced cider, and her most prized possession, a smooth, milky white stone grandfather called a seeing pebble that felt cool and calming in her palm. She decided to visit the source of the most recent mystery, Mrs. Thistledown's turnip rose bush. As she approached the cottage, the sight was even stranger up close. Plump, vibrant blue turnips nestled incongruously among thorny stems and wilting crimson petals. Mrs. Thistledown, flustered and wringing her apron, stood nearby. Utterly baffling deer, 1 minute roses, the next root vegetables. Juniper crouched, examining the soil. It looked healthy and dark. She touched a cool, smooth turnip. Then something caught her eye near the base of the bush, a tiny, almost invisible footprint pressed into the soft earth. It was no larger than her thumbnail, shaped like a miniature rabbit's paw, but with an extra delicate toe. She carefully scanned the ground and found a trail of similar prints leading away from the bush and towards the whispering woods. Her heart beat a little faster. This was a clue. She followed the tiny prints, her boots crunching softly on fallen leaves. The air in the woods was cooler, filled with the scent of pine needles and damp moss. Sunlight dappled through the canopy, painting patterns on the forest floor. The trail led her deeper, to a moss-covered boulder beside a chuckling brook. There the prints vanished. Juniper sat on the boulder, feeling a little deflated. She pulled out her honey cake and cider, taking a small bite. The sweet, sticky cake tasted comforting. As she ate, she noticed movement near the brook's edge. A small, plump hedgehog, its spines dusted with moss, was struggling to push a smooth pebble into the water. It grunted softly with the effort. "Hello there," Juniper said softly, not wanting to startle it. "Can I help?" The hedgehog froze, then slowly turned its bright, button-like eyes towards her. It sniffed the air, its tiny nose twitching towards the honey cake. Juniper broke off a tiny crumb and placed it gently on a nearby leaf. The hedgehog cautiously approached, nibbled the crumb, then made a series of soft, chuffing sounds. It nudged the pebble again. Understanding, Juniper carefully picked up the pebble. It was warm to the touch. "Where do you want it?" she asked. The hedgehog scampered a few steps downstream and pointed its nose towards a small, still pool formed by tree roots. Juniper placed the pebble gently into the clear water. Instantly the pool shimmered with a soft, silvery light, reflecting not the sky, but intricate, swirling patterns like frost on a window pane. The hedgehog chuffed happily and nudged Juniper's boot. It then scurried towards a thick curtain of ivy hanging from a large oak tree, looking back at her expectantly. Curious, Juniper followed. The hedgehog pushed through the ivy, revealing not solid wood, but a hidden, mossy archway. Taking a deep breath, Juniper stepped through. Inside was a small, sun-dappled clearing. Ancient, gnarled roots formed natural seats, and luminous mushrooms glowed softly like tiny lanterns. In the center sat a creature unlike any Juniper had seen. It was small, barely knee-high, covered in soft, gray-brown fur that shimmered faintly. It had large, luminous eyes the color of twilight and long, velvety ears that twitched nervously. It looked utterly exhausted, slumped on a root, surrounded by scattered acorn caps and bits of dried moss. Juniper recognized the extra-toed prints in the soft earth around it. Before she could speak, a deep, resonant voice, gentle as wind through leaves, spoke from above. "Ah, a visitor, and one who follows clues with a kind heart." Juniper looked up. Perched on a high root was a magnificent barn owl, its feathers patterned like intricate bark, its eyes vast, golden pools of ancient wisdom. "Master Oliver." Juniper breathed. She knew of the wise old owl who lived deep in the woods, a silent guardian and mentor. The owl inclined his head. "Young Juniper, you seek answers to Willowbrook's little troubles, I perceive." His gaze shifted to the small, weary creature. "And you have found one of the causes. This is Tumble, a dust bunny sprite." Tumble looked up, eyes wide with apprehension and fatigue. It made a soft, whimpering sound. "Don't be afraid," Juniper said softly, crouching down to be less imposing. She offered the remaining honey cake. Tumble sniffed cautiously, then took a tiny nibble. Its large eyes softened. "Tumble is a house spirit," Master Oliver explained, his voice a soothing rumble. "Specifically a sprite who tends to the small, unseen magics ensuring socks find their pairs, dust settles quietly, hearths glow steadily, and gardens grow true to their nature. But Tumble is not alone. There are others like him in Willowbrook." "But why is everything going wrong?" Juniper asked. "Overworked," the owl said simply. "Observe." He gestured with a wingtip towards Tumble. Juniper looked closer. The sprite's fur looked matted and dull in patches. Its movements were sluggish. Around its tiny waist was a frayed belt woven from cobwebs, holding miniature tools, a tiny whisk broom and a chipped acorn cup. "The magic of comfort requires care," Master Oliver continued. "Like any hearth fire, it needs tending. Willowbrook has grown comfortably, and its small comforts have multiplied. More houses, more gardens, more expectations of cozy magic. The sprites are few, and their strength is drawn from the peace and gratitude of the homes they tend. When that piece frays with worry, or the gratitude fades into expectation, they tire. Their magic stumbles. Juniper thought of the cold tea, the flickering fires, the misplaced socks, and Mrs. Thistledown's turnips. Tumble whimpered again, gesturing weakly towards the scattered acorn caps miniature buckets, Juniper realized, used for carrying dewdrops or starlight. So the blue turnips. Juniper prompted. A mistake born of exhaustion, Master Oliver said. Tumble was tending Mrs. Thistledown's roses, but his magic faltered. He reached for the essence of plump and nourishing to help the blooms, but in his weariness, his thoughts drifted to the turnip stew he'd smelled cooking nearby. The magics tangled. The owl's golden eyes held understanding, not blame. The firewood towers, another sprite trying to build a stronger foundation for his magic, but lacking the focus. The cold tea, a hearth spirit too weary to stoke its own inner flame. The surprising truth settled over Juniper. It wasn't mischief or malice, just exhaustion. The comforting magic they all relied on was quietly fading, because those who spun it were stretched too thin, unseen and unthanked. "How can we help them?" she asked urgently. Master Oliver's eyes gleamed. Awareness, young Juniper, and small kindnesses. The sprites draw strength from the quiet contentment of their homes. Gratitude, consciously felt, is like warm sunshine to them. Acknowledging their work even silently mends the frayed threads, and sometimes, he nodded towards her basket, a little tangible sweetness helps restore their energy. Juniper understood. She carefully placed the rest of the honey cake near Tumble, then poured a thimbleful of her warm spiced cider into an acorn cap. The little sprite's eyes lit up. It sipped the cider, its fur seeming to fluff up slightly, regaining a faint shimmer. It chittered softly, a sound like dry leaves rustling, but now tinged with warmth. Juniper spent the afternoon in the clearing with Master Oliver and Tumble. The wise owl shared stories of the ancient balance between humans and the small folk of hearth and home. Tumble, revived by the honey cake and cider, demonstrated how he could weave a tiny spark of warmth into a fallen leaf. Juniper learned to listen for the faint hum of house magic, a sound she'd never noticed before. As twilight painted the sky in hues of lavender and peach, Juniper knew what she had to do. She thanked Master Oliver and gently bid farewell to Tumble, who gave her a shy wave with one velvety ear. Carrying her seeing pebble, now feeling even warmer and more alive, she hurried back to Willowbrook. She didn't shout her discovery from the rooftops. Instead, she visited Mrs. Thistledown. "Your roses are beautiful," Juniper said sincerely, touching a wilting petal near a blue turnip. Even with surprises, they must have such a caring spirit tending them. She left a small piece of honey cake tucked near the roots. She stopped by Old Man Hemlock's woodpile. "That's quite a tower you almost built," she remarked cheerfully, carefully gathering some fallen logs and stacking them neatly but simply. "Must take a clever mind to try such things." She placed another crumb of cake on a flat stone nearby. At home, as she helped her grandfather stoke the fire, she whispered, "Thank you for keeping us warm," sending the thought towards the flickering flames. That night the hearth fire burned steadily, casting a deep, golden glow. Her grandfather smiled, a knowing look in his eyes. "Seems calmer tonight, little leaf." Word spread quietly, not of sprites and exhaustion, but of a gentle shift. People began noticing the small comforts again. Mrs. Appleby murmured thanks for her oven's reliable heat as she baked. Children started leaving tiny, shiny pebbles or flower petals on their windowsills for the sock finders. Old Man Hemlock chuckled at his woodpile and simply said, "Good effort," before stacking it practically. Gratitude, like soft rain, began to fall on Willowbrook. Within days, the strange occurrences faded. Mrs. Thistledown's roses bloomed crimson once more, though one stubbornly blue turnip remained as a happy reminder. Teapots bubbled merrily. Socks stayed faithfully paired. hearth fires glowed with unwavering warmth. Juniper often sat by her window in the evenings, her seeing pebble warm in her hand. If she looked very closely, just at the edge of the firelight's glow on the hearthstones, she might catch a fleeting shimmer of soft gray-brown fur, or hear the faintest, contented chitter, like a happy sigh. She knew Tumble and his kin were there, no longer weary, but busy weaving the quiet, comforting magic of home, strengthened by the gentle warmth of gratitude that now filled Willowbrook like the sweet scent of cinnamon buns and wood smoke on a peaceful autumn night. The mystery was solved not with loud spells, but with quiet observation, kindness, and the simple, powerful magic of saying thank you to the unseen hands that make a home cozy. And in that understanding, Willowbrook settled back into its gentle rhythm, cozier and more magical than ever before. The stars twinkled above the thatched roofs, the village clock chimed softly, and all was peacefully, wonderfully right. Story 16. The village of Meadowhaven nestled in a valley where the air always smelled of damp earth and wild honeysuckle. Here the gardens weren't just plots of soil, they were living mirrors of the heart, blooming or fading with the unseen currents of their caretakers' spirits. And in a cottage draped with ivy, Rowan tended a garden that had been stubbornly stuck in autumn for as long as anyone could remember. Crisp brown leaves clung to skeletal branches, pumpkins glowed orange even in spring rain, and the air carried a permanent chill that made passers-by shiver and hurry past. Rowan, quiet and watchful with eyes the color of storm clouds, loved the familiar crunch of leaves underfoot, and the way the light turned golden through the maple canopy. Change whispered like a threat in the rustling wind, the thought of tender green shoots, unpredictable blossoms, or the riotous energy of summer felt overwhelming, like losing control. One damp morning, as dew jeweled the spiderwebs between frost-touched rose bushes, Rowan noticed something unsettling. The garden's central oak tree, usually a pillar of steadfast russet, had begun shedding its leaves at an alarming rate. Worse, where each leaf fell, the grass beneath withered instantly into gray ash. A creeping sense of wrongness tightened in Rowan's chest. "Steady now," they murmured, brushing a trembling hand over the rough bark. "Stay as you are." But the oak shuddered, and another cascade of leaves spiraled down, leaving bald, accusing branches. The magic of Meadowhaven was clear. A garden reflected its keeper's inner world. Rowan's fear of change was starving the very roots that anchored them. News of the withering oak spread. That afternoon, Finian, the village's oldest gardener, arrived. His own garden was a symphony of shifting seasons, snowdrops pushing through frost one week, sunflowers turning their faces the next. He settled onto a mossy stone bench, his voice a low rumble like distant thunder. "Ah, Rowan," he sighed, watching a leaf crumble to dust at his feet. "Your garden's holding its breath, waiting." Rowan hugged their arms tight, staring at the ashen patches. "It's safe like this, predictable. What if I try to change it and everything gets worse?" Finian plucked a single, resilient dandelion pushing through the ash. "See this little warrior, it doesn't fear the sun or the storm. It trusts the earth beneath it, even when the earth seems barren. Change isn't the enemy, child. Resistance is what starves the soil." The next day brought another visitor, Pip, a bright-eyed squirrel with fur like burnished copper. Pip didn't speak, not in words humans understood, but his presence was a constant, chattering comfort. He scampered up the troubled oak, nudging a dormant bud with his nose, then flicked his tail impatiently at Rowan. When Rowan sighed, overwhelmed, Pip dropped a smooth, river-worn pebble into their palm, a small, solid thing amidst the uncertainty. "Even you think I'm being silly, don't you?" Rowan whispered. Pip chittered, scampered to a patch of bare, ashen earth, and began industriously burying an acorn. The message was gentle but clear: plant something new. Trust the process. That night, under a sky dusted with stars as sharp as ice chips, Rowan couldn't sleep. The weight of the dying oak pressed down. They slipped outside, the cold air biting their cheeks. Standing before the tree, they placed a hand on its trembling trunk. "I'm scared," they confessed, the words hanging in the frosty air. Scared of losing this, scared of what grows in its place. As they spoke, a single tear traced a warm path down their cheek and fell onto the ashen ground. Where it landed, a faint silver light pulsed once, twice. Then, impossibly, a tiny emerald-green shoot pushed through the gray, unfurling a pair of perfect leaves that glimmered with captured starlight. Rowan gasped. The magic wasn't just mirroring their struggle, it was responding to their honesty. A fragile spark of hope ignited within them, warmer than any autumn sunbeam. The following week became a quiet dance of courage. Inspired by Finian's wisdom and Pip's persistent cheer, Rowan began small. They planted a single packet of forget-me-not seeds Finian had given them, hands trembling as they broke the hard, autumn-baked soil. Each day they watered the spot, whispering encouragement not just to the seeds, but to themselves. It's okay to be new, it's okay to grow. Pip guarded the spot fiercely, chasing away curious birds. Finian visited daily, sharing stories of gardens that had weathered storms and bloomed brighter because of them. Slowly, tentatively, the tiny forget-me-nots sprouted, their delicate blue faces turning towards the weak winter sun. Where their roots spread, the ashen gray receded, replaced by soft, rich earth. The oak stopped shedding leaves. One morning, Rowan noticed a single, tight-furled bud on a previously bare branch. The real test came with the approach of Meadowhaven's spring revel, a celebration where every garden was meant to showcase its most vibrant life. Rowan's garden, though showing patches of green and that one brave bud, was still largely cloaked in eternal autumn. Anxiety threatened to swallow them whole. "It's not enough," they whispered to Pip, watching villagers carry armfuls of blooming lilacs and tulips past their gate. Pip nudged their hand, then pointed insistently at the oak bud. Finian arrived, carrying a small, potted sapling with leaves like shimmering jade. "This is a heartwood sapling," he explained, his voice soft. "It only takes root when planted with true acceptance, not forced change but embraced growth, yours to tend if you're ready." Taking a deep, shuddering breath that smelled of thawing earth and possibility, Rowan accepted the sapling. They chose a spot near the oak, where the ash had completely vanished beneath the forget-me-nots. Digging the hole felt like carving out space in their own heart. As they placed the sapling's roots into the dark soil, they whispered not just to the plant, but to the fear still lingering within, "You can grow here too, we can make room." They patted the earth firm, poured water infused with chamomile, for courage, Finian said, and stepped back. Nothing happened immediately. Disappointment pricked. But then Pip chittered excitedly, pointing upwards. On the old oak, the single bud had unfurled into a perfect, pale pink blossom. As Rowan watched, transfixed, a wave of warmth, like invisible sunlight, pulsed outwards from the newly planted heartwood sapling. Where it touched, the eternal autumn surrendered. Brown leaves dissolved into nourishing mulch. Bare branches shimmered and sprouted tender green buds that unfurled into soft, new leaves. The pumpkins softened, melting back into the earth, replaced by clusters of snowdrops and crocuses pushing through. The air lost its bite, filling with the sweet, green scent of life awakening. The garden wasn't just changing, it was singing, a symphony of rustling leaves, buzzing bees drawn to the sudden blooms, and the happy chatter of Pip leaping between branches now clothed in spring finery. By the day of the spring revel, Rowan's garden was a breathtaking tapestry of transformation. The oak stood proud, adorned with pink blossoms and vibrant new growth. The heartwood sapling glowed with an inner light, its leaves shimmering like captured rainbows. Forget-me-nots formed a cheerful blue carpet, and where the deepest ash had been, A carpet of luminous moonflowers now unfurled their silvery petals. Villagers stopped in awe, their murmurs of surprise turning to sighs of delight. Finian stood beside Rowan, a proud smile crinkling his eyes. "Look what you grew," he said softly. Rowan walked through their transformed sanctuary, no longer fearing the unfamiliar scents and sights. They felt different too, lighter, as if the weight of resisting the world had dissolved with the autumn leaves. The fear hadn't vanished entirely, but it had found its place, like a shadow that only made the sunlight seem brighter. They understood now, deep in their bones, what Finian meant. Change wasn't an ending, it was the earth turning towards the sun. Growth wasn't about becoming someone else, but allowing the different seasons of oneself to bloom. The magic in the garden hadn't forced anything, it had simply reflected the courage finally found within. That evening, as fireflies began to dance like tiny stars among the moonflowers, Rowan sat beneath the blossoming oak, Pip curled contentedly in their lap. The air was warm and fragrant, filled with the peaceful hum of the awakened garden. They breathed deeply, a sense of profound comfort settling over them like a soft blanket. They had faced the winter in their heart, planted seeds of courage, and witnessed the beautiful, inevitable magic of spring. The journey wasn't over, but here, surrounded by life that had learned to dance with change, Rowan knew they were exactly where they needed to be, ready for whatever gentle growth tomorrow might bring. And as the first stars blinked awake in the velvety sky, a single luminous petal from the heartwood sapling drifted down, landing softly in their hair, a quiet, magical blessing on their newfound peace. Story 17. The village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley where morning mist clung to the meadows like a silver blanket, and evenings were painted in hues of lavender and gold. In a small cottage at the edge of the whispering woods lived a boy named Theo. He had a quiet spirit and eyes that noticed things others missed, the way dew clung to spiderwebs like scattered diamonds, or how the oldest oak tree seemed to sigh when the wind blew just right. Yet Theo often felt invisible, overshadowed by louder voices in the bustling village square. His only solace was the woods, where ancient trees stood guard and secrets hummed in the rustling leaves. One crisp autumn afternoon, while gathering fallen chestnuts, Theo noticed something peculiar. A fox with fur the color of burnt copper darted past, its brush unusually bright. Curious, Theo followed it deeper than he'd ever ventured, where sunlight filtered through the canopy in dappled patterns, painting the forest floor in gold. The fox paused beside a gnarled hawthorn tree, its trunk twisted like an old man's knuckles. There, half hidden by emerald moss, was a door. Not a grand entrance, but a small, arched doorway woven from living roots and vines, shimmering with a faint, pearlescent light. As Theo reached out, the vines parted silently, revealing a tunnel lined with glowing blue mushrooms that pulsed like sleepy fireflies. Heart pounding with wonder, Theo stepped through. The air shifted, warmer, sweeter, carrying the scent of crushed mint and wild honey. He emerged into a hidden world, the Glimmer Hollow. Giant ferns unfurled like velvet banners, flowers bloomed in colors unseen in his village, petals of liquid silver and deep indigo, and crystal-clear streams chuckled over smooth, rainbow-hued stones. Fireflies waltzed in intricate patterns, casting dancing shadows. Yet beneath the beauty, Theo sensed a tremor of unease. The flowers drooped slightly, the stream's song held a mournful note, and the air hummed with a faint, discordant vibration. His exploration led him to a clearing where a small creature huddled beneath a weeping willow. It was Fern, a being woven from moss, bark, and shyness. Her body was a tapestry of soft greens and browns, her eyes large and luminous like forest pools reflecting moonlight. She flinched when Theo approached, shrinking into the willow's curtain of leaves. "Please," she whispered, her voice like rustling leaves, "don't harm me. The humans, they bring the shade." Theo knelt slowly. "I mean no harm. My name's Theo. What's the shade?" Fern peeked out, trembling. It came when the humans started digging beyond the whispering wall, the barrier between your world and ours. It's a darkness that feeds on life, draining the hollow's heart light. It grows stronger each day. She gestured weakly towards the wilting flowers. The luminous stone, the heart of the hollow, it's dimming. Theo understood the digging. The village council was expanding the quarry, ignoring the wood's protests. "Can we stop the shade?" he asked, determination sparking within him. Fern's eyes widened. "Only by rekindling the luminous stone, but the stone lies deep in the cavern of echoes, guarded by riddles and the shade's minions." She hesitated, then added softly, "No one has dared go. We are too afraid." "Then I'll go," Theo declared. "Will you help me find the way?" A flicker of hope lit Fern's mossy face. She nodded, extending a delicate, twig-like hand. "I know the paths, but trust is fragile here. The shade whispers lies, turns friend against friend." Their journey began beneath a sky woven from twilight and stardust. Fern guided Theo through meadows where giant, friendly beetles offered rides on their iridescent shells, and across rivers on bridges spun from spider silk. They encountered challenges, a grove of whispering trees that tried to lure them off the path with illusions of home, and a bog where deceptive will-o'-the-wisps promised shortcuts only to lead towards sucking mud. Each time, Theo's quiet observation saved them. He noticed the tree's roots weren't anchored right in the illusions, or saw the true path reflected in the bog's still pools. Fern, in turn, taught Theo the language of the woods, how to listen to the earth's heartbeat, how to ask permission before taking a berry or stepping on a patch of moss. A deep friendship blossomed, built on shared courage and growing understanding. One evening, as they sheltered in a hollow tree, Fern confided in Theo, her voice trembling. "The shade, it feeds on fear and greed. It came because the humans broke the whispering wall, craving stone without listening to the earth's pain. It twists hearts, even here." She shivered. "My own brother Bark was consumed by it. He guards the cavern's entrance now, lost to anger." Theo felt a pang of sorrow. "We'll find a way to help him too," he promised, the resolve warming him like a hearth fire. Days later they reached the Cavern of Echoes, its entrance a jagged maw in a mountainside veiled in perpetual dusk. Before it stood Bark, Fern's brother. Once a gentle guardian of saplings, he was now a towering figure of splintered wood and thorny vines, his eyes glowing with sickly green light. The air around him crackled with malice. "Leave, sister," Bark roared, the sound echoing like breaking timber. "And take the human thief. He seeks the stone for his own kind's greed." Fern stepped forward, tears like dew on her mossy cheeks. "Bark, please. Theo is different. He feels the hollow's pain. He wants to heal it." The shade's influence pulsed through Bark. "Lies humans only take." He swung a massive, thorn-covered arm. Theo pushed Fern aside, the thorns grazing his tunic. Fear threatened to choke him, but then he remembered Fern's lessons, the language of the woods, the power of listening. Instead of fighting, Theo knelt and placed his palm flat on the cold stone. He closed his eyes, pouring all his empathy, his love for the Glimmer Hollow, and his sorrow for Bark into the earth. He hummed a tune his grandmother used to sing, a lullaby of comfort and belonging. A ripple spread from his hand. The aggressive vines around Bark shivered. For a heartbeat, the sickly green light in Bark's eyes flickered, revealing a glimmer of his lost, gentle self, confusion, pain, and a desperate longing. "Sister," he rasped, his voice cracking. Seizing the moment, Fern rushed forward, not with force, but with an embrace, wrapping her mossy arms around her brother's thorny form. "Remember the sunrise over the crystal falls, Bark. Remember the sapling we nurtured together." She sang a soft, ancient melody of the forest, a song of roots and rain. Theo joined her, his human voice blending with her woodland one. The discordant hum of the shade faltered. Bark shuddered violently, the thorny growths receding like shadows fleeing dawn. With a groan like a falling tree, he collapsed to his knees, the green light extinguished. In its place were eyes filled with tears of amber sap. "Forgive me," he whispered hoarsely. The darkness, it was so loud. The cavern entrance stood clear. Inside, the air grew colder, thicker, humming with the oppressive weight of the shade. The walls glittered with embedded crystals, but their light was weak. At the cavern's heart lay the luminous stone. Once a radiant beacon the size of Theo's head, pulsating with warm, golden light, it was now a dim, smoky orb, veined with creeping tendrils of shadow. The shade itself coalesced nearby, a formless, swirling vortex of darkness whispering despair. "Foolish child, your world is greed. This stone will only feed them. Let the darkness have it. It is easier." Theo's breath caught. The whispers echoed his deepest fears, his insignificance, the village's relentless expansion. But then he felt Fern's small hand slip into his, warm and steady. He saw Bark, weakened but free, leaning against the cavern wall, offering a nod of encouragement. Theo thought of the wilting indigo flowers, the mournful stream, Fern's trembling hope. He remembered the beetle's iridescent kindness, the spider silk bridges, the heartbeat of the earth. "No," Theo whispered, then louder, his voice ringing clear in the cavern. "Light isn't easy, kindness isn't easy, but they're stronger." He stepped towards the stone, the shade swirling angrily around him, its whispers turning to icy shrieks. It felt like walking through freezing water, each step sapping his strength, filling his mind with images of the quarry's destruction. Fern and Bark moved beside him, placing their hands, Fern's mossy, Bark's rough bark, on Theo's shoulders. A surge of warmth flowed through him, the combined strength of their friendship and the hollow's desperate hope. Reaching the luminous stone, Theo placed both hands upon its cool, pitted surface. He poured into it not just his own resolve, but everything he had witnessed. The fragile beauty of the glimmer hollow, Fern's unwavering courage, Bark's painful redemption, the interconnectedness of all life. He poured in the scent of crushed mint, the chuckle of the stream, the dance of the fireflies, the sigh of the ancient oak back home. He poured in the promise of listening instead of taking. The luminous stone flared. Not with a violent explosion, but with a deep, resonant pulse of pure, golden light. It rippled outwards like a wave, washing over Theo, Fern, and Bark, warm and comforting as sunlight after rain. The light surged through the cavern, chasing the clinging shadows, dissolving the shade's vortex with a sound like sighing relief. The embedded crystals in the walls blazed back to life, casting prismatic rainbows across the stone. The oppressive hum ceased, replaced by a deep, harmonious thrum, the restored heartbeat of the hollow. Emerging from the cavern, they witnessed a miracle. The indigo flowers stood tall, petals shimmering with renewed vigor. The stream sang a joyous, bubbling melody. Fireflies wove patterns of celebration overhead. The very air vibrated with restored life and peace. Bark, though weary, stood taller, the thorny remnants gone. He embraced Fern, whispering apologies and gratitude. Theo knew it was time to return. Fern pressed a small, warm object into his hand, a tiny, perfectly smooth pebble that glowed with a soft, inner golden light, a fragment of the luminous stone's power. "So you remember," she whispered, her eyes gleaming. "And so you can listen, always." The journey back through the root door felt different. The woods of his world seemed brighter, more aware. He could feel the ancient oak's contentment, hear the whispered gratitude of the ferns. Back in Willowbrook, dawn was breaking. The quarry expansion was set to begin that very day. Theo, no longer feeling invisible, walked straight to the village council meeting. He didn't shout. He simply held up the glowing pebble. Its gentle light filled the room, casting warm, dancing patterns on the walls. Then Theo spoke. He spoke of the glimmer hollow, the delicate balance broken by the digging, the shade born of greed and fear, and the healing power of listening and respect. He spoke of friendship that crossed the boundaries of worlds, of redemption, and of a light that thrives when nurtured with kindness. The villagers, initially skeptical, were captivated by the pebble's serene light and the profound sincerity in Theo's voice, a voice now filled with quiet authority. They saw the change in him. The boy who once blended into the background now radiated a calm wisdom. The council, moved by the tangible proof of the Lumina fragment and Theo's heartfelt plea, voted to halt the quarry expansion. Instead, they established the Whispering Woods as a protected sanctuary, a place of learning and quiet reverence. Theo never revealed the root door's exact location. Some secrets are meant to be kept, but he often visited the ancient hawthorn tree. He'd place his hand on its bark, feeling the gentle thrum of life from both worlds. Sometimes a familiar copper fox would appear, or he'd find a perfect chestnut or a flower of impossible blue left beside his resting spot. He knew fern and bark were guardians of a restored paradise. The Lumina pebble sat on his windowsill, a constant, comforting glow, a reminder that true strength lies in empathy, that friendship can defy any boundary, and that even the smallest light, born of courage and kindness, can banish the deepest shadows. And every night, as its golden light mingled with the moonlight, Theo felt the gentle pulse of the Glimmer Hollow's heartbeat, a lullaby of harmony that soothed him into peaceful dreams, forever changed by the hidden world and the unexpected friendship that taught him he belonged, truly and deeply, to the vast, whispering tapestry of life. Story 18. Deep within the Whispering Woods, where ancient oaks stretched gnarled fingers toward a sky perpetually dappled with starlight, lived a community unseen by human eyes. Here, moss-covered stones hummed with forgotten songs, and dewdrops held miniature rainbows long after dawn. Among the hollow roots and fern-fringed clearings dwelled Sorrel, a young squirrel with fur the color of autumn acorns and eyes bright with restless curiosity. His world was one of intricate balance, a harmony woven by generations of creatures who understood the forest's secret heartbeat. One crisp spring morning, Sorrel scampered along a sun-warmed branch, savoring the symphony around him. The drip, drip, drip of melting frost from ivy leaves, the earthy perfume of bluebells unfurling in the damp soil, and the distant chirp of brook frogs celebrating the thaw. Below Old Mother Willow, her bark etched with centuries of wisdom, tended her grove with roots that drank from underground streams. "Feel the warmth, little one," she murmured, her voice like rustling parchment. "Spring's breath stirs the seeds. Remember, each season has its keeper." But as days passed, an unnatural chill crept into the air. Frost, sharp as shattered quartz, began to glitter on petals that should have basked in sunlight. Mushrooms withered overnight. The brook frogs fell silent, their songs frozen mid-note. Whispers spread among the fireflies, the frost sprite wanders too soon, winter's ghost lingers. Sorrel shivered, his breath puffing white in the gloom. He sought counsel from Thistle, a badger whose silvered muzzle spoke of countless turnings of the seasons. In Thistle's cozy set, lined with dried lavender and velvety moss, the air smelled of comfort and cedar smoke. Long ago, Thistle rumbled, stirring embers with a claw, the seasons flowed like a gentle river. But when the forest's heart falters, when roots are wounded or streams choked, the frost sprite stirs from her slumber. She means no harm, child, she only answers imbalance. Determined to help, Sorrel gathered friends, Pip, a quick-witted sparrow with feathers like dappled sunlight, and Fern, a doe-eyed rabbit whose ears could hear the faintest sigh of the wind. Together they journeyed to the crystal glade, a place where moonlight pooled like liquid silver and the air shimmered with dormant magic. There, beneath an arch of ice-veined ferns, the frost sprite drifted, a wisp of iridescent mist, her presence casting delicate frost flowers on every surface. She was beautiful yet sorrowful, her frost touch a plea for remembrance. The elders spoke of the great harmony, Fern whispered, her nose twitching at the scent of frozen violets. When all creatures, winged, furred, and rooted, share their gifts. Pip chirped agreement. The stories say even the stones sing to keep the balance. Guided by Thistle's tales, they realized the blight had begun where humans had felled a guardian oak near the forest's edge. Its absence had frayed the tapestry of life, silencing the mycelium networks that whispered warnings to the trees. The frost sprite, sensing the wound, had extended winter's embrace to protect the sleeping earth. To mend the rift, they needed the song of roots and rain, an ancient melody passed down by starlings and carried on the wind. Sorrel climbed the tallest pine, its needles fragrant and resinous, to scatter birch-bark scrolls inscribed with pleas. Pip soared over canopy and cloud, rallying every sparrow, thrush, and wren. Fern nudged awake dormant earthworms, whose gentle tunneling would aerate the soil. Even the brook frogs, thawed by collective hope, croaked a rhythmic bass to the growing chorus. As twilight deepened, the forest swelled with sound, the trill of feathers, the patter of paws, the creak of branches, and the low hum of stones warming in solidarity. Sorrel added his own voice, a chittering, hopeful rhythm, as he gathered acorns blessed by Old Mother Willow. Planting them where the oak had fallen, he felt the ground tremble, not with cold, but with rekindled life. The frost sprite paused, her mist form glowing like a captured moonbeam. She bent low, brushing a frost kiss over the newly sown seeds. Where her touch landed, tiny green shoots pierced the earth, unfurling leaves that shimmered with dew diamonds. A sigh rippled through the woods, a release. The sprite dissolved into a shower of glittering snowflakes that melted harmlessly into the soil, her duty fulfilled. Warmth returned, gentle as a nestling's sigh. Bluebells lifted their heads, exhaling sweetness into the air. The brook chuckled over pebbles, and fireflies wove constellations above the restored glade. Thistle nodded to sorrel beneath a sky now streaked with dawn's rosy fingers. You see, little guardian, harmony is not a single note but a chorus. Each breath, each deed, echoes through the roots of time. Years later, Sorrel, his own muzzle touched with silver, would tell wide-eyed kits the tale beside Old Mother Willow's roots. He described the crunch of frost underfoot, the hush of the forest holding its breath, and the moment the world sang itself back into balance. And as stars blinked awake above the whispering woods, the kits would nestle into beds of clover, dreaming of ice flowers that bloomed only to heal, and a harmony as deep and enduring as the earth itself. For in the quiet heart of the forest, where magic hummed in every leaf and stone, they knew all was well and all would ever be well. Story 19. The little cottage at the edge of Willow Creek was always filled with the comforting scent of baking bread and drying herbs. Inside, young Leo, a quiet boy with wide, thoughtful eyes, spent his days helping his grandmother. He loved the familiar rhythms of their life, the clatter of pots, the sigh of the wind in the old oak outside. But Leo often felt like a whisper in a loud room, his thoughts curling inwards like shy ferns. One damp autumn afternoon, while sorting through a dusty trunk in the attic, Leo uncovered something unexpected. It wasn't a jewel or a map, but an old, dented copper kettle. It was tarnished a deep brown green, its handle worn smooth by countless hands. It looked utterly ordinary, except for a tiny, intricate pattern etched near the spout, a spiral that seemed to shimmer faintly when Leo's finger brushed it. His grandmother, bustling in with linens, chuckled. "Ah, the old singing kettle, found its way back, has it, belonged to your great-great-grandmother, supposedly made the most wonderful tea, though I never heard it sing myself." Intrigued, Leo polished the kettle until it glowed like a captured sunset. That evening, as he filled it for tea, placing it gently on the hob, something extraordinary happened. As the water began to heat, a soft, resonant hum filled the kitchen. It wasn't the usual whistle of steam, but a deep, melodic vibration that seemed to resonate in Leo's bones. Then, faintly at first, like distant wind chimes, a wordless song began to rise from the kettle. It wasn't heard just with ears. Leo felt it a gentle thrum of warmth, a sense of ancient forests and quiet streams. The song spoke of roots delving deep into the earth, of stars wheeling silently overhead, of the patient turning of seasons. It was the voice of the world itself, distilled into pure, comforting sound. Grandma smiled, her eyes crinkling. "Well, bless my soul, it does sing. Seems it likes you, Leo." Leo felt a spark of wonder ignite within him, brighter than the fire beneath the kettle. The kettle, he realized, didn't just hold water. It held stories, the quiet music of existence. He named it Whisper, for its song was soft yet profound. But a week later, Whisper fell silent. No hum, no song, just the angry hiss of steam. Leo tried polishing it again, changing the water, even whispering secrets to it. Nothing. A profound sense of loss settled over him, deeper than just missing a melody. It felt like a vital connection had been severed. That night, as he lay awake, the silence felt heavy and wrong. He remembered the spiral on the kettle, shimmering faintly. It needs something, he thought, a certainty blooming in his chest. It needs to go home. But where was home for a singing kettle? Grandma, sensing his distress, recalled a fragment of an old tale. "They say," she murmured, stirring her own tea thoughtfully, "that such things come from the heart of the whispering woods near the Mossback Mountains, where the oldest trees remember the first songs." It felt like a thread of hope. With Grandma's blessing, a small pack of provisions, and Whisper carefully wrapped in soft cloth, Leo set off at dawn, his heart pounding with a mix of fear and fierce determination. He was leaving the familiar cottage, stepping onto the winding path leading deep into the woods he'd only ever seen from his window. His journey had begun. The whispering woods lived up to their name. Ancient oaks and towering pines creaked softly, their leaves rustling secrets on the breeze. Sunlight dappled the mossy path, and the air smelled rich and damp, like wet earth and decaying leaves. Leo walked carefully, Whisper cradled in his arms. He hadn't gone far when a gruff voice stopped him. "Bit small to be wandering the deep woods alone, aren't you?" A large, sturdy badger emerged from behind a moss-covered boulder. He wore tiny spectacles perched on his snout and had a thick, leather-bound book tucked under one arm. Name's Barnaby, keeper of crossroads and cataloger of curious critters. "What brings you here, small one? And what's that you're carrying? Smells old." Leo, surprised but not frightened by the talking badger, explained about Whisper and its lost song. Barnaby adjusted his spectacles, peering intently at the kettle. HMMPH resonance dampened, obstructed conduit most likely, the springs of solitude up near the Elderstone purest water, strongest earth song. That's where such things are often tuned, but the path is tricky. Roots get restless. He tapped his book. "I could point you the way, but you'll need more than directions. The woods listen, boy. You need to learn to listen back." Further along the path, as dusk painted the sky in lavender and peach, Leo encountered another helper. Perched on a high branch, silhouetted against the fading light, was a magnificent tawny owl. Her large, golden eyes regarded him with serene wisdom. "Greetings, traveler," she hooted softly. "I am Lyra, watcher of the Twilight Vale," Barnaby sent word ahead. "Your kettle carries a silent song, a heavy burden for small shoulders." She glided down silently, landing on a stump beside him. "The springs are guarded not by teeth or claw, Leo, but by noise. The clamor crags nearby, their echoes can shatter stillness, drown out even the earth's own hum. Wisdom, not force, will guide you through. Remember the kettle's lesson, true power lies in quiet listening." With Barnaby's map sketched in the dirt and Lyra's advice echoing in his mind, Leo pressed on. He walked for days, learning to tread softly, to notice the way sunlight slanted through leaves, the different songs of birds, the subtle shift in the wind. He listened to the rustle of creatures unseen, the gurgle of hidden streams. He felt Whisper grow slightly warmer against his chest whenever he paused to truly be present. The journey changed him. The quiet boy began to find strength in his own stillness, confidence in his ability to observe and understand. Finally, he reached the foothills of the Mossback Mountains. The air grew thinner, sharper. Ahead lay the Springs of Solitude, a pool of impossibly clear water fed by a trickling waterfall, nestled at the base of a towering, smooth monolith, the Elder Stone. But between Leo and the spring rose the Clamor Crags, jagged peaks of dark, porous rock. As Leo approached, a gust of wind whipped through the crags, and the air filled with a deafening cacophony. It wasn't just loud, it was chaotic shrieks, groans, rattles, and booms amplified 100-fold by the rock formations, bouncing and clashing in a mind-numbing wall of sound. It felt aggressive, intrusive, pushing against Leo's very thoughts. He clapped his hands over his ears, but the noise vibrated through his bones. Whisper felt cold and lifeless. He remembered Lyra's words, wisdom, not force. Trying to shout over the clamor or block it out physically was useless. He thought of Whisper's song, not loud, but deep, resonant, born of quiet connection. He thought of Barnaby's restless roots and the importance of listening. Closing his eyes, Leo took a deep breath, focusing inward. Instead of fighting the noise, he tried to listen to it, not as an enemy, but as a chaotic force seeking what? Order. Release. He focused on the pattern within the chaos, the spaces between the sounds. Slowly, deliberately, he began to hum. Not loudly but deeply, matching the low resonance he remembered from Whisper's song. He hummed the melody of the roots, the patience of stone, the quiet turning of stars. At first, the clamor seemed to mock him. But Leo persisted, pouring all his newfound quiet strength into that single, steady hum. He visualized the sound flowing from him, not against the noise, but around it, like water finding its path around rock. He imagined the hum reaching the restless roots Barnaby mentioned, calming them. He pictured it seeping into the porous rock of the crags, not silencing them, but absorbing some of their frantic energy. Slowly, miraculously, the chaotic noise began to shift. The shrieks softened to sighs, the rattles became gentle taps, the booms diminished to distant thuds. The cacophony didn't vanish, but it harmonized, weaving around Leo's steady hum, transforming into a complex, strangely beautiful, natural symphony. The wall of aggressive sound became a passage. Heart pounding with quiet triumph, Leo walked through the Clamor Crags, his hum a gentle guide. He reached the Springs of Solitude. The air here was thick with silence, a profound, peaceful quiet that felt like cool velvet. Kneeling by the pool, Leo carefully unwrapped Whisper. He dipped the kettle into the crystalline water, feeling its chill purity. As he filled it, a soft glow emanated from the etched spiral. He placed Whisper gently on a flat stone warmed by the sun, not needing fire here. A deep, contented hum vibrated through the stone, stronger than ever before. Then the song rose clear, pure, and breathtakingly beautiful. It wove together the rustle of leaves, the chuckle of the spring, the sigh of the wind over the mountains, and the deep, ancient hum of the earth itself. It filled the clearing, resonating with the elder stone, which seemed to hum softly in response. The song spoke of connection, of the deep quiet beneath all noise, of the strength found in stillness and listening. Leo felt tears well up, not of sadness, but of profound understanding and peace. He hadn't just fixed Whisper, he had found a piece of himself, the strength in his quiet nature, the wisdom in listening. Whisper's song continued, a gentle beacon as Leo made his way home. Barnaby met him at the edge of the woods, nodding approvingly. Resonance restored, catalog updated, singing kettle whisper tuned to the springs. Guardian, Leo, good listener. Lyra glided overhead in the twilight. The woods sing your quiet courage, little guardian, she hooted softly. Leo returned to the cottage just as the first stars pricked the twilight sky. Grandma was waiting on the porch. Without a word, Leo placed Whisper on the hob. As the water heated, the deep hum filled the kitchen, richer and more profound than before. The song flowed out, the song of the woods, the mountains, the springs, and Leo's own quiet heart. Grandma closed her eyes, a peaceful smile spreading across her face. "Ah," she sighed. "Now that's the sound of home." Leo curled up in his favorite chair, the comforting melody of Whisper wrapping around him like a warm blanket. He wasn't just the quiet boy anymore. He was the boy who listened to the world's secrets, who had journeyed through noise and found the profound strength in silence. He knew now that extraordinary magic wasn't always flashy. Sometimes it was the deep, resonant hum of an old copper kettle, singing the world's quiet song, a constant reminder that true wisdom and connection begin with listening, and that even the smallest heart can hold the melody of the earth. As the fire crackled and Whisper's song wove its peaceful spell, Leo drifted into a deep, contented sleep, knowing the world was full of wonders waiting to be heard. Story 20. The air in Bramble Hollow held that particular hush that only comes on the cusp of twilight, when the world seems to hold its breath between day and night. Fireflies, like scattered embers, blinked lazily above the dew-kissed grass. Inside a snug cottage nestled amongst ancient oaks, young Leo traced the whorls in the wooden floorboards by the light of a single, fat candle. He wasn't unhappy, merely quiet, a boy who preferred listening to the rustle of leaves and the murmur of the nearby brook over boisterous games. His grandfather Silas sat nearby, whittling a piece of driftwood into an unknown shape, the rhythmic scrape of the knife a familiar comfort. "Grandfather," Leo murmured, his voice barely disturbing the stillness, do you think there are places hidden away, places the maps don't show?" Silas paused his whittling. His eyes, the color of weathered oak, held a knowing glint in the candlelight. "Ah, Leo, the world is far stranger and kinder than any map could ever tell. Why, just beyond the Whisperwood, where the oldest trees stand sentinel, there's said to be a place that only reveals itself to those who listen with more than their ears." He reached into the pocket of his worn waistcoat and pulled out a small, smooth object. It wasn't a compass, not exactly. It looked like a river stone, deep gray and cool to the touch, but set into its center was a tiny, perfect crystal that pulsed with a soft, internal light, like a captured star. "This," Silas said, placing the stone gently into Leo's palm, "is a heartstone. It belonged to my grandfather and his before him. It doesn't point north, Leo. It points towards wonder, towards places where the veil between the everyday and the extraordinary grows thin. And sometimes it points towards what needs finding, even if we don't yet know what it is." Leo held the heartstone. It felt alive in his hand, humming with a gentle vibration that traveled up his arm. The crystal pulsed brighter for a moment, then dimmed, casting dancing reflections on the cottage walls. What does it need to find now? Leo breathed, utterly captivated. Silas smiled, a network of kind wrinkles deepening around his eyes. "That, my boy, is a journey waiting to be taken, but journeys, especially ones guided by a heartstone, are best begun at dawn. Sleep now, dream of hidden paths and listening trees." Sleep, however, proved elusive. The heartstone lay under Leo's pillow, its soft pulse a counterpoint to his heartbeat. He felt a strange pull, a gentle yearning that tugged at his quiet soul. When the first pale fingers of dawn crept through his window, painting the room in shades of pearl and rose, Leo was already dressed. He tucked the heartstone securely into his pocket, its warmth a constant reassurance against his leg. He packed a small knapsack with a wedge of cheese, an apple, a flask of cool spring water, and a thick slice of his grandmother's honey-caked provisions for an adventure, however mysterious. Stepping outside, the world was fresh and damp. Dewdrops hung like diamonds on spiderwebs strung between blades of grass. The air tasted clean and green. Leo paused at the edge of the garden, where the familiar path to the village diverged from a fainter trail leading deeper into the whisperwood. He took the heartstone from his pocket. As his fingers closed around it, the crystal flared, a beam of soft, silvery light lancing out, not towards the village, but straight into the heart of the ancient forest. The pull intensified. The journey had begun. The whisperwood lived up to its name. Towering oaks and gnarled beeches, their bark etched with the runes of time, formed a cathedral ceiling high above. Sunlight filtered through the dense canopy in dappled patterns that shifted on the mossy forest floor. Birdsong wove intricate melodies, and the rustle of unseen creatures in the undergrowth sounded like secrets being shared. Leo walked slowly, reverently, the heartstone held before him like a lantern. Its light pulsed steadily, guiding him away from the known paths, deeper into the woods where the trees grew closer together, their roots forming natural archways and staircases. He walked for what felt like hours, the forest growing quieter, the air cooler and sweeter. Ferns unfurled in vibrant green carpets, and strange, luminous mushrooms glowed faintly in the perpetual twilight beneath the canopy. The heartstone's beam grew brighter, more focused. Then, abruptly, it dimmed. Leo stopped. He stood before a sheer rock face, draped in thick curtains of emerald moss and ivy, seemingly a dead end. The heartstone felt cool and inert in his hand. Disappointment pricked him. Had it led him wrong? But the heartstone hadn't dimmed, it had changed. The light within the crystal wasn't gone, but it now shimmered with a different quality, less a beam and more a gentle, rhythmic throb like a heartbeat. Remembering his grandfather's words, "Listen with more than your ears," Leo closed his eyes. He focused on the stone's pulse against his palm. He listened to the forest, the sigh of the wind high above, the distant trickle of water, the deep, resonant hum that seemed to emanate from the earth itself. And then he heard it. Faint, almost below hearing, was another pulse, a soft, resonant thrum coming from the rock face itself, perfectly synchronized with the heartstone's beat. He opened his eyes and stepped closer to the moss-covered rock. Tentatively, he placed his palm flat against the cool, damp surface. The vibration was stronger now, humming up his arm. Where his hand rested, the thick moss seemed to shimmer. He pushed gently. His hand sank into the moss as if it were thick fog, then met cool stone, but stone that yielded like water. With a gasp, Leo stepped forward. The moss enveloped him for a moment, cool and smelling of damp earth and ancient secrets, and then he was through. He stumbled into a world bathed in perpetual twilight, but a twilight unlike any he had ever seen. The sky above was a deep, velvety violet, streaked with shimmering ribbons of silver and gold light that moved like slow rivers. Enormous trees, unlike any in the whisperwood, soared upwards, their trunks like pillars of polished obsidian, their leaves shimmering with their own internal light soft blues, luminous greens, and gentle golds. The air hummed with a low, musical energy, and glowing orbs, like giant fireflies, drifted lazily through the air. Crystal-clear streams chuckled over smooth, colorful stones that glowed faintly. This was the veil of mist, the hidden world the heartstone had sought. Leo stood transfixed, heart pounding with awe. The beauty was breathtaking, but he also felt a profound sense of peace, a feeling of belonging he hadn't known he craved. The heartstone pulsed warmly in his pocket, a satisfied hum. But as he looked around, his wonder slowly mixed with unease. The shimmering light from the leaves seemed dimmer than it should be. Patches of the luminous foliage were fading, turning a dull, ashen gray. The vibrant hum of the air held a faint, discordant note, like a sigh of weariness. The hidden world was beautiful, but it was also fading. As he walked deeper into the veil, following the Heartstone's renewed, gentle pull, he noticed more signs of distress. Flowers that should have glowed like miniature moons were wilted and dark. Some of the glowing orbs drifted erratically, their light flickering uncertainly. The discordant note in the air grew stronger, a subtle vibration of sadness that resonated deep within Leo's chest. The Heartstone pulsed in time with it, a sympathetic echo. He followed the pull towards a colossal tree at the heart of the vale. Its trunk was wider than his cottage, its bark deep indigo etched with swirling silver patterns that pulsed faintly. This, the Heartstone seemed to whisper, was the heartwood. But beneath its majestic canopy, the fading was most pronounced. Large swaths of its luminous leaves hung dull and gray. The ground beneath was littered with fallen, lightless leaves, like sad gray stars. The discordant hum vibrated strongest here, a palpable ache in the air. Leo approached the immense trunk, the Heartstone glowing brighter in his hand, its light mingling with the dim pulses from the tree's silver etchings. As he neared, a small movement caught his eye. Nestled amongst the great roots, half hidden by a curtain of weeping, lightless vines, was a creature. It was unlike anything Leo had ever imagined. About the size of a large hare, its form seemed woven from living moss, shimmering vines, and pure, soft light. It had large, luminous eyes the color of moonlit violets, currently wide with fear and pain. One of its delicate, vine-like limbs was caught beneath a fallen, heavy branch that had snapped from the heartwood above. Where the branch pinned it, the creature's light flickered erratically, and the mossy part of its form looked bruised and torn. It whimpered, a sound like wind chimes cracking. This was the source of the discord, the fading light. This small, luminous being was intrinsically connected to the heartwood, and its pain and entrapment were draining the life and light from the hidden world. Leo's quiet nature didn't lend itself to bold action, but seeing the creature's distress ignited a spark of courage within him, fanned by the Heartstone's warm pulse against his skin. He knelt carefully a few feet away, not wanting to startle the frightened creature further. Its violet eyes fixed on him, filled with a mixture of terror and a desperate hope. "SHHH," Leo whispered, his voice as soft as the moss beneath his knees. "It's all right, I won't hurt you. My name's Leo." He slowly held out the Heartstone, not pushing it forward, just letting its gentle, steady light spill out. The creature flinched at first, then its large eyes widened, focusing intently on the pulsing crystal. The frantic flickering of its own trapped light seemed to slow, synchronizing slightly with the Heartstone's calm rhythm. A low, questioning chime vibrated from it. "I want to help," Leo said softly, keeping his movements slow and deliberate. He pointed to the heavy branch pinning the creature's limb. "Can I try to move this?" The creature stared at him, then at the branch, then back at Leo. It made another soft chime, this one lower, tinged with pain but also agreement. "Trust." Leo took a deep breath. The branch was thick and heavy. He braced his feet against the massive root and wrapped his hands around the rough bark. He pulled with all his might. The branch groaned, shifted minutely, but didn't budge. The creature whimpered again, a sharp, pained sound that made Leo's heart clench. He couldn't do it alone. He looked around frantically. The heartwood's roots were enormous, twisting through the earth. Nearby lay a long, sturdy branch that had fallen earlier. An idea sparked. He grabbed the smaller branch. Kneeling again, he carefully wedged one end under the heavy limb pinning the creature, close to where it trapped the luminous limb, using the root as a fulcrum. He positioned the other end where he could push down. "When I push," Leo whispered to the creature, meeting its violet gaze, "you need to pull your leg out, quickly but carefully. Ready?" The creature chirped once, a sound of determination. Leo took another deep breath, braced himself against the root, and pushed down on the lever with all his weight. The heavy branch groaned, lifting just an inch, maybe two. It was enough. With a swift, fluid movement like flowing water, the luminous creature pulled its injured limb free. Leo let go of the lever, the branch thudding back down. He scrambled over to the creature. The limb was bent at an unnatural angle where it had been pinned, the light within it sputtering weakly like a dying candle. The surrounding mossy flesh was torn and dark. The creature trembled, emitting soft, pained chimes. The discordant hum in the air lessened slightly, but the fading light of the heartwood above showed no sign of recovery. Freeing it was only the first step. The heartstone pulsed warmly in Leo's hand. He looked from it to the creature's injured limb. An instinct, deep and wordless, guided him. He remembered his grandmother's garden, how she talked to the plants, how she tended to broken stems with gentle hands. Slowly, carefully, Leo reached out. The creature flinched but didn't pull away, its violet eyes watching him intently. Leo placed his hand, the one holding the heartstone, very gently just above the injured limb, not touching it directly. He closed his eyes, focusing not on force, but on the feeling of the heartstone's warmth, on the gentle pulse that resonated with the creature's own flickering light, and on the deep, weary hum of the heartwood. He poured his quiet hope into the stone, hope for healing, hope for the light to return. He thought of the creature's pain, imagined it easing, imagined the light flowing strong and clear again. He thought of the shimmering leaves above, willing their glow to brighten. He didn't know any spells, he only knew how to listen and how to care deeply. The heartstone responded. Its light flared not blindingly but intensely, bathing the creature's injured limb and Leo's hand in a soft, silver-gold radiance. The light flowed like warm honey from the stone, swirling around the bent limb. Leo felt a tingling warmth spread up his arm. Beneath his hovering hand, he saw the bruised darkness in the creature's mossy form begin to recede, like ink dissolving in water. The torn edges seemed to knit together, glowing softly. The bent limb straightened with a soft sigh, the weak, sputtering light within it strengthening, growing steady and bright, matching the rhythm of the heartstone's pulse. The discordant hum faded completely, replaced by a single, pure, resonant note that vibrated through the air and up through the soles of Leo's feet. He opened his eyes. The creature was looking at its healed limb, flexing it tentatively. It chimed, a sound of pure wonder and relief, clear and sweet as a bell. It looked up at Leo, its violet eyes shining with gratitude that needed no words. Then it nudged his hand gently with its head, a gesture of trust and friendship. Above them, a ripple of light spread through the heartwood's canopy. The dull, ashen leaves began to shimmer, first faintly, then brighter, regaining their luminous blues, greens, and golds. The light flowed outwards, tree by tree, through the veil of mist. The glowing orbs drifted higher, their light steady and strong. The flowers unfurled, glowing softly once more. The air hummed with restored harmony, a symphony of pure, peaceful energy. The hidden world was healing, its light restored. The luminous creature chirped happily, weaving around Leo's legs in a dance of pure joy. It paused, looking towards the base of the heartwood trunk. Following its gaze, Leo saw a patch of earth where the silver etchings on the bark pulsed particularly strongly. Nestled there was a cluster of small, perfect crystals, glowing with the same soft light as the heartstone. The creature nudged Leo towards them, then gently touched one of the crystals with its healed limb. It pulsed in response. Understanding dawned on Leo. These were the source, the true heart of the heartwood's light, connected to the luminous beings like his new friend. The creature's injury had disrupted that connection, causing the fading. His intervention, guided by the heartstone and his own quiet empathy, had restored it. He spent what felt like hours, yet also mere moments, in the vale. He shared his honey cake with the luminous creature, who seemed to absorb the sweetness, its light glowing warmer. They sat together beneath the fully restored heartwood, listening to the harmonious hum of the healed world. The creature showed him glowing pools that reflected the star-streaked violet sky and fields of flowers that chimed softly when the breeze touched them. It was a friendship forged in need and sealed in kindness, defying the vast difference in their natures. Eventually, the heartstone in Leo's pocket gave a soft, insistent pulse, different from before. It was a gentle tug, not towards a mystery, but towards home. The creature seemed to understand. It nuzzled his hand, its violet eyes holding a depth of ancient wisdom. It chimed a farewell, a melody that promised he would always be welcome, that the path would remember him. Leo stepped back through the curtain of moss in the rock face. The transition was seamless. He emerged into the familiar whisperwood just as the late afternoon sun slanted golden through the trees. The world seemed brighter, sharper, yet also softer. He touched the heartstone in his pocket. It was warm, its pulse slow and contented, like a sleeping thing. The walk home felt different. He noticed the intricate patterns on beetle shells, the hidden melodies in bird calls he hadn't discerned before, the quiet resilience of a fern unfurling in a patch of sunlight. The heartstone hadn't just shown him a hidden world. It had opened his own heart, teaching him to see wonder not just in the extraordinary, but woven into the fabric of the everyday. He had found courage not in shouting, but in quiet action and deep listening. He had learned that friendship could bloom in the most unexpected soil, and that kindness, truly felt, could mend more than just a broken limb. He arrived at the cottage as dusk was painting the sky in familiar shades of peach and lavender. Silas was sitting on the porch, whittling again. He looked up as Leo approached, his wise eyes missing nothing, the peaceful light in Leo's eyes, the faint, satisfied hum that seemed to cling to him, the way his hand rested protectively over his pocket. "Well now," Silas said, his voice a warm rumble in the gathering twilight. "Looks like someone found what the heartstone was looking for." Leo climbed the steps and sat beside his grandfather. He didn't launch into a loud tale. He simply took the heartstone from his pocket and placed it in Silas's hand. The crystal pulsed once, a soft, golden light that illuminated their faces. Leo leaned his head against Silas's shoulder, looking out at the fireflies beginning their dance over the darkening garden. "It was beautiful, grandfather," he whispered, his voice filled with the echoes of shimmering leaves and harmonious hums. "And it needed help. We helped it, my friend and I." Silas didn't press for details. He understood the weight and wonder held in those simple words. He wrapped an arm around Leo's shoulders, the warmth of the heartstone pulsing softly between them. "That's what heartstones do, Leo. They lead us to wonder, and they show us how to tend to it. You listened well. You were brave in the way that matters most." He looked out at the night, a knowing smile on his lips. "The world feels a little brighter tonight, doesn't it?" Leo nodded, snuggling closer. The scent of wood smoke from the cottage chimney mingled with the memory of damp earth and luminous leaves. The gentle pulse of the heartstone was a lullaby against his palm, a reminder of hidden light and unexpected friendship. He had journeyed beyond the veil, faced a fading world, and found his own quiet strength. The mystery was solved, the light restored, and a friendship forged that stretched between worlds. As the stars began to prick through the velvet sky above Bramble Hollow, Leo felt a deep sense of peace, a comfort as warm and encompassing as the blanket his grandmother would soon tuck around him. The adventure was over for now, but the wonder, the connection, and the quiet courage it had kindled within him would glow warmly in his heart, a light to guide him always. The last firefly winked near the porch swing, and Leo closed his eyes, the harmonious hum of a healed, hidden world singing him softly towards sleep. Story 21. The village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley cradled by ancient, whispering pines, where chimney smoke curled like sleepy cats into the twilight sky, and the air always carried the comforting scent of cinnamon and wood smoke. It was a place where cobblestone paths sparkled faintly with embedded moonstones after dusk, and fireflies waltzed in the meadows. Here young Finn lived with his grandfather, a gentle woodcarver whose hands told stories in the grain of oak and maple. Finn loved Willowbrook's quiet magic, so when strange things began to happen, it wasn't fear that stirred him, but a curious flutter in his chest. It started with the vanishing milk. Every morning Farmer Bramble's prize cow, Daisy, would produce buckets of rich, creamy milk. But by noon, the pails set to cool on the stone shelf outside the dairy shed would be empty. Not spilled, not tipped over, just gone. In their place sat a single, perfect dewdrop, shimmering like liquid crystal on a broad oak leaf. Then the baker's famed blueberry tarts began disappearing from their cooling racks, replaced by a sprinkle of fragrant lavender petals. Finally, the village library's oldest, most delicate book, Songs of the Moonlit Moths, vanished from its glass display case. Left behind was a tiny, intricately folded origami star, crafted from silver birch bark. The villagers murmured softly over steaming mugs of chamomile tea. "Peculiar," said Farmer Bramble, scratching his beard. "Polite, though," chuckled Mistress Alara, the baker, leaving gifts like a shy guest. But Finn felt a tug in his heart. He noticed things others missed, tiny, almost invisible tracks like pressed ferns in the soft earth near the dairy shed, a faint scent of damp moss near the bakery window, and a whisper of cool air, like a sigh, lingering near the library case. "Grandfather," Finn said one evening as they sat by the crackling hearth, the scent of pine logs filling the cozy cottage. "Who would take milk, tarts, and a book, but leave such beautiful things behind, and why?" Grandfather set down his whittling knife, the half-formed owl in his hands catching the firelight. His eyes, the color of deep forest pools, held a quiet wisdom. Sometimes, Finn, the heart sees what the eyes overlook. Listen to the gifts left behind. Dewdrops speak of dawn's freshness, lavender of calm seeking, a birch star perhaps of loneliness seeking light. Follow the small signs. And remember, he added, pouring Finn a cup of warm spiced apple cider, kindness is the truest compass in any mystery. Armed with his grandfather's advice, Finn set out the next morning. He went first to the dairy shed, not at noon, but just before dawn. He hid behind a fragrant honeysuckle bush, the air thick with the sweet, sleepy scent of clover and warm earth. As the first rays of sun painted the sky peach and gold, he saw them. Not thieves, but creatures of breathtaking delicacy. 3 small beings, no taller than Finn's hand, slipped silently from the shadow of the great willow tree. They were woven from moonlight and moss, with skin like dappled sunlight on forest streams, and hair that drifted like pale green mist. Their eyes were large, luminous, and filled with a profound sadness. With movements as silent as falling snow, they lifted the heavy pail of milk. Finn gasped softly. They were impossibly strong for their size. One placed the dewdrop leaf carefully on the shelf. Then they vanished into the tall meadow grass, the milk seemingly dissolving with them. Finn followed, his footsteps light on the dew-slicked grass. He tracked the faint path of flattened stems, and the lingering scent of cool stone and wet leaves deep into the whispering woods, a place where ancient trees hummed low secrets and luminous mushrooms glowed softly on the forest floor. He found them near a moss-covered boulder shaped like a sleeping badger. Behind it, hidden by cascading ferns, was a crack in the earth, an entrance to a hidden burrow. A faint, weak cry, like the tinkling of a cracked bell, drifted out. Finn knelt, his heart pounding not with fear, but with concern. "Hello," he called softly, his voice barely a whisper. I saw you take the milk, and the tarts, and the book. My name is Finn." Silence. Then one of the moss-light beings, the smallest, with hair like spun silver, peeked out. Its large eyes held fear, but also a glimmer of desperate hope. It gestured him inside. The burrow was a cavern of incredible beauty. Roots formed arched ceilings hung with glowing lichen. Water trickled down one wall into a clear pool. But in the center, on a bed of soft, luminous moss, lay another being. This one was larger, her form frail, her light dimmed. Beside her lay the missing book, open to an illustration of glowing moths. An empty pail sat nearby, and crumbs of blueberry tart dusted a leaf plate. The air smelled of sickness, a faint sourness beneath the earth and moss. The silver-haired creature, who Finn learned was called Pip, spoke in a voice like rustling leaves and tinkling ice. Our elder willow moss, Pip gestured to the frail being. She grows weak, the cold deep in the earth steals her warmth, the milk, it brings a little strength. The sweet tarts bring a little joy in her fading light. Pip's luminous eyes filled with tears like liquid starlight. The book, she remembers the moonlit moths from her youth. Their light warmed her heart long ago. We wished for her to see them one last time. We took only what we needed and left gifts of thanks, of beauty we could gather. Finn understood. It wasn't theft, it was a desperate act of love. But the milk and tarts weren't healing willow moss. The book offered comfort, but not warmth. He remembered grandfather's words, kindness is the truest compass. And he remembered something else, the wise old badger, Thorn, who lived deep in the whispering woods and knew the secrets of roots and stones. Wait here, Finn said gently. I think I know someone who can help. He raced back to the village, not to accuse, but to gather allies. He found Farmer Bramble, Mistress Alara, and the village librarian, Old Man Hemlock, explaining the plight of the moss folk. Instead of anger, there was only concern. Poor wee things, Mistress Alara murmured, already wrapping warm oatcakes in a cloth. Farmer Bramble filled a small, sturdy jug with the richest cream. Old Man Hemlock carefully selected another book, Warmth of the Hearthstone, its pages radiating a gentle, comforting heat. Then Finn led them all to Thorn's den, a burrow beneath the gnarled roots of the eldest oak, smelling of dried herbs and warm fur. Thorn, his fur silvered with age, his eyes deep and knowing, listened intently. He nodded slowly. The deep chill, he rumbled, his voice like stones rolling together. It steals the inner fire. Milk and cream soothe, but they do not ignite. They need the sunstone lichen. It grows only where the first and last light of day touches the highest crystal caves in the northern crags. He sighed. A long, perilous journey for little folk. Finn's eyes lit up. But not for us, we can go. Farmer Bramble has his sturdy cart, and I know the paths. So, guided by Thorn's precise directions, Finn, Farmer Bramble, Mistress Alara, and Old Man Hemlock journeyed to the northern crags. They climbed paths dusted with glittering quartz, the air growing thin and crisp, smelling of snow and ozone. Finally, in a cave where dawn light fractured through a crystal ceiling, they found it, sunstone lichen, glowing like captured sunlight, radiating a gentle, dry heat. They gathered a careful bundle, its scent like warm honey and stone. Back in the mossfolk burrow, Thorn gently placed a pinch of the glowing lichen onto a smooth stone beside willow moss. Its warmth filled the cavern like a miniature sun, banishing the damp chill. Thorn then showed Pip and the others how to brew a simple tea from the lichen mixed with warmed cream and a drop of honey from Mistress Alara's hives. The scent was earthy, sweet, and profoundly comforting. Willow moss stirred. Color, like the first green of spring, began to seep back into her mossy skin. Her light strengthened, casting soft, dappled patterns on the root ceiling. She opened her eyes, clear and bright now, and smiled, a sight like sunlight breaking through storm clouds. She reached a trembling hand towards the book Warmth of the Hearthstone, its gentle heat mingling with the sunstone lichen's glow. The mystery was solved not with blame, but with compassion and shared effort. The resolution was more surprising and satisfying than anyone imagined. Willow moss recovered fully. The moss folk, no longer needing to take in secret, became cherished friends of Willowbrook. They taught the villagers how to weave moonlight into cloth and coax luminescent mushrooms to bloom in gardens. In return, the villagers shared warm milk, fresh bread, and stories by the hearth. Farmer Bramble always left a pail of cream cooling on the shelf now openly, for Pip to collect. Mistress Alara baked extra lavender honey tarts, knowing they were Willowmoss's favorite. And Old Man Hemlock often found origami stars or pressed, luminous flowers marking pages in his books, left as quiet thank yous. Finn learned that the greatest mysteries are often born of hidden needs, and the truest solutions lie not just in cleverness, but in observing with the heart, seeking wisdom, and extending kindness without hesitation. As he drifted to sleep each night in his little attic room, the scent of wood smoke and pine drifting through the window, he'd smile, thinking of the soft glow of the moss folks burrowed deep in the whispering woods, a gentle light now forever intertwined with the warm hearths of Willowbrook, a testament to friendship found in the quiet solving of a gentle mystery. The valley felt cozier than ever, wrapped in a newfound understanding that even the smallest creatures and the strangest occurrences held a place within its peaceful, magical embrace. Story 22. In the snug little village of Willowbend Hollow, where chimney smoke curled like silver ribbons into the twilight, strange things began happening just as the first frost painted the cobblestones. Young Milo, whose freckles seemed to dance when he smiled, noticed it first. Every morning the blueberry scones cooling on Widow Hester's windowsill vanished without a crumb left behind. Then Old Man Hemlock's prize-winning roses lost every single petal overnight, leaving bare stems shivering in the dawn. Finally, the village well's water turned inexplicably sweet, like liquid honey, though no one had added a drop of anything. Milo, wrapped in a knitted scarf smelling of cedar and cinnamon, decided to investigate. "It's not mischief," he murmured to his shadow, for mischief leaves clues like footprints or laughter. "This is quiet as snowfall." Armed with a notebook and a stubby pencil, he visited each site. At Widow Hester's he found not footprints, but tiny, shimmering scales clinging to the windowsill, glowing faintly like crushed pearls. Beneath Hemlock's roses, the soil felt strangely warm, and the air hummed with a sound like distant wind chimes. By the well, Milo dipped his finger and tasted not just sweetness, but a hint of wildflowers and starlight. Puzzled, Milo sought the wisest soul he knew, Alara, the village librarian, who lived in a cottage shaped like a teapot, steam perpetually wisping from its chimney. Inside, shelves curved like smiles, stacked with books that rustled greetings as Milo entered. Alara, her spectacles perched on silver hair, listened intently. "Ah," she said, pouring mint tea into acorn cups. "Scales like moonlit dewdrops, warm earth humming, starlight water. This sounds like the work of glimmerwings." Seeing Milo's confusion, she pulled a dusty bestiary from a shelf. There, illustrated in faded ink, were creatures no bigger than sparrows, with dragonfly wings and bodies like spun crystal. "Forest sprites," Alara explained. "They thrive on kindness and beauty, but why would they leave the whispering woods?" Milo's eyes widened. "The woods, the lumberjacks started clearing the northern thicket last week." Alara nodded gravely. The sprite's home was being disturbed. That night Milo left offerings where the mysteries occurred. A scone dusted with sugar stars by Widow Hester's sill, a clay cup of well water near Hemlock's roses, and a garland of ivy by the sweetened well. Then, hidden beneath a hawthorn bush, he waited. As the moon rose, painting the village in liquid silver, tiny lights flickered to life. Dozens of glimmerwings descended, their wings chiming softly. They didn't take the scone or garland. Instead, they gathered around the cup of well water, dipping their delicate hands into it. With each sip, their dimming glow brightened like rekindled candles. Milo noticed something else. Their translucent bodies seemed frayed at the edges, their wings drooping. Just then, a sprite brushed against the ivy garland. Where it touched, a tiny tear in the sprite's wing mended itself, seamless as a healed scar. Milo gasped softly. The sprites weren't stealing, they were healing. The blueberry scones, rich with summer's vigor, strengthened them. The rose petals, bursting with color, mended their wings. And the well water, infused with the village's joy, soothed their spirits. But with their woods threatened, their magic was fading, forcing them to seek help here. The next morning, Milo gathered the villagers under the old oak tree. He showed them the scales, described the weary sprites, and explained how the clearing was hurting them. Hemlock stroked his beard. My roses, they were a gift to the sprites. Widow Hester dabbed her eyes. And I scolded the air for stolen scones. Together, they devised a plan. The lumberjacks agreed to halt work. Villagers brought ribbons, polished stones, and saplings to the wood's edge, creating a glimmer grove where the sprites could heal safely. Children sang lullabies so the sprites would know they were welcome. That evening, as fireflies blinked in harmony with the cottage windows, Milo sat by the well. A glimmerwing alighted on his knee, no bigger than a dandelion seed. Its wings, now radiant as stained glass, hummed a melody that smelled of rain and raspberries. Where it touched, a tiny blueberry flower bloomed on Milo's sleeve, a living thank you. The well water returned to normal, but now, whenever kindness was needed most, it would taste inexplicably sweet. Petals reappeared on Hemlock's roses, shimmering with dew that glowed at dawn. And Widow Hester's scones. She began leaving one extra on the sill each night, always found replaced by a perfect maple leaf or a seashell that whispered ocean songs. The mystery hadn't been one of theft, but of silent cries for help, answered not with suspicion, but with open hands and trusting hearts. As Milo drifted to sleep that night, the village sighed contentedly around him, its stones warm, its air humming a lullaby woven from friendship, magic, and the gentle understanding that even the smallest voices deserve to be heard. And in the whispering woods, a new chorus of crystalline chimes joined the wind, singing the village to sleep under a blanket of stars. Story 23. The village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley where twilight lingered like a contented sigh. Cobblestone streets wound past cottages with thatched roofs dusted with moss, their windows glowing with warm lantern light that painted golden puddles on the damp stones. The air always smelled faintly of wood smoke, damp earth, and the sweet, comforting aroma of cinnamon and baking bread drifting from Clara's little bakery. Clara, with flour perpetually dusting her apron and kindness always sparkling in her eyes, was the first to notice the oddness. It began subtly. One crisp autumn morning, she reached for her favorite blue-speckled teacup, the one shaped like a plump acorn, only to find it missing from its usual hook. She chuckled, thinking she'd misplaced it. But later, while kneading dough for her famous moonbeam buns, she realized her special silver measuring spoon, the one engraved with tiny stars, was also gone. Then the next day, Old Man Hemlock's prized brass compass vanished from his windowsill, and young Timmy's lucky river-polished pebble disappeared from his pocket. A quiet murmur rippled through Willowbrook. Not fear exactly, but a gentle puzzlement, like finding a door slightly ajar. Small, seemingly unimportant things were vanishing without a trace. No broken windows, no muddy footprints, just an absence where something cherished used to be. Clara decided to investigate. She wasn't a warrior or a great sorceress. She was a baker who knew the importance of patience and careful observation. She started paying closer attention. Kneading dough by her hearth one evening, she noticed something tiny glinting near the floorboards. Bending down, she saw it wasn't flour, but a minuscule speck of iridescent dust, like crushed starlight. She'd seen similar specks near her missing teacup's hook, and where Timmy swore his pebble had sat. Intrigued, she visited Elder Rowan, the village's wise woman who lived in a cottage woven from living willow branches near the Whispering Brook. Elder Rowan listened, her eyes as deep and knowing as the forest pools. She sipped her nettle tea, the steam curling like ghostly ribbons in the cool air. "Hum," she murmured, her voice like dry leaves rustling. "Vanishing small treasures and stardust trails, that speaks not of malice, Clara, but perhaps of need, or maybe of misunderstanding." She offered Clara a small, smooth stone, cool to the touch. "Hold this moonstone. It won't reveal secrets outright, but it will sharpen your eyes to see what most overlook. Patience and quiet observation are your best tools now." Armed with the moonstone and Elder Rowan's advice, Clara began her gentle watch. She sat very still in her bakery long after closing, the only light the warm embers in her hearth, casting dancing shadows on the walls. She held the moonstone loosely, feeling its cool pulse. The comforting scent of yeast and cinnamon filled the air. Hours passed. Just as her eyelids grew heavy, she saw it. A faint shimmer no bigger than a firefly darted near the hearthstones. Then another, and another. Tiny creatures, barely visible, flitted through the air. They were like miniature beings woven from dust motes and twilight, with wings like spun cobweb and eyes like minuscule, glowing embers. They moved with incredible speed and silence, leaving behind the faintest trail of that iridescent dust. One darted towards the shelf where Clara kept her rolling pin. Not towards the pin itself, but towards the little crock beside it where she stored spare buttons. With surprising effort for such a tiny creature, it lifted a small, pearl-like button almost as big as itself and vanished back down a crack in the hearthstone Clara had never noticed. Dust sprites. Clara remembered Elder Rowan mentioning them once shy, elemental creatures who lived in the hidden corners of hearths and old walls. They were harmless, drawn to small, shiny objects. But why were they taking things now? Clara didn't scare them away. Instead, the next night, she prepared. She baked a batch of extra small honey oat biscuits, each no bigger than her thumbnail, fragrant and golden. She placed one carefully near the crack in the hearthstone, along with a tiny thimble filled with dew she'd collected from spiderwebs at dawn. Then she sat back, holding the moonstone, breathing softly. The dust sprites returned, hesitantly at first, drawn by the sweet scent. One brave sprite zipped down, touched the biscuit, then darted back. Another followed. Soon a small cluster gathered, their faint, chime-like giggles barely audible. They nibbled the biscuit and sipped the dew. Clara saw them clearly now through the moonstone's gentle light, delicate, anxious, but clearly delighted. One sprite, bolder than the rest, fluttered closer to Clara. It pointed a tiny, shimmering arm towards the hearth crack, then made a series of quick, fluttering motions, like something collapsing. It pointed again, urgently. Understanding dawned on Clara. "You're home," she whispered, her voice as soft as falling snow. "Is it damaged?" The sprite nodded frantically, a shower of iridescent dust falling from its tiny head. The mystery unraveled like a ball of warm yarn. The recent heavy autumn rains had seeped into the ancient stones beneath Willowbrook's cottages, weakening the hidden nooks and crannies where the dust sprites nested. Their delicate homes were crumbling. They weren't stealing treasures out of mischief. They were desperately gathering small, sturdy, shiny objects to prop up their collapsing nests. Clara's teacup handle, perfect for a lintel. The measuring spoon, ideal support. The compass, a shiny roof tile. Timmy's pebble, a cornerstone. Clara shared her discovery with the village. There were no accusations, only sympathetic murmurs. Elder Rowan smiled knowingly. They are part of Willowbrook's quiet magic, unseen helpers who keep the hearths warm and the shadows at bay. We must help them rebuild. A gentle, communal effort began. Clara baked mountains of tiny biscuits. Old Man Hemlock, a skilled tinker, fashioned miniature beams and braces from discarded tin and copper scraps. Children, supervised by Timmy, collected smooth, shiny pebbles and bits of polished glass. Late one evening, when the village was quiet, they carefully placed these offerings near known sprite entrances, cracks in hearths, gaps in old walls, hollows in ancient trees. The next morning, the missing items began to reappear. Clara found her acorn teacup and starry spoon neatly placed on her baking table. Old Man Hemlock's compass sat polished on his windowsill. Timmy's lucky pebble was tucked back into his pocket. In their place sometimes was a tiny, perfect wildflower, or a single, impossibly bright berry, or just a small patch of iridescent dust sparkling in the dawn light. The strange vanishings ceased. And if villagers sometimes spotted a faint glimmer near the hearth on a rainy night, or found a tiny, perfectly woven cobweb bridge between two rose bushes, they simply smiled. They knew their unseen neighbors were safe and snug in their rebuilt homes, supported by unexpected kindness and shiny trinkets. Clara, back in her warm bakery, kneading dough under the soft lantern light, often left a tiny biscuit and a thimble of dew near the hearth crack. Sometimes she'd catch a fleeting glimpse of shimmering wings, hear the faintest chime of gratitude, and feel a warmth deeper than the hearth fire. The mystery hadn't been frightening. It had been an invitation to look closer, to understand, and to extend a hand of friendship to the smallest, shyest members of their magical world. And as the fire crackled and the scent of moonbeam buns filled the cozy room, Willowbrook settled back into its peaceful rhythm, a little wiser, a little kinder, and wrapped in the quiet comfort of belonging. Story 24. The last embers in the hearth glowed like captured sunsets, casting long, dancing shadows across the worn rug. Outside, a full moon silvered the world, turning the familiar garden into a landscape of mystery. In a small cottage nestled amongst whispering pines, a child named Sylvie lay tucked beneath a quilt stitched with constellations. Sylvie was often quiet, a listener more than a talker, her heart a deep well of thoughts that sometimes felt too big for her small world. She felt more than saw the vastness beyond her window, a longing for something she couldn't name tugging gently at her spirit. Beside her bed, on a simple wooden nightstand, sat a small, unassuming object. It was a stone smoothed by countless tides, about the size of a robin's egg. Its surface wasn't particularly shiny, nor was it an unusual color, a muted gray flecked with hints of blue and deepest green. It had been a gift from her grandmother, found long ago on a distant, pebbled shore. "It's a listening stone, my dear," Gran had whispered, her eyes crinkling with secrets. "Not for hearing shouts, but for the quiet things, the whispers of the wind, the secrets of roots, the language of moonlight. Hold it close when the world feels too loud or too small." Tonight, Sylvie felt the world was both. She reached out, her fingers closing around the cool, smooth surface of the stone. She held it against her chest, letting its solid weight anchor her. She closed her eyes, not expecting magic, but seeking comfort in its familiar coolness. The crackle of the dying fire, the sigh of the wind in the pines, the distant hoot of an owl, these sounds filled the quiet room. But as she focused on the stone, breathing slowly and deeply, something shifted. The sounds didn't fade, instead they clarified. The wind's sigh wasn't just air moving, it became a low, resonant hum, carrying fragments of conversation Sylvie couldn't quite grasp. The owl's hoot resonated with a deeper wisdom. And beneath it all, faint as spider silk, came a new sound, a tiny, frantic, high-pitched chittering like polished pebbles tumbling together. It seemed to be coming from beneath the floorboards near her window seat. Intrigued, Sylvie slipped out of bed, the listening stone still clutched tightly. The worn wooden floor was cool beneath her bare feet. She knelt by the window seat, pressing her ear to the gap between the floorboards. The chittering was clearer now, laced with unmistakable distress. Stuck, oh, twigs and thistles, stuck, can't reach the key, the moon door won't open without the key, the light is fading, fading. Sylvie gasped softly. The voice wasn't human, yet the meaning was clear, conveyed not just in sound, but in a wave of feeling that washed over her through the stone. Someone tiny was trapped, and they needed a key to open something called the moon door. Without thinking, Sylvie whispered into the gap, "Hello, are you all right? Can I help?" The chittering stopped abruptly. A moment of profound silence followed, filled only by Sylvie's own heartbeat thudding against the stone. Then a small, tremulous voice filtered up, tinged with awe and suspicion. You hear, with the stone, you have the listening stone." "Yes," Sylvie breathed. "My gran gave it to me. You sound stuck. Where are you? What key?" Below, in the root hollows, my foot, caught in a tangle of old yarn, dropped the key. It's silver, shaped like a crescent moon. Without it, the moon door won't open at the height of the moonlight, and the glimmer path will fade. I'll be trapped here until the next full moon. The voice rose in panic again. Sylvie's mind raced. Root hollows. Beneath her cottage. She knew there were old mouse tunnels, perhaps spaces where the foundation stones met the earth. But a whole hollow. And a moon door. The world suddenly felt much larger and stranger. The stone pulsed warmly in her hand, a gentle reassurance. "I'll help," she said firmly, the quiet determination surprising even her. "Show me how to get down." With careful instructions whispered through the gap, guided by the amplifying power of the listening stone, Sylvie discovered a loose floorboard near the skirting. Prizing it up revealed not darkness, but a faint, silvery luminescence drifting upwards. A ladder woven from tough, flexible roots and vines descended into the glow. Taking a deep breath, Sylvie pocketed the listening stone, its comforting weight a promise, and climbed down. The air below was cool and damp, smelling richly of earth, moss, and something sweet, like crushed wildflowers. The root hollow was not a cramped tunnel, but a surprisingly spacious chamber. The walls and ceiling were a complex latticework of gnarled tree roots, thick as Sylvie's arm, glowing softly with a bioluminescent fungus that painted everything in shades of silver and pale green. Tiny, luminous mushrooms dotted the earthen floor like fallen stars. In the center of the chamber stood a door unlike any Sylvie had ever seen. It seemed formed from living wood and polished moonstone, intricately carved with scenes of constellations and running deer. But it was firmly shut. Near its base, tangled hopelessly in a thick skein of faded, rainbow-colored yarn, likely dropped by a mouse long ago, was the source of the voice. Sylvie blinked. The creature was about the size of a large squirrel, but far more delicate. It had sleek pine-marten-like fur the color of twilight, large, luminous eyes like polished amber, and tufted ears that currently drooped in despair. Its tiny hands were desperately trying to pry a slender, silver-threaded root from the yarn snare, trapping its hind foot. "Oh," Sylvie exclaimed softly, crouching down. "You're—" "Pip," the creature supplied, its large eyes wide as it took in Sylvie's size. "And you're big," it sounded both terrified and fascinated. "I'm Sylvie," she said gently. "Let me help you with that." Her fingers, though larger, were nimble. Carefully, patiently, she worked to untangle the silky yarn from Pip's fur and the root. Pip watched, trembling slightly, but didn't flinch. "The key?" Sylvie asked as the last strand came free. Pip scrambled up, wincing but testing his foot. "I dropped it when I fell, over there near the thrumming root." He pointed a tiny claw towards a particularly large, ancient-looking root that pulsed with a deep, resonant, almost musical vibration Sylvie could feel through the soles of her feet. Sylvie scanned the mossy floor. The silvery light made everything glow, but details were soft. Then a glint. Nestled against the thrumming root, half hidden by a cluster of luminous blue mushrooms, was a small, perfect crescent moon, wrought from what looked like solid moonlight itself. She picked it up. It was cool and surprisingly heavy for its size, humming faintly with contained energy. Yes, the moon key, Pip scampered over, relief washing over his small face. Quickly, the moon is nearing its zenith. The door must open now. Pip hopped onto Sylvie's shoulder, his tiny claws gripping her nightgown gently. Place the key in the center where the full moon carving is missing its crescent, he instructed, his voice urgent. Sylvie stepped towards the magnificent door. The missing piece in the central full moon carving was indeed a perfect crescent shape. With a sense of reverence, she slotted the moon key into place. It clicked, a sound like a tiny bell chiming deep within the earth. The carvings on the door flared with brilliant silver light. The living wood groaned softly, and the door swung inwards, not onto more earth, but onto a breathtaking vista. Beyond the threshold stretched the glimmer path. It wasn't a physical path, but a ribbon of condensed moonlight flowing through an impossibly vast, subterranean landscape. Bioluminescent forests of giant fungi towered like enchanted trees, their caps glowing in soft pinks, blues, and greens. Rivers of liquid starlight wound through valleys carpeted in luminous moss. Crystals the size of houses jutted from the earth, refracting the moonlight into dazzling rainbows that danced across cavern walls, soaring high into unseen darkness. The air hummed with the music of unseen crickets and the gentle chime of crystal leaves. It was a hidden world, vibrant and alive, bathed in eternal moonlight. The realm of Lumen, Pip breathed, awe softening his voice. Home. It's beautiful, Sylvie whispered, utterly enchanted. The listening stone in her pocket felt warm, resonating with the energy of this place. I need to get to the shimmering glade, Pip said, pointing a tiny paw towards a distant grove where the light seemed particularly concentrated, pulsing gently. Before the zenith light fades, it's the only time the moon petals bloom, and their pollen is needed to mend the weave. The weave? Sylvie asked, stepping cautiously onto the glimmer path. It felt solid yet yielding, like walking on cool, soft light. The energy that connects everything in Lumen, Pip explained as they moved swiftly along the luminous ribbon. Like roots connect trees or stars connect the sky, but something's fraying, a shadow nibbler perhaps, or just old age. The moon petal pollen strengthens it, but the bloom is brief, only under the highest moon's light. Their journey through Lumen was a wonder. They passed colonies of glowing beetles moving in intricate patterns, their shells like tiny lanterns. Shy, furry creatures with eyes like opals peered from behind giant toadstools. Winged beings no larger than butterflies but shaped like tiny dragons zipped through the air, leaving trails of sparkling dust. The air was filled with soft chimes, hums, and the gentle rustling of luminous leaves. Sylvie felt a profound sense of peace, yet also the urgency of Pip's mission. The glimmer path seemed to sense their purpose, carrying them faster towards the glowing grove. As they neared the shimmering glade, however, the light began to subtly dim. The zenith was passing. Pip chittered anxiously. Faster, the petals are closing. They burst into the glade. It was filled with flowers unlike any Sylvie had imagined. Moon petals were large, translucent blooms that seemed spun from solidified moonlight. As the highest point of the moon passed overhead, visible through a vast opening in the cavern roof far above, the petals began to slowly furl, their intense silvery light dimming. Quickly, the pollen, Pip leaped from Sylvie's shoulder and darted towards the nearest bloom. He produced a tiny, iridescent pod from a pouch at his side, trying to catch the shimmering dust drifting from the closing petals. But the pollen was elusive, drifting away like captured starlight. Pip jumped and strained, but he was too small, and the petals were closing fast. The light was fading rapidly. Sylvie didn't hesitate. Remembering the listening stone, she pulled it from her pocket. Holding it up, she didn't just look at the fading moon petal, she listened to it. Through the stone, she heard its gentle song, a lament for the fading light. She felt its rhythm, and she understood. It wasn't about grabbing, it was about harmonizing. Taking a deep breath, Sylvie began to hum. It was a soft, wordless melody, not planned but flowing from her heart, guided by the stone's connection to the world's quiet song. She hummed to the rhythm of the thrumming root, to the sigh of the luminous forests, to the fading song of the moon petal itself. Pip stared, transfixed. As Sylvie hummed, something miraculous happened. The drifting pollen, instead of scattering, began to swirl gently, drawn towards the vibration of her voice and the resonance of the listening stone. It gathered in a slow, swirling vortex of silver light, coalescing above the pod Pip held open. With a final soft sigh, the last moon petal closed just as the zenith light waned completely. But Pip's pod was full to the brim with glowing, captured moonlight pollen. You sang to it, Pip whispered, his amber eyes wide with wonder. You sang the pollen home. Sylvie lowered the stone, her heart pounding with a strange mixture of exhilaration and peace. The stone, it helped me listen, to understand. Come, Pip urged, carefully sealing the precious pod. To the heartroot we must mend the weave before the fraying spreads. Their journey now led deeper, away from the open caverns, into tunnels lined with veins of glowing crystal. The air grew warmer, filled with a deep, resonant pulsing sound. Finally, they entered a vast chamber dominated by a single, colossal root. It was the heartroot, easily as wide as Sylvie's cottage, plunging from the unseen heights above deep into the earth below. Its surface shimmered with intricate patterns of light, but Sylvie could see it faint, dark tendrils like cracks marring the luminous patterns, spreading slowly. A sense of unease, a discordant note, hummed in the air. Near the base of the heartroot stood several other Lumensians creatures similar to Pip, but slightly larger, with fur of deeper blues and silvers, their expressions grave. They held tools of crystal and polished wood, but their postures spoke of helplessness as they watched the dark tendrils spread. Elders, Pip called, scampering forward. I have the pollen, and I brought help. The elders turned, their luminous eyes widening at the sight of Sylvie. Suspicion warred with desperate hope. One with a long silver beard woven with glowing threads stepped forward. A surface child with the listening stone, this is unexpected. The weave is delicate, child, the fraying is deep. Sylvie felt small under their gaze, but the warmth of the stone in her hand and Pip's trusting presence beside her gave her courage. She remembered the moon petal, the power of harmony. I can help, she said, her voice surprisingly steady. I listen to the moon petal. Maybe I can listen to the weave. The elders exchanged glances filled with ancient knowledge and uncertainty. The silver-bearded elder nodded slowly, his eyes thoughtful. The stone chooses its bearer wisely. If it guided you here and guided the pollen, perhaps it can guide us now. Show us, child of the surface. Listen. Sylvie approached the massive heartroot. She placed her free hand against its warm, vibrating surface. It felt alive, like the slow, powerful heartbeat of the earth itself. But within that steady pulse, she felt the discord's sharp, jagged notes of pain where the dark tendrils spread. Closing her eyes, she pressed the listening stone against the root beside her hand. She focused not just on hearing, but on feeling the rhythm, the song of the heartroot, seeking the source of the disharmony. Images flickered in her mind, guided by the stone, not a shadow nibbler, but a deep, grinding pressure far below, a shift in ancient stones, causing a fault that vibrated wrong against the heartroot's natural frequency. It wasn't malice but geology, yet it was tearing at the luminous weave. "It's pressure," Sylvie murmured, her voice distant as she listened deeper. "Deep down, like stones grinding, wrong, it's hurting the song." She concentrated, pouring her empathy through the stone, sending waves of calm, of harmony, towards the dissonance. She hummed again the same wordless melody, but deeper, slower, resonating with the fundamental pulse of the heartroot, seeking to soothe the jagged vibration. For a long moment, nothing happened. The elders watched, holding their breath. Pip clutched the pod of pollen tightly. Then, a faint shimmer ran through the dark tendrils. They didn't vanish, but their advance slowed, then halted. The jagged feeling softened, smoothed out by the resonant calm Sylvie, and the stone projected. "Now, Pip," the silver elder commanded, his voice filled with renewed hope. Pip scrambled forward, carefully opening the iridescent pod. He didn't scatter the pollen. Instead, he held it aloft near the affected areas. Sylvie, still humming, still channeling harmony through the listening stone, focused her intention. As Pip released the glowing pollen, it didn't drift aimlessly. It flowed like liquid light, drawn directly to the weakened, frayed lines of the luminous weave on the heartroot. Where it touched, the dark tendrils dissolved like smoke in sunlight. The shimmering patterns flared brightly, knitting together, stronger, more vibrant than before. The discordant hum faded, replaced by a deep, pure, resonant tone that filled the chamber with profound peace. A collective sigh, like the wind through 1,000 leaves, rose from the gathered Lumensians. The elders bowed deeply towards Sylvie, their eyes shining with gratitude and newfound respect. Pip beamed, bouncing with joy. "You did it, Sylvie. You mended the weave." Sylvie lowered her hand and the stone, feeling a deep weariness mixed with incredible warmth. She hadn't just helped, she had connected, truly connected, with a hidden world and its heart. The vastness she'd felt earlier hadn't shrunk. Instead, her own world had expanded to include this magical place. She no longer felt small or insignificant. She felt woven into something vast and beautiful. "The debt of Lumen is great," Sylvie of the surface, the silver elder intoned. "You wielded the stone not for power, but for listening. You brought harmony where there was discord. You are ever welcome beneath the moonlit roots." The journey back along the glimmer path was slower, filled with quiet wonder. Lumensians they passed bowed or waved, their earlier suspicion replaced by warm recognition. Pip rode contentedly on Sylvie's shoulder, chattering softly about the restored weave and the upcoming Starfall festival. As they reached the moon door near the root hollow beneath Sylvie's cottage, the silvery light of the path was gently fading, mirroring the waning moon above. Pip hopped down. "The door will seal until next full moon," he said, a touch of sadness in his voice. "But the path in your heart remains open, Sylvie. Hold the listening stone, and you'll always hear the whisper of Lumen, the hum of the heartroot." He nuzzled her hand gently. "Thank you for hearing me, for being my friend." "Thank you, Pip," Sylvie whispered, her heart full, "for showing me the hidden light." With a final, soft chime, the moon door closed, the intricate carvings dimming. Sylvie climbed the root ladder back into her familiar room. The fire was just embers now, the moonlight slanting differently through the window. She placed the listening stone back on her nightstand. It looked just the same, a simple gray stone flecked with blue and green. But Sylvie knew its truth. It was a bridge. A key not just to hidden doors, but to hidden parts of herself, her courage, her empathy, her ability to truly listen and harmonize. She climbed back into bed, pulling the quilt up. The world outside her window no longer felt vast and unknowable. It felt intimately connected, layered with secret wonders. She felt different. Not bigger, but deeper. Filled with the echoes of luminous forests, the resonance of the heartroot, and the warmth of an impossible friendship. As sleep began to gently pull her under, Sylvie smiled. She wasn't just Sylvie anymore. She was Sylvie who had walked the glimmer path. Sylvie who had sung to the moon petals. Sylvie who had mended the weave. And she knew, holding the quiet certainty close like the warmth of the stone, that her own inner light, once feeling small, now glowed with a newfound strength and connection, as enduring and beautiful as the hidden world beneath the whispering pines. The last ember in the hearth crackled softly, a comforting counterpoint to the deep, resonant hum of the earth beneath her, a lullaby sung by the mended heart of a hidden world, soothing her into peaceful dreams filled with silver light and the gentle chitter of a twilight-colored friend. Story 25. The little village of Hearthglen, nestled in the Willowwood Valley, was a place woven from comfort. Cobblestone streets glistened after gentle rains, cottage windows glowed with warm, buttery light in the evenings, and the air always carried the scent of wood smoke, baking bread, and the sweet wildflowers that bloomed year-round. Young Anya, with her perpetually curious eyes and a head full of chestnut braids, loved her home fiercely. But lately Hearthglen held a whisper of strangeness that tickled her senses. It began subtly. Old Mrs. Gabe, famous for her prize-winning lavender scones, awoke one misty Tuesday to find her entire batch of perfectly measured sugar had vanished from its blue ceramic jar overnight. Not a single crystal remained. Then Farmer Hemlock discovered his prized copper watering can, always hanging by his sunflower patch, had disappeared only to reappear 2 days later, polished to a brilliant shine, sitting neatly on his doorstep at dawn. Next, the baker, Master Bram, whose cinnamon rolls were legendary, found his special jar of star anise essential for his secret recipe completely empty. No spills, no trails, just gone. The villagers murmured. Not with fear, but with a puzzled curiosity that ruffled the usual peace like a soft breeze through curtains. Mischievous sprites, suggested the blacksmith, polishing a horseshoe. Perhaps the wind spirits are playing tricks, wondered the weaver, her fingers never pausing on her loom. Anya listened intently, her brow furrowed. She noticed things others sometimes overlooked. Like the faint, sweet scent of crushed blueberries near Mrs. Gable's sugar jar, or the unusual pattern of dew drops on the path leading away from Farmer Hemlock's door, drops that shimmered with a faint, internal light. And near Master Bram's bakery door, she spotted a single, impossibly tiny, silver-blue feather caught on a cobweb. Determined to solve the gentle mystery, Anya sought out the wisest soul she knew, Master Bram himself. He wasn't just a baker, he possessed a quiet wisdom as deep as his kneading troughs. His kitchen was a sanctuary of warmth, filled with the yeasty perfume of rising dough and the comforting crackle of the brick oven. Bram listened to Anya's observations, the blueberries, the glowing dew, the feather, while thoughtfully shaping a loaf of rye bread. He rumbled, his voice like warm gravel. Blueberries do that, shines a feather like starlight, Anya, my dear. These aren't the signs of mischief, but perhaps of haste or generosity misplaced. He wiped floury hands on his apron. The Willowwood holds many secrets, and its smallest inhabitants often have the biggest hearts, though they express them in ways we might not understand at first. Patience and careful watching, like waiting for the perfect rise, are key. He suggested Anya spend some quiet time near the whispering stones at the edge of the village green, where the veil between the ordinary and the subtly magical was said to be thin. Take nothing but your eyes and your kindness, he advised, handing her a still-warm honey oat biscuit. And perhaps a little patience. That evening, as dusk painted the sky in lavender and peach, Anya settled beneath the ancient, moss-draped willow tree beside the smooth, gray whispering stones. She sat very still, munching her biscuit, her senses wide open. She listened to the cheer-up of crickets, the rustle of leaves, and the gentle gurgle of the nearby brook. She watched fireflies begin their lantern dance. And she waited. Just as the first stars pricked the darkening blue, she saw it. A faint, flickering light, no bigger than a dandelion seed, darting near the base of the largest stone. Then another, and another. Soon a dozen tiny lights wove through the air, leaving faint trails like miniature comets. They weren't fireflies, their light was cooler, silvery blue. Anya held her breath. Following the lights with her eyes, she saw them converge near a cluster of moon-pale mushrooms. As her eyes adjusted, she saw the creatures responsible. They were tiny, no taller than her thumb, with slender, shimmering limbs and large, luminous eyes like polished moonstones. Their delicate wings hummed softly, like the vibration of a plucked harp string, and they were covered in the softest down of silver-blue feathers. Lumisprites. Master Bram had spoken of them in stories: shy, nocturnal creatures who loved shiny things and sweet things, guardians of forgotten corners and gentle dreams. But what were they doing? Anya watched, enchanted. The Lumisprites were buzzing frantically around a small, carefully constructed structure hidden amongst the roots of the willow. It was a miniature house, crafted with astonishing skill from polished pebbles, bits of smooth bark, and Farmer Hemlock's gleaming copper watering can, turned on its side to form a curved roof. Inside, Anya could just make out Mrs. Gable's blue sugar jar, now filled with glowing dewdrops that pulsed softly, illuminating the tiny space. And perched precariously on a twig beside the entrance was Master Bram's empty star anise jar. The pieces clicked together in Anya's mind like the tumblers of a well-oiled lock. The Lumisprites hadn't been stealing, they had been borrowing. They were building something beautiful, a tiny haven. They needed the shiny copper for its luster, the sugar, attracted by its sweetness, perhaps mistaking it for concentrated nectar, for something, and the star anise jar. Its intricate star-shaped lid must have seemed like a perfect decoration, a tiny chandelier perhaps. The blueberries near Mrs. Gable's jar were probably remnants of their own feast, accidentally dropped. They weren't thieves, they were architects, working feverishly under the moonlight, utterly unaware they were causing a stir in the village above. Their haste explained the vanishing items they worked quickly under cover of darkness. Their glowing dew explained the trails Anya had seen. Anya felt a wave of warmth wash over her. The mystery wasn't sinister, it was sweet. But how could she help them finish their project without frightening them, and return the borrowed items to their slightly bewildered owners? She remembered Master Bram's words, kindness. She crept away silently and returned just before dawn, carrying 3 small offerings. She placed a tiny, polished seashell near the copper roof, shinier than the watering can. She left a small thimble filled with pure, golden honey beside the sugar, jar far sweeter than sugar. And she carefully balanced a perfect, tiny acorn cap, its inside smooth and golden brown, next to the star anise jar, a beautiful, natural replacement lid. Then she retreated to the whispering stones and waited, hidden. As the first rays of dawn painted the sky pink, the Lumisprites emerged from their nearly finished dwelling. They buzzed around Anya's offerings with excited chirps and trills. They examined the seashell, its pearly interior catching the light, and seemed to agree it was superior to the copper. They dipped tiny fingers into the honey and did delighted little flips in the air. And the acorn cap fit the star anise jar perfectly, looking like a miniature crown. Working with astonishing speed, they removed the borrowed items. The watering can was carefully carried, with much effort from a dozen sprites, and placed gently back near Farmer Hemlock's sunflowers just as he stepped outside, scratching his head. The sugar jar, emptied of its glowing dew, reappeared on Mrs. Gable's windowsill. And the star anise jar, now sporting its acorn cap, was left on Master Bram's bakery step. In their place, nestled amongst the willow roots where the tiny house stood, Anya found 3 perfect gifts. A small, smooth river stone that pulsed with a gentle, inner warmth when held. A single crystallized drop of honeycomb, glowing like amber. and a tiny, intricate wreath woven from silver-blue feathers and dewdrop-laden spider silk, cool and beautiful to the touch. Anya showed Master Bram her treasures and explained everything. The wise baker chuckled, his eyes twinkling. Ah, Lumisprites, generous souls, easily dazzled by simple things. They must have been building a nursery for their young ones, needing the best they could find. They returned what they borrowed and thanked you most splendidly. He shared the story with the villagers. Mrs. Gable laughed, delighted, and vowed to leave out a tiny saucer of sugar occasionally. Farmer Hemlock polished his watering can extra brightly, hoping the sprites might admire it again. And Master Bram. He incorporated the crystal honey drop into his special recipe, creating cinnamon rolls that shimmered faintly with an inner light and tasted like pure, sweet starlight, a sensation impossible to describe but utterly wonderful. The gentle mystery of Hearthglen was solved, not with suspicion, but with quiet observation and a heart open to wonder. Anya learned that sometimes, what seems lost is merely part of a story unfolding just out of sight, and that the smallest creatures often have the grandest intentions. She kept the warm stone in her pocket, the feather wreath on her windowsill, and the memory of the Lumisprite's silvery light close to her heart. And whenever the fireflies danced in the twilight, she smiled, knowing that deep in the Willowwood, under the watchful gaze of the moon, tiny architects were building dreams, their silvery wings humming a quiet lullaby to the sleeping world. All was peaceful, all was understood, and Hearthglen settled back into its cozy rhythm, its secret now a shared warmth, like the comforting glow of the bakery oven on a cool evening. The world was full of gentle wonders, Anya thought as she drifted to sleep, listening to the familiar creak of her house settling, and that was the most comforting mystery of all. Story 26. The velvet darkness of space stretched endlessly, punctuated only by the distant, cold glitter of unfamiliar stars. Inside the humming, softly lit cabin of the Stardust Weaver, a small exploratory vessel shaped like a delicate seed pod, Kaelin floated. Their body, a collection of iridescent, semi-transparent membranes held together by subtle bioluminescence, pulsed with gentle, anxious light. Kaelin hailed from the nebula of whispers, a being of pure energy and thought, accustomed to vast, silent voids, not the jarring solidity of planets. Their mission, to catalog rare crystalline formations. Yet loneliness, a heavy, unfamiliar sensation, pressed upon them. Their kind communicated through light patterns, a silent symphony lost in the metallic corridors of the ship. Their scanners pinged urgently, highlighting an uncharted world cloaked in swirling emerald mists. Verdantia. Descending through the atmosphere felt like plunging into a warm, living sea. Below, the planet wasn't rock and metal, but a tapestry of colossal, interconnected moss forests, glowing softly from within, breathing out fragrant, humid air that smelled of rain and sweet earth. Kaelin landed the Stardust Weaver in a clearing, the ship settling onto the springy, resilient moss with a soft sigh. Venturing out in a protective environmental suit that mimicked their form, Kaelin extended delicate, light-tipped appendages towards a cluster of glowing blue crystals embedded in a nearby moss mound. As they carefully extracted a sample with a hum of focused energy, a deep, rumbling growl vibrated through the ground. Kaelin spun, light flaring in alarm. Before them stood Borin. He was easily 3 times Kaelin's height, his body resembling a sturdy, ancient oak tree given life. Bark-like skin, deeply grooved in warm brown, covered powerful limbs ending in broad, root-like hands and feet. Moss and tiny, bioluminescent flowers grew along his shoulders and back. His eyes, like polished amber set deep in his wooden face, burned with fierce protectiveness. He thumped the ground, making the moss tremble. Thief. Borin's voice was like stones grinding together, a language formed from deep vibrations Kaelin's translator struggled with. You steal the heart-blood of Verdantia. He gestured angrily at the crystals in Kaelin's appendage. Kaelin pulsed rapidly, patterns of confused indigo and startled yellow flickering across their form. And no, not steal, study, understand for knowledge. Their synthesized voice sounded thin and artificial compared to Boren's resonant tones. They projected an image of a star chart, hoping to explain. Boren saw only flashing lights and heard strange sounds. He misinterpreted the projection as an attack or a taunt. Tricks, you pollute the quiet. He took a heavy step forward, causing Kalen to shrink back, light dimming with fear. Leave this place, sky glimmer, or be rooted out. Kalen retreated hastily to the Stardust Weaver, their light dimmed to a mournful gray. The misunderstanding was profound. Boren saw a thief desecrating sacred life stones. Kalen saw only a fascinating geological specimen and a hostile, incomprehensible giant. Their loneliness deepened into a sharp ache. Fate, however, had other plans. That night a violent tremor shook Verdantia, a deep planetary shift, rare but known to the Verdantians. Kalen, monitoring from the ship, saw the seismic readings spike dangerously near Boren's dwelling mound. Simultaneously, their sensors picked up a distress signal not electronic, but a deep, resonant, pulsing vibration echoing through the planet's very roots. It was a sound of pure panic and pain. Boren. Driven by an instinct deeper than protocol, Kalen launched the Stardust Weaver towards the source. They found Boren trapped. A section of the massive root cave he called home had collapsed during the tremor, pinning one of his thick legs beneath fallen crystalline structures and dense, tangled moss roots. He struggled, his amber eyes wide with pain and frustration, the earlier anger replaced by helplessness. Seeing the shimmering form of the Stardust Weaver descend, he groaned, expecting mockery or worse. But Kalen acted swiftly. Extending manipulator arms from the ship, they didn't try to lift the impossible weight-crushing Boren. Instead, with precise energy bursts, they carefully vaporized the smaller, unstable crystalline shards pinning him. It was delicate work, requiring focus Kalen hadn't known they possessed outside of lab analysis. They projected calming, steady blue light patterns, hoping to soothe. Boren, feeling the pressure lessen incrementally, watched the strange sky glimmer work. He saw no malice, only intense concentration. The flashing lights weren't attacks, but effort. Focus. Help. When a particularly tricky shard threatened to shift dangerously, Kalen used a low-powered tractor beam from the ship, not to pull Boren, but to stabilize the debris. Boren felt the subtle shift, the prevention of further injury. A grunt of surprised gratitude escaped him. Finally, with a heave and a shower of glowing moss dust, Boren pulled his leg free. It was bruised and scraped, but not broken. He sat heavily, breathing hard, looking up at the hovering Stardust Weaver. Kalen landed nearby and emerged, their light now a tentative, questioning pale green. Silence hung thick, filled only by Verdantia's nocturnal hum. Boren broke it, his voice rough but lacking its earlier fury. You helped, why? Kalen pulsed softly. You hurt, needed help, wrong before about crystals. They projected an image again, this time not a star chart, but a simple diagram showing crystals on Verdantia, then crystals in a lab, then data flowing outwards. Study to learn to share, not steal, heart blood, sacred, we have different hearts. They pulsed a gentle, rhythmic light, mimicking the slow beat they sensed within the planet itself. Boren stared, his amber eyes thoughtful. He reached out a massive, bark-covered hand and gently touched a nearby cluster of the blue crystals. They glowed softly in response. Heart blood, he rumbled. Life flows through them, connects all Verdantia, feel it. He placed his hand flat on the moss, closing his eyes. A deep, resonant hum emanated from him, making the moss vibrate and the crystals pulse brighter. Tentatively, Kalen extended a light-tipped appendage, touching the moss near Boren's hand. They focused not with scanners, but with their own innate energy sense. And they felt it, a vast, slow, powerful network of energy flowing beneath them, connecting the moss, the trees, the crystals, Boren himself. It wasn't data, it was life. Warm, ancient, and profoundly interconnected. Their light flared with astonished gold and soft violet. Feel connection strong, beautiful, not just crystals. The misunderstanding dissolved like mist under a morning sun. Boren understood Kalen's purpose wasn't theft, but a different kind of reverence. Kalen understood the crystals weren't just minerals, but vital nodes in Verdanche's living tapestry. They were alien, yes, but both had acted from care. Boren for his world, Kalen for knowledge. Both had been alone in their own ways. Their shared challenge forged a fragile bond. Kalen used their ship's medical scanners to assess Boren's leg, applying a soothing biogel. Boren in turn showed Kalen the hidden wonders of Verdanche, the singing moss falls, the groves where light blooms opened at dusk like living lanterns, the deep, quiet pools reflecting the swirling emerald sky. Kalen learned to listen with their energy sense, feeling the planet's pulse. Boren learned to interpret Kalen's light patterns, finding meaning in the shifting hues. He even gave Kalen a Verdanchian name, Sky Touch. One evening, as they sat near a luminous pool, Kalen's ship systems suddenly blared an alarm. A critical energy conduit had fractured during the earlier seismic event. Without it, the Stardust Weaver couldn't generate the power needed to leave orbit. Kalen pulsed frantic red and white. Stranded. The vastness of space, once familiar, now felt like a prison without the means to traverse it. Boren saw the distress in Kalen's flickering light. He placed a heavy hand on the ship's warm hull, feeling the unnatural silence where the hum should be. Skytouch needs sky power, he rumbled thoughtfully. He looked at the glowing blue crystals embedded in the moss around them, then back at the ship. Heart blood, strong life, maybe strong power. It was a leap, a connection born of their newfound understanding. Kalen, desperate, considered it. Their technology was advanced, but Verdanche's energy was primal, organic. Could it interface? Together, they devised a plan. Boren carefully harvested specific, mature crystals known for their stable energy flow. Kalen, working with incredible delicacy, fashioned crude but functional connectors from ship scrap and resilient moss fibers, guided by Boren's knowledge of natural conduits. They worked through the Verdanchian night, the ship illuminated only by their combined glow, Kalen's soft luminescence and the pulsing blue of the crystals. There were setbacks, a connector sparked and failed, a crystal's energy proved too volatile. Boren offered calming vibrations, Kalen offered precise adjustments. Their communication was a blend of light patterns, rumbling sounds, gestures, and a deep, growing sense of trust. Finally, they connected the network of heart-blood crystals to the ship's main energy intake. Kalen initiated the transfer sequence. For a tense moment, nothing happened. Then a deep, resonant hum, different from the ship's usual sound warmer, more organic, began to pulse through the Stardust Weaver. Lights flickered back on, consoles glowed steadily. The power reading stabilized, not at peak efficiency, but strong and steady. The ship was alive, powered by the heart of Verdanche itself. Kalen pulsed with brilliant, joyous gold and silver. Boren let out a booming laugh that shook nearby leaves. They had done it. Together. The day came for Kalen to leave. The atmosphere was bittersweet. They stood beside the Stardust Weaver, now repaired and humming with borrowed life. Kalen projected complex, swirling patterns of gratitude, sorrow, and friendship, blues, greens, and warm golds flowing like liquid starlight. Boren understood. He reached out and gently touched Kalen's shimmering form. It felt warm like sunlight on moss. Skytouch carries piece of Verdentia's heart now, he rumbled softly. And Boren carries Skytouch's light. He pointed a thick finger towards the swirling emerald sky. Go, share the story, tell of the moss world and the tree being, tell of friends found in strange places. Kalen pulsed softly. We'll remember always connection, not just power, heart connection. They projected an image, Boren standing tall under the green sky, and beside him, a shimmering echo of Kalen's light form. Friendship, strongest energy. As the Stardust Weaver lifted gently on a cushion of verdant energy, Boren watched it rise. It wasn't a strange, threatening glimmer anymore. It was Skytouch, his friend, carrying a piece of his world home. Kalen, gazing down at the shrinking emerald planet, no longer felt the vast emptiness of space. They felt the warm, resonant hum of Boren's friendship resonating within them, a constant, comforting pulse against the velvet darkness. They had journeyed seeking crystals, but discovered something infinitely more precious, the true meaning of connection, the enduring warmth of an unlikely friendship forged in misunderstanding, tested by challenge, and illuminated by mutual support. The universe, they realized, wasn't just cold stars and empty voids. It was filled with potential for such light, waiting to be found, one shared challenge, one act of understanding at a time. And that knowledge, like the gentle glow of the heart-blood crystals now powering their journey home, filled them with a profound and peaceful warmth. Story 27. Deep in the heart of the Whisperwood, where sunlight filtered through the emerald canopy like liquid gold and the air hummed with the quiet music of unseen wings, lived a world most humans never glimpsed. Here the moss grew thick and soft as velvet, carpeting the gnarled roots of ancient oaks that stood like wise, silent sentinels. The air always carried a scent: damp earth, crushed pine needles, and the faint, sweet perfume of hidden night-blooming flowers. This was a place where reality softened at the edges, where magic was as natural as the rain and as gentle as a falling leaf. Among the sprawling roots of the eldest oak, known as Silas to the creatures who revered him, lived a small hedgehog named Thistle. Thistle was known for his boundless curiosity and his soft, brown eyes that missed little. His home was a cozy burrow lined with fragrant dried ferns, and guarded by a curtain of shimmering maidenhair ferns. He spent his days exploring the dappled clearings, his tiny claws clicking softly on smooth stones, his nose twitching at the symphony of scents, the tang of wild garlic, the rich sweetness of ripe blackberries warmed by the sun, the cool, clean smell of the nearby silver thread stream. The Whisperwood thrived on a delicate, ancient harmony. The fireflies weren't just insects. They were tiny lantern-bearers who painted constellations on the forest floor during the deep summer nights. The squirrels, like nimble acrobats named Pip and Saffron, didn't merely gather nuts. They were the forest's gardeners, carefully burying seeds chosen by the trees themselves. The badgers, slow and deliberate, were the earth tenders, their powerful claws aerating the soil and ensuring the roots could breathe. Even the wind played its part, whispering secrets through the leaves, carrying pollen on its breath, and rustling the tall grasses in gentle waves. This harmony was most profoundly tied to the turning of the seasons, marked by magical phenomena known as the grand shifts. The shift wasn't a single moment, but a slow, beautiful unfolding, guided by the wisdom of generations, passed down through stories told under Silas's vast canopy. One crisp autumn morning, Thistle noticed something unusual. The air, usually carrying the rich, smoky scent of falling leaves, held a sharper, colder bite than usual. The fiery reds and golds of the maples seemed duller, and the silver thread stream gurgled with an anxious note. Most tellingly, the grandmother spider, Agatha, whose intricate web spanned the lower branches and glistened with morning dew like necklaces of diamonds, seemed troubled. Her usually precise movements were hesitant, her 8 eyes clouded with worry. "Grandmother Agatha," Thistle asked softly, approaching her shimmering web, careful not to disturb its delicate symmetry. The air feels wrong, sharper, and the colors seem quieter. Is the grand shift coming early? Agatha paused her weaving, her body a dark jewel against the silken threads. "Ah, young thistle, your senses are keen," she rasped, her voice like dry leaves skittering across stone. The balance wavers, the frost whisper stirs before its time. It smells of impatience, of a chill that hasn't learned to wait its turn. The frost whisper was the magical precursor to winter's arrival, a phenomenon that painted delicate frost ferns on leaves and turned the morning mist into sparkling veils. But it was supposed to follow the autumn bloom, the time when the forest released its final burst of vibrant color and the trees dropped their seeds wrapped in magic, ensuring new life for spring. An early frost whisper could nip the tender seeds, silence the final songs of the crickets before they laid their eggs, and leave the creatures unprepared. Thistle's heart fluttered like a trapped moth. "What can we do? Silas always says harmony is everything." Agatha nodded slowly. "Indeed, the knowledge lies within the remembering. Seek the keeper of the acorn." The keeper of the acorn was a role passed down among the eldest squirrels. Currently it was an old, gray-furred squirrel named Hazel, known for her incredible memory and her vast collection of stories stored within a hollow high in Silas's branches. Thistle scurried towards Silas's immense trunk, the rough bark cool beneath his paws. He called upwards, his voice small against the ancient wood. "Hazel, it's Thistle, the frost whisper stirs too soon." A moment later, a whiskered face peered down. Hazel's eyes, though surrounded by gray fur, sparkled with alert intelligence. "Too soon, you say? That is troubling. Come up, young one. Mind the lichen, it's slippery this morning." With much scrambling and encouragement from Hazel, Thistle reached the hollow. Inside it smelled of dry leaves, polished wood, and the faint, comforting aroma of stored nuts. Hazel settled onto a bed of soft moss. "The remembering tells us of a time, generations past, when the frost whisper grew restless," she began, her voice low and rhythmic. "It was when the forest held its breath, afraid. Fear makes the cold bolder, you see. Harmony requires courage and warmth, even as the days shorten." She described how the creatures of that long-ago time had gathered beneath Silas. "They didn't fight the cold," Hazel explained, her tail twitching thoughtfully. "They reminded the forest of its own enduring warmth. They sang the songs of summer sun on stones. They shared stories of the deep, sleeping warmth beneath the earth. The badgers recalled the heat held within their deep sets. The fireflies, though their season was fading, gathered their faintest glows and offered them like tiny embers of hope. And Silas shared the deep, slow warmth that flows through roots, connecting all trees, all life, deep underground." Thistle listened, the rich descriptions painting vivid pictures in his mind. The taste of warm sunlight remembered on a berry, the feel of sun-baked stone beneath his belly, the comforting, dark heat of the deep earth. "So we need to remind the forest, to share our warmth." "Not just physical warmth, Thistle," Hazel corrected gently. "The warmth of connection, the warmth of shared purpose, the warmth of knowing the cycle continues. Fear chills the heart, and a chilled heart invites the early frost. We must rekindle the forest's spirit." Thistle hurried down Silas's trunk, his small frame filled with purpose. He found Pip and Saffron gathering the last of the hazelnuts. "The frost whisper is early. Hazel says we need to remind the forest of its warmth. Can you spread the word? Gather everyone by Silas at moonrise." The squirrels, agile and swift, darted through the branches, chattering the message. Thistle visited the badger set, a complex labyrinth of tunnels smelling of rich soil and damp stone. Old Badger Brock, slow but steady, rumbled his understanding, his deep voice vibrating through the earth. Thistle scurried to the edge of the silver thread stream, where the water striders skimmed the surface like tiny dancers. He whispered the plan to Willow, their leader, whose long legs barely dimpled the water. They would carry the message downstream. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in bruised shades of purple and orange, the creatures of the Whisperwood began to gather. Fireflies arrived first, their tiny lanterns flickering like hesitant stars. Pip and Saffron scampered down Silas's trunk, followed by other squirrels. Brock emerged from his set, flanked by younger badgers. Shy rabbits peeked from behind ferns, their noses twitching. Moths with wings like soft velvet gathered on low-hanging leaves. Even the normally reclusive tree frogs, their skin glistening like polished jade, found perches on mossy stones. Agatha watched from her web, a silent, approving presence. The moon, a luminous pearl, rose above the trees, bathing the clearing in silver light. The air was indeed cold, biting at noses and making breath puff out in little clouds. A faint shimmer, the first tentative touch of the frost whisper, glinted on the tips of the grass blades. Silas, the ancient oak, seemed to draw himself up taller. A deep, resonant hum, more felt than heard, emanated from his roots, vibrating through the ground and into the hearts of every creature present. It was a sound of immense age and deep, abiding warmth. Then Pip began. He didn't chatter, he sang. A soft, rhythmic clicking sound, like tiny stones tumbling in a stream, a song passed down from squirrel to squirrel, telling of the sun warming the highest branches. Saffron joined in, her melody higher, sweeter, describing the taste of the first spring bud. Brock rumbled a low, earthy tone, a song of the deep, constant heat below the frost line. The badgers beside him added their own softer rumbles, a chorus of underground warmth. Willow and the water striders skated across a still pool reflecting the moon, creating rippling patterns that caught the fireflies' light. As they moved, they created a soft, rhythmic shush-shush, like the sound of warm summer rain on leaves. The rabbits, emboldened, thumped a gentle rhythm on the soft moss with their powerful hind feet, a heartbeat pulse for the forest. Thistle, feeling a warmth blossom in his own small chest, closed his eyes. He thought of the sun-drenched clearing where butterflies danced. He thought of the comforting darkness of his fern-lined burrow. He thought of Silas's strength, Agatha's wisdom, Hazel's stories. He didn't sing, but he felt, pouring his simple, fierce love for the Whisperwood into the gathering. The fireflies responded. They flew upwards, not in their usual scattered dance, but in a slow, deliberate spiral around Silas's mighty trunk. Their combined light intensified, not blazing, but glowing with a soft, golden radiance that pushed back the silver moonlight and the encroaching frost. It was like capturing the essence of 100 summer dusks. As the songs intertwined, the squirrels' clicks, the badgers' rumbles, the water striders' shush, the rabbits' thump, the fireflies' silent golden glow, something magical happened. The faint shimmer of frost on the grass blades didn't vanish, but it softened. It stopped its advance. The biting edge went out of the air, replaced by a cool but comfortable crispness, the right kind of coolness for autumn. The anxious gurgle of the silver thread stream settled into its familiar, soothing murmur. The dulled colors of the leaves seemed to deepen again, catching the fireflies' golden light and glowing with renewed warmth, rich amber, deep russet, and vibrant gold. The frost whisper hadn't been defeated, it had been reminded. Reminded of its place in the great cycle, after the autumn bloom, not before. The shared warmth not of fire, but of spirit, memory, and connection had restored the balance. Slowly, the songs faded. The fireflies descended, their light returning to its gentle, familiar twinkle. The creatures looked around, sensing the shift, the restored harmony. The air smelled properly of autumn now, wood smoke, damp leaves, and the promise of coming rest. Thistle looked up at Silas. A single perfect acorn, glowing faintly with captured moonlight and the lingering echo of the firefly's warmth, detached from a high branch and landed softly in the moss before him. It was warm to the touch. "Remember this night, little keeper," Silas's voice seemed to whisper on the wind, though his great form remained silent. Harmony is not stillness, but the balance of all voices, all warmth, all seasons. Hold the forest's warmth within you as hazel holds the stories, as the earth holds the roots. Pass it on. Thistle carefully nudged the warm acorn towards his burrow, a tangible reminder. As the creatures dispersed back to their homes, a profound peace settled over the whisperwood. The moon shone serenely. The leaves rustled a gentle lullaby. The frost whisper waited patiently at the forest's edge, knowing its true time would come after the final, glorious burst of the autumn bloom. And high in her hollow, Hazel stored the story of the night the forest sang back the cold, a new thread in the tapestry of the remembering, ready to warm the hearts of generations yet to come. The ancient magic of balance, woven through seasons and sustained by kindness and shared memory, held the whisperwood safe once more, a haven where hidden lives thrived in peaceful, enchanted harmony. Story 28. The forest around the village of Oakhaven was ancient, its canopy a tapestry of emerald and jade, woven so thickly that sunlight fell in scattered coins upon the mossy floor. In a cottage at the forest's edge lived a quiet boy named Milo, whose greatest joy was tracing the paths of fireflies at dusk. He possessed a stillness uncommon in children, a watchfulness that noticed the dew trembling on a spiderweb or the shy unfurling of a moonflower. Yet within that quiet heart flickered a yearning for something more, a whisper of wonder he couldn't name. One crisp autumn evening, as Milo wandered near Whisper Creek, a glint beneath the water's silver surface caught his eye. Reaching in, his fingers closed around something smooth and cool. He pulled it free, a river stone, perfectly oval, the color of twilight. But as the last rays of sunset faded, the stone began to glow. Not fiercely, but with a soft, internal light, like captured moonlight. It pulsed faintly in his palm, warm and alive. A feeling both strange and comforting settled over him, a sense of being seen by the stone, understood in his quietness. He slipped it into his pocket, its gentle warmth a secret against his leg. That night, the stone glowed brighter on his windowsill. Its light didn't illuminate the room. Instead, it seemed to illuminate possibilities, painting faint, shimmering trails on the wall that vanished when he looked directly at them. One trail, stronger than the others, seemed to beckon towards the heart of the ancient forest. Milo felt a pull deep and undeniable, a call he couldn't ignore. Clutching the moonstone, its light safely contained within his cupped hands, he slipped out into the cool, pine-scented night. Guided by the stone's gentle pulse, he ventured deeper than he ever dared. Moonlight filtered through the branches, turning the world into a study of silver and shadow. The familiar rustles and chirps of the woods grew hushed, replaced by a profound, listening silence. Suddenly the stone flared brightly in his hands, its light washing over the gnarled roots of an enormous, ancient oak. Where the light touched, the roots shimmered and dissolved, revealing an archway woven from living wood and starlight. Beyond it lay a sight that stole Milo's breath, the moonlit grove. It was a hidden cathedral of nature. Giant luminous mushrooms pulsed with soft blues and greens, casting an ethereal glow. Flowers bloomed with petals like spun moonlight, releasing a fragrance like cool water and crushed mint. Trees with bark like polished silver stretched towards a sky shimmering with constellations Milo had never seen. The air hummed with a low, resonant harmony, the very essence of peace. Milo stepped through the archway, the stone now warm and steady in his grip, as if greeting its home. A soft crunch on the mossy ground made him freeze. From behind a cluster of glowing toadstools emerged a creature, unlike any from his storybooks. It resembled a deer, but taller and impossibly slender, its coat a shifting tapestry of night sky, deep blues, velvety blacks, dusted with pinpricks of light like distant stars. Its eyes were vast and dark, holding galaxies within their depths, and from its forehead spiraled a single, opalescent horn that caught the grove's light and fractured it into rainbows. This was a starlight stag. Milo, expecting flight or fear, found only profound calm radiating from the creature. It lowered its majestic head, its starry eyes meeting Milo's wide ones. There was no sound, yet a feeling bloomed in Milo's mind, clear as a bell. Welcome, keeper of the moonstone. The stag, whom Milo learned to call Sylvan in the quiet language of shared feelings, became his guide. Sylvan showed him crystalline streams where fish shimmered like liquid mercury, and glades where butterflies with wings of stained glass danced on unseen currents. Sylvan communicated not with words, but with emotions, images, and sensations projected directly into Milo's awareness. A wave of cool tranquility, the image of a hidden spring, the scent of blooming night blooms. Milo in turn shared his wonder, his quiet observations of the world outside, and the warmth he felt holding the moonstone. Their friendship, born in silence and understanding, defied all expectation. A human boy and a guardian spirit of the hidden world, bound by trust and the gentle pulse of the stone. But the grove was troubled. Sylvan showed Milo patches where the luminous moss was fading to gray, where the starflowers drooped listlessly, their light dimmed. The resonant hum of the grove was muted, frayed at the edges. A deep, resonant sadness emanated from Sylvan. The heartlight weakens, the feeling came, accompanied by an image of a towering, crystalline tree at the grove's center, its light flickering erratically. The heartlight tree was the source of the grove's magic, connected to the moonstone Milo held. The stone was not just a key, it was a vital piece, separated long ago. Its absence was causing the grove's slow fading. To save the grove, the moonstone needed to be returned to its cradle within the heartlight tree. But the path was perilous, guarded by the whispering shadows, echoes of ancient fear and doubt that fed on the weakening magic. Milo felt a cold knot of fear tighten in his stomach. He was just a quiet boy, not a hero. The vastness of the grove, the strangeness of the shadows, felt overwhelming. Doubt, his old companion, whispered loudly, "What can you do? You're too small. Too quiet. You'll fail them." He clutched the moonstone, its warmth a small comfort against the rising tide of uncertainty. Sylvan nudged his shoulder gently, projecting a wave of unwavering calm and trust. It wasn't bravado, but a deep, quiet certainty that Milo belonged here, that his quietness was his strength. The moonstone pulsed warmly in response. Taking a deep breath of the cool, minty air, Milo nodded. He had found wonder. He would fight for it. Their journey to the grove's heart was a walk through a dream tinged with unease. They navigated forests of giant, glowing ferns that sighed as they passed, and crossed bridges spun from solidified moonlight over streams reflecting alien constellations. The deeper they went, the more oppressive the silence became. The vibrant colors seemed muted, the air colder. Then the whispering shadows appeared. Not solid forms, but patches of deeper darkness that clung to the ground and tree trunks, shifting like smoke. As Milo and Sylvan approached, the shadows stirred, coalescing into vaguely humanoid shapes. A chilling cacophony filled Milo's mind, not with words but with feelings. Sharp stabs of loneliness, the suffocating weight of inadequacy, the icy grip of fear of the unknown. Turn back. You don't belong. You're insignificant. You'll only bring ruin. Milo faltered. The shadow's whispers resonated with his deepest insecurities, amplifying them tenfold. He felt small, foolish, utterly out of place. Sylvan stood firm beside him, radiating a shield of pure, quiet courage. But the shadows pressed in, their chilling whispers growing louder, colder. Milo closed his eyes, overwhelmed. His hand tightened around the moonstone. Its familiar warmth pulsed against his palm, cutting through the icy fear. He remembered the feeling of being seen, understood. He remembered the silent welcome of the grove, the trust in Sylvan's starry eyes. His quietness wasn't weakness, it was his anchor. He focused on the stone's steady pulse, the warmth spreading up his arm. He didn't shout, he didn't run. He breathed. Deep, slow breaths matching the rhythm of the moonstone's light. As he centered himself, pushing back the tide of imposed fear with his own quiet resolve, something remarkable happened. The moonstone in his hand flared, not brightly, but with a pure, focused beam of soft white light. Where the light touched the whispering shadows, they recoiled, hissing like steam on ice. They didn't vanish, but they shrank back, their chilling whispers fading to faint, resentful murmurs. The light wasn't aggressive, it was calm. It was the light of quiet certainty, of inner peace. Milo realized the shadows fed on chaotic fear. They couldn't withstand focused stillness. Holding the light steady, a beacon born from his own inner quiet, Milo walked forward. Sylvan walked beside him, his own presence radiating serene strength. Together, step by quiet step, they pushed through the zone of shadows, the moonstone's light carving a path of calm through the oppressive darkness. The experience transformed Milo. The quiet boy wasn't gone, but he was now a quiet boy who knew the power within his stillness. Finally, they reached the center of the moonlit grove. The heartlight tree rose before them, breathtaking and heartbreaking. It was a colossal structure of living crystal, its trunk pulsing with veins of soft light, amber, rose, and sapphire. But the light was sickly, flickering erratically, dimmer than the glow of the dying mushrooms. Deep within its core, visible through the semi-translucent crystal, was an empty cradle shaped exactly like Milo's moonstone. The grove's sorrow was palpable here, a heavy sigh in the air, a dimming of the starry sky above the canopy. Sylvan lowered his head, a wave of profound grief washing over Milo. It fades. Without the core, the heart cannot beat. Milo approached the towering tree, the moonstone now blazing like a tiny star in his hand, resonating with the tree's faint, erratic pulse. He knew what he had to do. Reaching the base, he found a natural step in the crystalline roots. The empty cradle pulsed weakly high above. Climbing the heartlight tree wasn't like climbing an oak. Its surface was smooth, cool, and slightly yielding. He had to find handholds and footholds in the natural facets and ridges of the crystal. It was a slow, careful ascent, requiring all his focus and the steady balance he'd honed watching fireflies. Below, Sylvan watched, radiating encouragement, a silent pillar of support. Halfway up, Milo looked down. The grove stretched beneath him, beautiful yet dimming, like a lantern running out of oil. The whispering shadows gathered at the edge of the clearing, held at bay only by the moonstone's light and Sylvan's watchful presence, but their chilling presence was a constant pressure. Fear tried to creep back in. Fear of falling, fear of failing this magical place that had welcomed him. He paused, clinging to the cool crystal. He closed his eyes, feeling the moonstone's insistent pulse, its warmth a lifeline. He thought of Sylvan's trust, the silent friendship that asked for nothing but offered everything. He thought of the fading star flowers, the silent plea of the grove. His quiet heart steadied. He wasn't climbing for glory, he was climbing for wonder, for friendship, for the light. Hand over careful hand, foot finding secure hold after secure hold, Milo ascended. The air grew thinner, cooler, humming with the tree's weakening energy. The cradle pulsed just above him now, a desperate, flickering light. With a final, determined push, Milo reached the ledge where the cradle rested within the trunk. He could feel the heartlight tree's struggle, a faint, irregular tremor running through the crystal. Holding the moonstone high, its light now blindingly pure, he gently pressed it into the waiting cradle. It fit perfectly. For a heart-stopping moment, nothing happened. The grove held its breath. Then a deep, resonant thrum vibrated through the tree, through the ground, through Milo's very bones. It was the sound of a great heart beginning to beat anew. Light exploded from the cradle, not harsh, but a wave of pure, radiant silver that washed down the trunk, out through the branches, and flooded the entire moonlit grove. Where the light touched, the gray moss blazed back to luminous green, the drooping starflowers lifted their heads, petals unfurling with renewed brilliance, shining like captured stars. The giant mushrooms pulsed with vibrant blues and emeralds. The air itself shimmered, filled with the restored, deep, resonant harmony of life. The oppressive silence shattered, replaced by the soft chime of crystalline leaves, the gentle gurgle of the mercury streams, and the distant, joyful calls of unseen creatures. The whispering shadows at the clearing's edge dissolved like mist under the morning sun, vanquished by the restored light. Above, the hidden constellations blazed with renewed intensity, painting the grove in breathtaking silver. Milo carefully climbed down, the crystal tree now warm and humming steadily beneath his hands. Sylvan was waiting. The starlight stag lowered his head, and Milo pressed his forehead against the velvety star-strewn fur between the stag's eyes. An overwhelming wave of gratitude, pure and deep, washed over him, gratitude for his courage, for his quiet strength, for returning the light. It was a feeling more profound than words could ever convey. The moonstone, now fused securely within the heartlight tree, pulsed with a steady, comforting rhythm, its light diffused throughout the grove. Milo understood his role. He was the keeper, the bridge between worlds. The grove was saved, its magic restored, brighter and more vibrant than before. As dawn tinged the edges of the hidden sky with the faintest hint of rose and gold, Milo knew it was time to return. The grove needed to rest in its renewed glory. Sylvan walked him back to the archway of roots and starlight. At the threshold, the stag nuzzled Milo's hand. The feeling came warm and certain. The path is always open to you, keeper. The grove remembers. Milo stepped back through the shimmering arch. It sealed behind him, leaving only the familiar gnarled roots of the ancient oak. The first true rays of dawn were filtering through the forest canopy outside. He looked back, seeing only ordinary woods, yet carrying the extraordinary within him. Milo returned to Oakhaven as the village stirred. He slipped back into his cottage unnoticed. The world looked the same, the familiar trees, the winding path of Whisper Creek, the cottage with its smoking chimney. Yet everything was different. Milo carried the grove's light inside him now. He saw the world with new eyes. The rustle of leaves held a deeper music, the scent of pine was richer, the flight of a sparrow seemed imbued with quiet grace. The deep-seated shyness hadn't vanished, but it was transformed. It was no longer a barrier, but a wellspring of quiet observation and inner strength. He knew now that courage wasn't the absence of fear, but the quiet decision to act despite it. He understood the profound connection between all living things, the hidden magic woven into the fabric of the world, waiting to be seen by those who look carefully and listen with their hearts. Evenings found Milo by his window, watching the fireflies trace their luminous paths. But now he also watched the moon. On nights when the moon was full and high, bathing the forest in silver, he would sometimes walk to the ancient oak. Placing his hand on the gnarled bark, he could feel a faint, answering warmth, a steady pulse resonating deep within the wood, echoing the rhythm of the heartlight tree. He would close his eyes, and Sylvan's presence would brush his mind, a wave of cool tranquility, the scent of moonflowers, the silent affirmation of their enduring bond. He never spoke of the moonlit grove, of Sylvan, or the moonstone. Some wonders were too precious, too deeply felt for words. They lived in the quiet spaces between heartbeats, in the gentle glow of moonlight on his windowsill, and in the unwavering knowledge that even in the most ordinary world, magic pulsed just beneath the surface, waiting for a quiet heart to find the key. And as he drifted to sleep each night, the memory of the restored grove's light, warm and steady as the moonstone's final pulse, wrapped around him like a promise, a lullaby of wonder that whispered of hidden worlds, unexpected friendships, and the quiet, enduring courage found within. Story 29. The village of Willowbrook nestled between whispering pines and a brook that hummed lullabies over smooth stones. Each cottage glowed with hearth light, their chimneys puffing wood smoke that carried the scent of cinnamon and baked apples into the crisp autumn air. Yet lately, a gentle mystery had settled over the village like morning fog. Small things vanished overnight: Granny Fern's favorite thimble, young Ben's carved wooden horse, the baker's lucky copper spoon. Stranger still, in their place appeared tiny, perfect gifts, a pine cone polished like amber, a feather as soft as moonlight, or a smooth river stone veined with silver. No harm was done, but the whispers grew like tea steam curling from cups. Lily, whose hair was the color of toasted hazelnuts, and whose curiosity sparkled brighter than dew on spiderwebs, decided to unravel the puzzle. She tucked a notebook and a stubby pencil into her apron pocket and began her investigation, where the first disappearance occurred: Granny Fern's cozy kitchen. Kneeling by the hearth, Lily noticed something everyone else had missed. Near the warm stones, 3 tiny footprints, no larger than acorn caps, pressed into the fine ash. They glimmered faintly, as if dusted with starlight. "Clever eyes you have, child," rumbled a deep, gentle voice from the doorway. Bramble, the ancient badger who lived beneath the old oak, stood there, his silver-tipped fur catching the firelight. He moved with the slow wisdom of centuries, his eyes kind and knowing. "Those are moon mouse tracks, shy creatures, rarely seen. They borrow only what sparkles to their eyes, leaving nature's treasures in return. But why so many visits now? That's the true riddle." Lily's heart fluttered like a moth against a lamp. Moon mice. She'd heard tales of them weaving moonlight into nests, but never thought they'd visit Willowbrook. With Bramble's guidance, she searched near each vanished item. Beneath Ben's windowsill, she found crumbs of honey cake beside the feather. By the baker's cooling rack, a sprinkle of lavender sugar near the river stone. The moon mice weren't just taking, they were leaving clues tied to sweetness. "The autumn chills deepen," Bramble mused, tapping his claw thoughtfully on an oak root. "Moon mice prepare for the long sleep. Perhaps they seek warmth or comfort." He nodded toward Flicker, a light sprite who lived in the baker's oven embers. No bigger than Lily's thumb, Flicker glowed like a captured sunset, her wings humming softly. "Follow the sugar, little detective," Flicker chimed, her voice like tiny bells. "Sweetness calls to them." That night, Lily prepared a plan. In her own cottage kitchen, she placed Granny's thimble, borrowed with permission, beside a saucer of warm milk drizzled with lavender honey, the baker's signature touch. She sprinkled a trail of shimmering sugar crystals, leading to the hearth's warmest brick. Then she hid behind the woodpile, notebook ready, Bramble a quiet shadow beside her, and Flicker perched like a glowing ember on her shoulder. Midnight's hush settled over Willowbrook. The fire crackled softly. Then came a skittering like pebbles tumbling in a stream. 3 moon mice emerged from a crack in the hearthstone. No bigger than walnuts, their fur shone like spun moonlight, and their eyes were twin dark berries full of gentle wonder. They moved with quick, delicate hops, following the sugar trail with twitching noses. The smallest paused by the thimble, its tiny paws tracing the metal's gleam with reverence. Instead of taking it, the mouse nudged it closer to the fire's warmth. Then with a soft cheer-up, it placed a perfect, frost-rimed blueberry beside the milk saucer. Not a trade, Lily realized with a jolt. An offering. Suddenly the largest mouse shivered violently, its fur dulling. It huddled close to the bricks, seeking heat. The mystery crystallized like frost on a window pane. The borrowed items weren't treasures to the mice. They were tiny shields against the creeping cold. The thimble was a shelter, the wooden horse a block to block drafts, the spoon a reflector to catch firelight's glow. and their gifts. Thank yous for the village's unwitting hospitality. Ah, breathed Bramble, understanding dawning. They're not thieves, they're cold. Lily stepped out softly. The mice froze, eyes wide but unafraid. Slowly she lifted the thimble, warmed it by the fire, and placed it gently near the shivering mouse. She added a scrap of rose velvet ribbon from her sewing box. For your nest, she whispered. The smallest mouse touched the ribbon with its paw, then chirped a melody like ice crystals chiming. Word spread at dawn. Instead of fear, Willowbrook buzzed with warmth. Ben left his wooden horse near the hearth with a note, for your fort. The baker baked honey lavender biscuits shaped like tiny houses. Granny Fern knitted thumb-sized quilts from rainbow yarn scraps. That evening, villagers placed their offerings by their hearths not to lure, but to give. As the first snow dusted Willowbrook, Lily and Bramble watched from the old oak's roots. Through cracks in cottage stones, moonlight glinted on velvet quilts tucked over tiny, slumbering forms in thimble homes. The copper spoon returned to the baker, now caught the firelight and cast dancing stars onto the ceiling, keeping watch. The mystery hadn't been one of loss, but of unseen need and quiet gratitude. And as the brook sang its icy lullaby, Lily knew the deepest magic wasn't in taking or finding, but in the gentle circle of warmth given and received, spinning on and on like a cozy, everlasting dream. Story 30. The first frost hadn't yet kissed the window panes of Bramblewick, but the air held the crisp promise of autumn evenings. Inside her small cottage tucked beside the whispering woods, young Lily felt a familiar restlessness. While her friends dreamed of becoming swift river racers or famed berry gatherers, Lily's heart whispered of quieter wonders. She felt most alive tending her grandmother's overgrown garden, coaxing shy blossoms from the soil, listening to the secret rustlings in the hedgerows. Yet she often felt unseen, her gentle nature mistaken for timidity. One blustery afternoon, while sorting through the dusty treasures in the cottage attic, Lily's fingers brushed against something unexpected. Tucked behind a box of faded ribbons lay a small pouch, impossibly soft, woven from threads that shimmered like moonlight on dewdrops. It felt warm against her palm. Inside weren't coins or buttons, but 3 seeds unlike any she'd ever known. One gleamed like polished amber, another pulsed with a deep, verdant green light, and the third seemed woven from twilight itself, flecked with tiny silver stars. Curiosity, a quiet but persistent flame, ignited within her. That night, unable to sleep, Lily crept downstairs. The hearth fire crackled companionably. Holding the pouch, she felt a gentle tug, like the faintest pull of a silken thread. It seemed to lead towards the woods. With a deep breath pulling her warmest shawl tight, Lily stepped into the moonlit garden. The path into the whispering woods, usually familiar, felt different. The ancient oaks seemed taller, their gnarled roots forming archways she'd never noticed. Following the pouch's subtle pull, she ventured deeper, the rustling leaves sounding like hushed voices. Suddenly, the path dipped. Lily stumbled slightly, and when she looked up, she gasped. Before her lay a hidden valley, bathed in an ethereal silver light that didn't come from the moon. Luminescent moss carpeted the ground, glowing softly blue and violet. Giant toadstools, caps shimmering like mother-of-pearl, dotted the landscape. Delicate bridges woven from spider silk spanned sparkling streams. This was Fernhallow, a realm hidden within the heart of the woods. Before her wonder could settle, a sharp, gruff voice shattered the silence. "Halt, surface dweller, what business have you in Fernhallow?" A creature stepped from behind a glowing mushroom. He was about knee-high to Lily, covered in spines like a hedgehog, but his eyes were large, intelligent, and currently narrowed with suspicion. He wore a tiny vest woven from dried leaves and carried a thorn as a spear. I am Thistle, guardian of the glimmering gate. You are not welcome. Lily's heart hammered, but she remembered her grandmother's words. Kindness disarms fear faster than fierceness. She slowly knelt, bringing herself closer to Thistle's level, and opened her palm to show the pouch. I mean no harm, she said softly. My name is Lily. I found this. It led me here. Thistle's suspicious gaze flickered to the pouch, then widened almost comically. The moonweave pouch, he breathed, his thorn spear lowering slightly. But it vanished ages ago with the last keeper. How? He peered at Lily, his expression shifting from hostility to bewildered assessment. You don't look like a keeper, you look soft. I suppose I am, Lily admitted. I tend gardens, I listen. I found this in my grandmother's attic. She hesitated. What is a keeper? Thistle sighed, a sound like dry leaves rustling. The keeper tended the heartwood tree, the source of Fernhillow's light and life, without the keeper and the seeds. He gestured around, and Lily noticed for the first time the subtle signs of distress. Patches of the luminous moss were dull and gray. Some of the giant toadstools leaned precariously. The air, while beautiful, held a faint, brittle chill. The heartwood grows weak, its light fades, our world shrivels. His gruffness couldn't hide the deep worry in his voice. The seeds in that pouch, they are seeds of renewal. Only the true keeper can plant them near the heartwood's roots to restore its strength. Lily looked at the pouch, then at the fading wonder around her, and finally at the prickly, worried guardian. An unexpected surge of determination replaced her fear. Then I must try, she said firmly. I found the pouch. It led me here. Perhaps I can help. Thistle studied her for a long moment. Her quiet sincerity seemed to pierce his defenses. HMPH, soft or not, you carry the moonweave, and Fernhillow has little time left. He lowered his thorn spear completely. Very well, surface dweller, Lily. The path to the heartwood is perilous now, with the balance upset. Shadow creepers stir in the dimming light. We must be swift and silent. Follow me. Their journey through Fernhillow was a breathtaking, perilous trek through a dying dream. They navigated forests of crystal ferns that chimed mournfully in a breeze Lily couldn't feel. They crossed rivers on bridges of solidified moonlight that felt strangely cold underfoot. Thistle, despite his gruff exterior, proved a knowledgeable and surprisingly agile guide, pointing out patches of unstable ground and whispering warnings when the shadows deepened unnaturally. He showed Lily how to move silently, using the glowing moss as stepping stones, and taught her to listen for the skittering sounds of the shadow creepers, malevolent entities drawn to fading magic like moths to a dying flame. Lily's quiet nature became her strength. She noticed subtle shifts in the light that warned Thistle of approaching danger. Her gentle touch calmed a frightened family of luminous fireflies whose light was flickering, allowing them to pass unseen. Once a shadow creeper, a formless blot of darkness with pinpricks of cold light for eyes, oozed from behind a decaying toadstool. Thistle bravely raised his thorn spear, but Lily, remembering the warmth of the pouch, held it out. The amber seed pulsed brightly, casting a beam of warm, golden light. The shadow creeper recoiled with a hiss like escaping steam and slithered away. Thistle looked at Lily with newfound respect. The pouch responds to you, he murmured, his voice losing some of its gruffness. Perhaps you are the keeper we've awaited. As they ventured deeper, the air grew colder, the light dimmer. The once vibrant flora looked brittle and drained. The gentle chime of the crystal ferns became a discordant rattle. Lily felt a profound sadness settle over her, a deep empathy for this wounded world and its inhabitants. She saw tiny, anxious faces peeking from behind withered leaves, Fernhillow's people, watching their desperate journey with hope and fear. Finally, they reached the center of the valley. Here, amidst a circle of ancient, petrified trees, stood the heartwood. It was magnificent, even in its decline. Its trunk was smooth, pale wood that seemed to hold captured moonlight within its grain. Branches like spun silver stretched towards the cavern roof high above, but the light radiating from it was faint and flickering erratically. Its roots, thick and gnarled, spread across the ground, but where they touched the earth, the luminous moss was gray and dead. A palpable sense of exhaustion and sorrow emanated from the great tree. "This is it," Thistle whispered, his voice thick with emotion. "The heartwood, plant the seeds, Lily, please." Lily approached the massive roots, the moonweave pouch warm and humming in her hands. But doubt suddenly assailed her. Who was she, just Lily from Bramblewick, to heal such an ancient, magical being? What if she planted them wrong? What if she wasn't strong enough? She looked at the 3 seeds, amber, emerald, twilight, feeling the weight of Fernhallow's hope crushing her. Thistle sensed her hesitation. He shuffled closer, his spines flattening slightly. "Lily," he said, his voice surprisingly gentle. "The heartwood doesn't need force. It needs care. It needs connection. You listen. You see. You feel the sadness here. That is the keeper's true magic. Trust what the pouch showed you. Trust what your heart tells you." His words, coming from the once suspicious guardian, were a lifeline. Lily took a deep breath, inhaling the cool, faintly sweet scent of the heartwood. She closed her eyes, focusing not on fear, but on the warmth in her hands, on the image of her grandmother's garden thriving under her care, on the silent plea emanating from the great tree. She remembered the pull that led her here, a pull towards healing, not conquest. Opening her eyes, clarity replaced doubt. She didn't need grand gestures, only understanding. Nailing, she gently pressed her palm against the largest root. It felt cool and weary beneath her touch. With careful fingers, she took the amber seed, glowing with warm light. "For strength and resilience," she whispered, placing it gently into a small crevice where the root met the gray earth. She covered it with a handful of the healthy, glowing moss she'd carefully gathered along the way. Next, the emerald seed, pulsing with vibrant green life. She found a spot where a tiny, sickly shoot struggled near the base. "For growth and renewal," she murmured, nestling the seed beside it, covering it with rich, dark soil she scooped from a protected pocket beneath a crystal fern. Finally, the twilight seed, woven with starlight. She walked to the very edge of the root circle, where the shadows seemed deepest and coldest. "For balance in the return of light," she said softly, planting it deep into the cool earth where the gray moss met the encroaching darkness. As she covered the last seed, a profound silence fell over Fernhallow. The erratic flickering of the heartwood ceased. For a heart-stopping moment, nothing happened. Lily's breath caught. Had she failed? Then a single pure note rang out, clear as a bell, emanating from the heartwood itself. From the spot where the amber seed was planted, a warm, golden light began to pulse, flowing like liquid honey up the trunk. Where the emerald seed lay, vibrant green tendrils of energy unfurled, weaving through the silver branches, causing new, shimmering leaves to unfurl with a soft sigh. From the twilight seed's location, a soft, silvery radiance bloomed, pushing back the shadows, filling the dim corners with gentle starlight. The light spread rapidly, flowing outwards from the heartwood like a benevolent tide. The gray moss beneath their feet shimmered back to life, glowing brighter than ever in hues of sapphire and amethyst. The drooping toadstools straightened, their pearly caps gleaming. The crystal ferns chimed again, this time a harmonious, joyful melody. All around Fernhallow, tiny cheers erupted as its inhabitants emerged, their faces alight with wonder and relief. The air itself warmed, filled with the scent of rain-washed earth and blooming night flowers. Lily stood transfixed, tears of pure joy tracing warm paths down her cheeks. She felt a wave of profound peace and connection wash over her, not just to Fernhallow, but to the very essence of life and growth. She hadn't commanded the magic, she had listened to it, nurtured it, and given it a place to bloom. Thistle stood beside her, his spines quivering with emotion. He looked up at Lily, his large eyes shining. "You did it, Keeper," he said, his voice thick with awe and gratitude. "You truly did it." The journey back through the revitalized Fernhallow was a celebration. Luminous butterflies danced around them. Tiny sprites with wings like dragonfly glass showered them with glittering pollen that smelled of sweet dreams. The Fernhallow folk, no longer hiding, waved and bowed as Lily passed, their tiny faces filled with reverence. The path felt easier, infused with the heartwood's renewed strength. The shadow creepers were gone, banished by the restored light. As they approached the entrance to the hidden valley, the glimmering gate, Lily felt the moonweave pouch grow cool and still in her hand. Its task was complete. Thistle stopped before the archway formed by two ancient, intertwined roots. "This is where we part, Keeper Lily," he said, a touch of his old gruffness returning, but softened by undeniable affection. "Fernhallow will remember you, the heartwood sings your name in its light." Lily knelt again. "Will I ever see you again, Thistle, see Fernhallow?" Thistle gave a small, hedgehog-like shrug, but his eyes twinkled. "The woods remember friends, the path may reveal itself when needed," and he added, pulling a small, perfectly round acorn cap from his leaf vest, "Plant this near your garden. Water it with kindness. It might grow into something interesting." He placed the acorn cap in her palm. It felt warm and ordinary, yet held a faint echo of Fernhallow's magic. "Thank you, Thistle," Lily said, her voice thick. "For trusting me, for guiding me." "Thank you, Lily," Thistle replied, sincerity warming his gruff tone. "For seeing the need, for being the keeper Fernhallow needed." He gave a final nod, then turned and scampered back into the radiant valley, disappearing into the shimmering undergrowth. Lily stepped through the root archway. The familiar scent of damp earth and pine needles filled her nostrils, replacing Fernhallow's sweet air. The woods seemed quieter, more ordinary, yet profoundly changed to her eyes. She saw the hidden life in every rustling leaf, felt the ancient magic humming just beneath the surface. The path home felt shorter, guided by a newfound inner light. She arrived back at her cottage just as the first pale streaks of dawn touched the eastern sky. The hearth fire had dwindled to embers. She placed the now cool moonweave pouch back in the attic, a secret treasure. Then, in the soft morning light, she went into her grandmother's garden. Choosing a spot near the old stone wall, warmed by the rising sun, she carefully planted Thistle's acorn cap. She watered it gently, whispering words of hope and friendship. Life in Bramblewick resumed, but Lily was changed. She still tended her garden, but now she saw the magic in every sprouting seed, heard the silent songs of the plants. Her quiet nature wasn't timidity anymore, it was a deep well of understanding. She found unexpected courage, speaking up for the vulnerable, mediating small disputes with gentle wisdom learned from listening to the heartwood. People began to seek her out, not for grand solutions, but for her calm presence and her uncanny knack for making things grow. Weeks passed. The acorn cap sprouted, not into an oak, but into a curious, beautiful sapling. Its leaves were a deep, velvety green on one side and shimmering silver on the other. Tiny star-like flowers bloomed on its branches at dusk, filling the garden with a soft, sweet fragrance reminiscent of Fernhallow. It became known as Lily's moonlit tree, a gentle marvel. One crisp autumn evening, much like the night of her journey, Lily sat beneath her moonlit tree, wrapped in her shawl. The starflowers glowed softly. As she sipped her chamomile tea, she heard a familiar rustle near the garden wall. not a rabbit or a bird. She smiled, setting down her cup. A small, prickly figure emerged from the shadows. Thistle looked well, his spines gleaming, his leaf vest looking freshly stitched. He carried a small woven basket filled with glowing moss and tiny, perfect, luminous berries. "Evening, keeper," he grunted, but his eyes crinkled at the corners. "The heartwood sends its regards, and well, Fernhello thought you might like a taste of home." He placed the basket at the base of the moonlit tree. The berries pulsed with soft light, and the moss cast a gentle blue glow on the surrounding earth. Lily's heart swelled with warmth. She patted the moss beside her. "Evening, guardian Thistle, I saved you some chamomile biscuits." She held out a tiny, perfectly shaped biscuit. Thistle sniffed it cautiously, then took it with surprising delicacy. He nibbled a corner. HMPH not bad, for surface dweller fare. He settled beside her, munching contentedly, his tiny form bathed in the combined glow of the moonlit tree and the Fernhello moss. As the fireflies began their own dance in the gathering dusk, Lily knew her journey had truly changed her. She had discovered a hidden world, wielded a gentle magic, forged an unlikely friendship that defied size and suspicion, and solved a mystery that healed a realm. Most importantly, she had discovered the extraordinary power within her own quiet heart, the power of kindness, empathy, and the courage to nurture life, wherever it might be found. The ordinary path she walked now shimmered with the extraordinary magic of connection, and the cozy cottage by the woods felt more like home than ever, filled with the soft light of understanding and the quiet company of a friend from a world just beyond the roots. The night deepened, peaceful and full of gentle wonder, cradling Bramblewick and Fernhello alike in the comforting embrace of renewed life and enduring friendship. Story 31. Deep within the whisperwood, where ancient oaks wore beards of moss and sunlight dappled the forest floor like scattered gold coins, the boundaries between the seen and unseen grew thin. Here, beneath the sighing canopy, lived Fern, a young fox with fur the color of autumn bracken and eyes that held the curious glint of starlight. Fern knew the hidden paths, the language of rustling leaves, and the secret hum of the earth itself. His world was one of intricate balance, where every creature, from the tiniest dewdrop spider to the great, silent badger, played a part in the forest's gentle song. The heart of the whisperwood was the glimmering pool, a circle of water so clear it seemed to hold the sky captive. It was here, whispered the elders, that the seasons themselves were woven. Fern often sat by its edge, watching the water lilies unfurl petals like soft pink silk at dawn, their scent mingling with the damp earth and the sweet decay of fallen leaves. He felt the cool kiss of morning mist on his muzzle and heard the drowsy chirp of crickets hidden in the dew-heavy grass. The air hummed with the industry of bees, their wings catching the light like tiny stained glass windows as they sought nectar from clover blossoms thick as velvet cushions. Fern's closest friend was Pip, a sparrow whose feathers were the soft gray of twilight clouds. Pip's knowledge wasn't of deep burrows or hidden trails, but of the upper world, the sighing melodies of the wind through the highest branches, the stories carried on migrating wings, and the intricate dance of light and shadow on the canopy floor. Together they understood the harmony of their home, the badgers aerating the soil, the squirrels planting acorns that became future giants, the worms enriching the earth, and the birds scattering seeds wrapped in sweet fruit. One crisp autumn afternoon, as leaves blazed crimson and gold, painting the forest floor in a fiery tapestry that crunched softly underfoot, Fern noticed something strange near the glimmering pool. A young moonberry sapling, usually vibrant with silvery leaves that shimmered like captured moonlight, looked sickly. Its leaves were dull, curling at the edges like burnt parchment, and its usually faint, comforting glow had dimmed to a mere flicker. Worse, the water of the pool seemed murky, its surface oily and still, reflecting the troubled sky instead of the clear blue it usually held. The comforting hum of the forest felt muted, replaced by a low, discordant thrum that vibrated unpleasantly in Fern's bones. Alarmed, Fern sought out Elder Thistle, a venerable tortoise whose shell bore the intricate patterns of centuries. Thistle's movements were slow, deliberate, like continents shifting, and his voice was a deep rumble, like stones grinding together deep in the earth. He rested near a cluster of luminous bluebell flowers, their sweet, honeyed scent thick in the cool air. Elder Thistle, Fern said, his voice hushed with concern, the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves strong around them. The glimmering pool is troubled, and the young moonberry fades. The forest feels wrong, heavy. Thistle lifted his ancient head, his eyes, dark pools of wisdom, fixed on Fern. He took a slow, deliberate breath, tasting the air. "Ah," he rumbled, the sound vibrating through the moss beneath Fern's paws. "The balance wavers. The moonberry is not merely a plant, young Fern. It is a taproot, a thread connecting the deep magic of the earth to the turning wheel of the seasons above. Its health reflects the heart of the whisperwood." He shifted his great weight, the moss sighing beneath him. "Long ago, when my own shell was smooth, a similar shadow fell. The magic tied to the weather and seasons grows thin when the connection between sky and earth is strained. The pool clouds when the flow of life's essence is choked." "But what chokes it?" Pip chirped, fluttering down to land on Fern's back, her tiny claws catching gently in his fur. Thistle gazed towards the murky pool. "Deep in the northern reach, near the stone sentinel cliffs, grows a thicket of strangle vine. Its roots are greedy, sucking not just water, but the very spirit of the earth around it. Left unchecked, it spreads like a sickness, dimming the magic, silencing the songs, making the seasons stumble. It weakens the moonberry's connection." He sighed, a sound like wind through a hollow log. "But it is far, and the way is perilous for one alone, especially as the long dark approaches." Fern felt a chill that had nothing to do with the autumn air. He looked at Pip, seeing his own determination mirrored in her bright eyes. The scent of wood smoke from a distant, unseen hearth carried on the breeze, a reminder of warmth and safety that felt suddenly fragile. "We are not alone, Elder," Fern declared, his voice gaining strength. "The Whisperwood is our home. We will find a way." Their quest began at dawn the next day, the air sharp with frost that glittered on spiderwebs like diamond necklaces. Fern and Pip knew they needed help. They sought out Bramble, a strong, kind-hearted badger whose powerful claws could dig through the toughest roots. They found him near his set, the earthy scent of his home mingling with the frosty air. "Strangle vine." Bramble grunted, his black and white fur bristling. "Nasty stuff, weakens the ground, makes burrows unsafe. Count me in for the balance." Next they approached Luna, a sleek otter whose playful nature hid a deep love for the waterways. She slid into the glimmering pool, her dark fur sleek against the murky water. "This filth," she chattered, emerging with a splash. "It chokes the fish, dulls the water's song. I know the streams that lead north. I will guide you." The clean, wet scent of her fur was a brief respite from the growing unease. Finally, they enlisted the aid of Silas, an old owl whose silent flight and keen night vision were legendary. He perched high in an oak, his feathers blending with the bark. "Hoo-hoo," he intoned, his large eyes seeming to see through the gathering dusk. "The stranglevine thrives in shadowed gullies. I will watch from above, guide your path through the starlight." The faint scent of feathers and the cool night air clung to him. The journey north was a tapestry woven with sensory marvels and growing tension. They traversed meadows where late-blooming asters painted the ground purple, their sweet, slightly spicy scent heavy in the air. They crossed streams singing over smooth, cool stones, the water tasting pure and cold. Luna led them through crystal-clear rivulets, her body cutting the water with barely a ripple. Silas glided silently overhead, a shadow against the moonlit clouds, his soft hoots guiding them around treacherous bogs that smelled of stagnant water and decay. Bramble used his powerful claws to clear paths through thick undergrowth filled with the sharp scent of crushed ferns and damp soil. As they neared the stone sentinel's great, moss-covered pillars of rock that stood like silent guardians, the air grew colder, heavier. The vibrant colors of the forest faded, replaced by muted grays and browns. The cheerful sounds of birdsong vanished, replaced by an eerie silence broken only by the mournful sigh of the wind through the cliffs. The ground felt lifeless underfoot, devoid of the comforting hum. And there, spilling from a dark gully like spilled ink, was the strangle vine. It was thick, ropey, and covered in small, sharp thorns that glistened unpleasantly. It pulsed with a slow, sickly energy, its roots visibly burrowing deep into the earth, sucking the vitality from the land. A faint, acrid smell, like spoiled fruit and damp rot, hung around it. The task was daunting. The vine was tough, its roots deep and tenacious. Luna dove into the nearby stream, finding its main water source and trying to divert it, the cold water splashing her face. Bramble began to dig ferociously around the thickest roots, his claws scraping against stone, the scent of disturbed earth mixing with the vine's foul odor. Fern used his sharp teeth to gnaw the tough stems, the bitter taste making him gag. Pip darted bravely into the tangled mass, pecking at the vine's core where it seemed thinnest, her small beak working tirelessly. Silas circled above, calling out warnings of shifting rocks or hidden dangers, his sharp eyes missing nothing in the dim light. It was grueling work. The vine seemed to fight back, thorns catching fur and feathers. Bramble's paws grew sore. Luna shivered from the cold water. Fern's jaw ached. Pip grew weary. The oppressive silence and the vine's malevolent presence weighed heavily. But then Fern remembered Elder Thistle's words about the moonberry being a taproot, a connection. He looked at his friends, the determined badger, the tireless otter, the watchful owl, the brave sparrow, each using their unique gift, working not against each other, but together, their efforts interwoven like the roots of the ancient oaks. Remember the balance. Fern called out, his voice cutting through the grim silence. It's not just about cutting, it's about restoring the flow. Luna, keep the water moving. Bramble, loosen the earth so life can breathe. Pip, Silas, show us the weak points. Inspired, they adjusted. Luna focused on keeping the diverted stream flowing cleanly around the choked area, washing away the stagnant muck, the fresh water sent slowly pushing back the rod. Bramble dug wider, not just attacking roots, but aerating the compacted soil, letting air and potential moisture seep back in, the smell of fresh-turned earth a welcome change. Fern and Pip, guided by Silas's sharp eyes, concentrated their efforts on the critical junctions Silas identified from above. They worked as one creature, their movements becoming a dance of cooperation under the watchful gaze of the stone sentinels. Finally, with a sound like a sigh of relief from the very earth, the main root cluster gave way. The thick vine shuddered, its sickly pulse faltering, and then lay still, its thorns seeming less threatening. As they carefully cleared the last strands, a remarkable thing happened. A shaft of weak autumn sunlight, previously blocked by the oppressive gloom the vine created, pierced through the clouds and struck the newly exposed earth. Where the light touched, tiny green shoots, delicate as fairy lace, began to push through the disturbed soil. The acrid smell dissipated, replaced by the clean scent of damp earth and rock. The oppressive silence lifted, replaced by the tentative chirp of a single cricket nearby. Exhausted but triumphant, the friends made their way back to the glimmering pool. The journey felt lighter. The air seemed sweeter, filled with the scent of pine resin and fallen leaves drying in the sun. Birdsong tentatively returned, a melody weaving through the rustling leaves. When they arrived at the pool's edge, they held their breath. The water. It was clearing, the oily film dissolving as if washed away by an invisible current. Ripples spread across its surface, catching the late afternoon light in dazzling patterns. And the young moonberry sapling, its silvery leaves had unfurled, no longer curled and dull. They shimmered with a soft, internal luminescence, brighter than before, casting gentle moonbeams onto the mossy bank. The comforting hum of the forest had returned, deeper and more resonant, vibrating warmly in their chests. Elder Thistle was waiting. He dipped his head, a slow, profound gesture. "You have done more than clear a weed," he rumbled, his voice filled with warmth like sun-warmed stone. "You have tended the taproot, you have woven your strengths together, like roots and rain and sunlight, and in doing so you have strengthened the balance." As the first snowflakes of winter began to drift down, silent and soft as goose down, settling on the forest like a downy blanket, the friends gathered near the glimmering pool, now reflecting the clear, star-strewn sky. The moonberry glowed steadily, a beacon of gentle light in the deepening dusk. The air was crisp and clean, smelling of snow and distant wood smoke. The only sounds were the crackle of frost forming on leaves, the soft hoot of Silas from his perch, and the contented sighs of the creatures. Fern curled up beside Bramble, feeling the badger's warmth and the comforting thrum of the earth beneath him. Pip nestled into his fur. Luna floated peacefully in the pool, watching the stars dance in the clear water. They had learned the deepest magic of the Whisperwood. That harmony wasn't passive, but a living thing, nurtured by countless helping hands, each unique, each essential. The wisdom of the elders, passed down like precious seeds, had taken root in their actions. The seasons would turn smoothly now, the snow would blanket the forest in protective silence, and beneath it all, the deep, quiet magic of connection and care would hum, a lullaby for the sleeping woods. And as the snow continued to fall, muffling the world in perfect peace, the gentle glow of the moonberry held watch, a promise of spring waiting patiently beneath the frost, a testament to the enduring strength found in kindness, friendship, and the quiet, persistent care for the world they all called home. The forest slept balanced, whole, and deeply, deeply content. Story 32. Story 32. In the village of Moss Grove, where chimney smoke curled into stories and cobblestones remembered every footstep, autumn arrived with a peculiar mystery. For 3 nights small treasures vanished from homes, Grandma Fern's silver thimble, the baker's prized cinnamon grater, and young Benji's favorite marble, swirling like a captured galaxy. Stranger still, the village's enchanted street lamps, bubbles of liquid moonlight tended by dutiful firefly fairies, flickered mournfully each midnight, casting long, whispering shadows. Benji, a boy with a patchwork satchel and eyes wide as owls' moons, decided to investigate. He began by sketching a map on parchment, marking each home where something disappeared. Patterns hide in plain sight, his friend old Mr. Thimblewick the toy maker often said. Mr. Thimblewick carved wisdom into wooden ducks and clockwork birds. His workshop smelled of sawdust and peppermint tea. "Notice what's not taken, lad," he murmured, polishing a music box. "No coins, no bread, only things that shimmer." Indeed, Benji realized, every missing item gleamed. Even the street lamps dimming felt like stolen light. That evening he left offerings, a butter cookie on a windowsill, a spool of iridescent thread beneath the oak tree, and hid behind a hedge woven with slumbering honeysuckle. As the moon climbed, a sound like tiny bells tinkled. Not bells, though. Crying. Peering through the leaves, Benji glimpsed a creature no taller than his hand. Her skin was bark brown, her hair moss green, and her wings, translucent as dragonfly gauze, drooped sadly. She clutched Grandma's thimble like a shield, weeping into it. "Why so glum, little one?" Benji whispered, stepping softly forward. The sprite startled, vanishing instantly, but not before Benji saw her faint, fading glow. "She's ill," he gasped. He hurried to Mr. Thimblewick's workshop, where a family of house gnomes, experts in hidden things, mended socks by the hearth. "Forest sprites need joy to shine," clucked Gribble, the eldest gnome, threading a needle with starlight. When lonely, their light sickens, and they crave brightness to feel warm again. Benji understood the sprite wasn't stealing. She was gathering light because her own was dying. That night, he organized the village children. They built a snug nest of velvet moss by the oldest street lamp, filling it with borrowed treasures, the thimble, the grater, Benji's marble. Then they sang soft lullabies of rustling leaves and babbling brooks, their voices weaving through the moonlight. The sprite reappeared, drawn by the song. Hesitantly, she touched the marble. It pulsed, casting rainbows over her face. "We'll be your friends," Benji promised, offering a butter cookie. "You needn't take brightness, we'll share ours." One by one, the children held out hands, palms upturned. Kindness, warm as fresh-baked bread, filled the air. The sprite's wings quivered, then blazed like captured sunbeams. Her laughter chimed, and as her glow strengthened, the street lamps flared brilliant gold, bathing Moss Grove in honeyed light. The stolen items, now radiant with her restored magic, floated back to their owners, sparkling cleaner than before. Mr. Thimblewick chuckled next morning, finding his music box playing a sprite-composed tune. "Mysteries," he told Benji over cocoa, "are often hearts calling for help in curious ways." The sprite, now named Flicker, became the village's twilight guardian, her glow a promise. No one in Moss Grove would ever be too lonely to shine. And on crisp autumn nights, if you listen closely, you'll hear her singing with the firefly fairies, a duet of kindness and borrowed light, forever stitching warmth into the stars. Story 33. Story 34. Story 35. Story 36. 37. Story 38. Story 39. Story 40. Story 41. Story 42. Once upon a time, in a far-flung corner of the galaxy, where stars twinkled like tiny diamonds scattered across a velvet sky, there existed a peculiar planet known as Luminara. Luminara glowed with a gentle, ethereal light, its surface a shimmering tapestry of luminescent forests and crystalline lakes. The air was sweet with the scent of blooming stardust flowers, and the gentle hum of life resonated through every leaf and stone. On this planet, a young being named Nyx lived. Nyx was a Luminian, a creature of light and air, with skin that shimmered like the morning dew, and eyes that glowed softly like the moonlit seas. Nyx was as curious as they were kind, always eager to explore and learn about the universe beyond their radiant home. One day, as Nyx wandered through the glowing groves, a strange object fell from the sky, creating a gentle ripple through the air and a soft thud upon the ground. Nyx approached cautiously, their heart fluttering with both excitement and apprehension. The object, sleek and metallic, was a small spacecraft, and from its door emerged a being unlike any Nyx had ever seen. This newcomer was Ryle, a traveler from the distant and shadowy planet of Tenebrae. Ryle's form was cloaked in shades of deep indigo, and their eyes gleamed like twin stars in the night. They were a Tenebran, beings known for their wisdom and their connection to the shadows that cradled their world. Nyx and Ryle stared at each other, each a mystery to the other. The Luminarian saw the Tenebran as a figure of dark mystery, while Ryle viewed Nyx as a dazzling apparition of light. For a moment, they stood in silence, the air between them buzzing with the potential of new beginnings. Their first attempts at communication were fraught with misunderstandings. Nyx's bright gestures and melodic voice seemed incomprehensible to Ryle, who was used to the quiet, subtle language of shadows. Likewise, Ryle's whispered words and gentle, flowing movements were a puzzle to Nyx, accustomed to the vibrant expressions of their own kind. Despite these challenges, a shared determination to understand each other slowly began to build a bridge between them. With patience and creativity, they found common ground in the universal language of kindness and curiosity. Nyx showed Ryle the wonders of Luminara, the way the stardust flowers opened to the moonlight, the soft glow of the firefly-like creatures that danced through the night. Ryle, in turn, shared stories of Tenebrae, tales of shadowed valleys and skies filled with swirling nebulae. As they explored the planet together, they encountered many challenges. In the deep woods, where the light was dim and the path uncertain, they relied on each other. Nyx's glowing presence illuminated the way, while Ryle's keen senses guided them through the hidden dangers of the forest floor. One evening, as they sat by a gentle stream that sparkled under the twin moons, Nyx asked Ryle about their journey. Ryle explained that they had been seeking a place where light and shadow could coexist, a world where differences were celebrated rather than feared. Nyx listened intently, their heart warmed by the Tenebrins' dream. It was then that Ryle shared a secret, a device they carried that could harness light and shadow, a tool meant to bring balance and harmony. However, it had been damaged during their landing. Without hesitation, Nyx offered to help repair it, using the luminescent energy that flowed through everything on Luminera. Together, they worked through the night, their efforts illuminated by the gentle glow of stardust. As dawn broke, the device flickered to life, casting a harmonious blend of light and shadow across the clearing. In that moment, they realized the true strength of their friendship, the ability to embrace their differences and create something beautiful together. As the sun rose, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Nyx and Ryle stood side by side, their bonds stronger than ever. They had discovered that friendship was not about being the same, but about appreciating and supporting each other despite their differences. With a renewed sense of purpose, Ryle prepared to continue their journey, but not without a promise to return. Nyx watched as the Tenebrin spacecraft lifted into the sky, a trail of light and shadow intertwined in its wake. And so, under the vast, starlit expanse of the universe, two unlikely companions discovered the true meaning of friendship, proving that even in the most unexpected of places, light and shadow could dance together in perfect harmony. Story 43? In the heart of the tranquil Vale of Luminara, where the air always carried a hint of lavender and the streams sang lullabies, lay the quaint village of Mosswood. The villagers often spoke of how the sun seemed to linger a little longer over their fields, painting the skies in hues of golden honey as it set each evening. Nestled between whispering woods and rolling meadows, Mosswood was a place where magical creatures and humans lived harmoniously, sharing tales and laughter by the fireside. One gentle spring evening, as the village was basking in the soft glow of twilight, something peculiar began to unfold. Each night for a fortnight, faint chimes echoed through the village, as if 1,000 tiny bells were ringing in the distance. The sound was soothing, yet its source remained a mystery. The villagers, though intrigued, were never alarmed, for they trusted the land and its enchantments. In a cozy cottage at the edge of the village lived a wise old owl named Headland and a young girl named Leora. Leora was known for her curiosity and kindness, her auburn hair always tucked under a sun hat, and her pockets often brimming with acorns and wildflowers. She had a knack for noticing things others might overlook, and it was she who first decided to uncover the mystery of the nightly chimes. One evening, as Leora sat by the hearth with Headland perched nearby, she mused, "These chimes, dear Headland, they sound like a song the stars might sing. What do you think could cause such a melody?" Headland, with his deep amber eyes twinkling in the firelight, hooted softly, "Ah, young one, the world holds many secrets, and sometimes they choose to reveal themselves only to those who seek with a gentle heart. Perhaps we might find some answers in the forest." Thus, with a promise of adventure in her heart, Leora set off the next morning with Headland fluttering above her, his wings casting fleeting shadows on the sun-dappled path. The forest welcomed them with open arms, the tall trees whispering secrets through rustling leaves, the ground carpeted with soft moss that cushioned their steps. As they ventured deeper, the chimes grew clearer, guiding them like a silken thread through the tapestry of the woods. They soon came upon an ancient oak, its branches stretching proudly towards the sky, and at its base they found a peculiar gathering. A cluster of fireflies danced in the air, their glow weaving patterns of light, and in their midst, a small gathering of woodland creatures sat in rapt attention. Rabbits, squirrels, and even a few curious foxes watched as a patch of violets seemed to sway to the rhythm of the chimes, a gentle breeze carrying the sound. "Look, Headland," Leora whispered, her eyes wide with wonder. "The flowers are singing." Headland nodded sagely. "Indeed, it appears the violets hold the secret to this melody. But how and why, I wonder." As if in response to his musings, a delicate figure emerged from within the circle of violets. It was a sprite, her wings shimmering like dew-kissed cobwebs in the morning sun. She smiled warmly at Leora and Headland, her voice a soft melody of its own. "Greetings, seekers of mysteries. I am Lyra, guardian of the violets. The chimes you hear are a gift from the flowers to the forest, a lullaby to welcome the season of renewal." Leora, captivated by the gentle beauty of the sprite, asked, "But why now, dear Lyra? What has changed?" Lyra's eyes twinkled with the wisdom of ages. "As the world awakens from winter's embrace, the violets have chosen this year to share their song with the village, a reminder of the harmony that binds us all. Yet there is more to this tale. A wise creature has foretold of a special star descending upon Mosswood, and the flowers wish to guide it safely home." Intrigued by this revelation, Leora pondered the meaning of a descending star. "A star, you say? How do we guide it, and what does it seek?" "The star," Lyra explained, "is a spirit of kindness and joy, seeking a place where its light can be most cherished. The violet's song will guide it, but the star needs a beacon, a heart pure and open, willing to show it the way." Leora felt a warmth blossoming within her, understanding that perhaps she was meant to be that beacon. She looked at Headland, who nodded in encouragement. "Lyra, I would be honored to help guide the star." With that, Lyra presented Leora with a delicate bracelet woven from violet petals and enchanted threads. "Wear this, dear Leora. It will help you connect with the star and lead it to its new home." As night fell, Leora and Headland returned to the village, where the chimes seemed to sing with a newfound clarity. Standing under the starlit sky, Leora felt a gentle tug at her heart, a connection she could neither see nor touch, but that felt as real as the earth beneath her feet. Suddenly, from the heavens, a soft light began to descend, weaving its way through the tapestry of stars, drawn to the village like a moth to a flame. The villagers gathered, eyes wide with awe as the light approached, its glow embracing each corner of Mosswood with a warmth that rivaled the sun. Leora, her heart alight with the connection to the star, stepped forward. The star, a shimmering orb of light and joy, hovered before her, its presence a gentle caress against her skin. With a graceful nod, Leora led the star through the village, the chimes guiding them both, until they reached the ancient oak. The star settled among the violets, its light mingling with the glow of the fireflies. The chimes reached a crescendo, a symphony of gratitude and harmony, before gently fading into the night. The villagers, touched by the gentle magic of the evening, returned to their homes with hearts full of wonder and peace. Leora, her task complete, felt a deep sense of fulfillment as she and Headland made their way back to their cottage. As they settled by the hearth, Headland hooted softly, "You have done a great deed, Leora. The star has found its home, and the village its harmony." Leora smiled, her heart aglow with the warmth of friendship and purpose. "It was the violets and their song, dear Headland. They remind us that sometimes the answers to our mysteries lie in the most unexpected places." And so, as the fire crackled gently and the moon watched over Mosswood, Leora and Headland drifted into a peaceful slumber, cradled by the knowledge that the world was just a little bit brighter, thanks to the magic of friendship and the song of the violets. Story 44. Story 45. Story 46. Story 47. Story 48. Story 49. Story 50. Story 51. Story 52. Story 53. Story 54. Story 55. Story 56. Story 50. Story 58. Story 59. In the heart of the misty blue forest, where trees wore coats of moss and squirrels played hide-and-seek with the sunbeams, there lay a tiny, bustling village known as Twinklewood Hollow. This was no ordinary village, for its inhabitants were as unique and whimsical as the forest itself. You see, Twinklewood was home to a medley of magical creatures, each with their own delightful peculiarity. At the center of the hollow lived a merry little gnome named Pipkin. Pipkin was known far and wide for his penchant for wearing mismatched socks, believing they brought him good luck. His home was a cozy burrow beneath an ancient oak, with windows framed by ivy and a door that creaked a friendly greeting each time it opened. Pipkin's most cherished possession was a brass kettle that whistled the tune of Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star whenever the tea was ready. Next door to Pipkin, in a treehouse woven from willow branches, lived a sprightly fairy named Flick. Flick had wings as delicate as a dragonfly's, shimmering in hues of lavender and gold. She had an infectious giggle that sounded like wind chimes in a gentle breeze, and was known for her remarkable skill in painting the most vibrant rainbows across the sky with her magic paintbrush. A little further down the cobblestone path, one would find the abode of Terence, the talking tortoise. Terence was never in a rush, and he often reminded his friends that the best way to enjoy life was one slow step at a time. His shell was a patchwork of colors, each tile a memory from his travels around the world. Terence was a master storyteller, his tales as rich and layered as the forest floor in autumn. One sunny morning, as the dew sparkled on the meadow like 1,000 tiny diamonds, Pipkin, Flick, and Terence gathered at the village square. They were joined by a lively crowd of other villagers, including the melodic-voiced songbirds, the mischievous squirrel twins, and the wise old owl Hootsworth, who always wore spectacles perched precariously on his beak. The occasion was the annual Twinklewood Festival, a day filled with laughter, games, and feasting. But this year, something peculiar was afoot. As the festivities began, a curious occurrence unfolded. The air shimmered with a peculiar iridescent glow, and suddenly, every sound in the village turned into a melody. The rustling leaves sang a gentle lullaby, the bubbling brook played a merry jig, and even the clattering of dishes at the feast was transformed into a cheerful tune. At first, the villagers found this quite amusing. They danced to the melody of their chores and chuckled at the serenading sounds all around them. However, as the day wore on, it became apparent that this magical melody was more than just a harmless enchantment. Every spoken word was now a song, and trying to communicate became a comical opera of misunderstandings. "We need to solve this musical mystery," declared Pipkin, his words tumbling out in a lively aria that made the crowd giggle. Flick fluttered her wings excitedly, her voice a playful soprano. "Let's head to the Whispering Glade. Perhaps the trees can tell us what's causing this tuneful trouble." The villagers agreed, and off they went, a parade of singing, humming, and whistling creatures, weaving their way through the forest to the Whispering Glade. The glade was a special place where the oldest trees in the forest stood, their branches entwined like the fingers of old friends. It was said that these trees could speak if you listened closely enough. As they reached the glade, the villagers quieted, their melodic chatter turning into a harmonious hum. Pipkin stepped forward, his mismatched socks peeking out from beneath his trousers, and addressed the trees in a gentle ballad. "O wise trees, what is this magical melody that fills our village? Can you help us find a way to bring back our normal voices?" For a moment the glade was silent, save for the rustling leaves. Then, a deep, resonant voice emerged from the largest tree, its bark as gnarled and wise as time itself. "Long ago, a playful sprite named Melody cast a spell upon these woods, leaving behind a treasure of musical enchantments. It seems you have stumbled upon one of her playful charms." Terence, in his slow and deliberate baritone, asked, "Is there a way to undo the spell, dear trees?" The elder tree responded with a gentle rustle. "Ah, yes. To return your voices, you must find Melody's forgotten flute, hidden deep within the enchanted grove. Play a tune of friendship, and the spell shall be undone." With newfound determination, Pipkin, Flick, and Terence set out towards the enchanted grove, a place known for its magical wonders and delightful surprises. The path was lined with flowers that opened and closed like little music boxes, and birds that flew in synchronized patterns, creating an aerial symphony. As they reached the grove, they were greeted by a sight that took their breath away. The trees here were not ordinary. Their trunks twisted into fantastical shapes, and their leaves glowed in every color imaginable. In the center of the grove stood a pedestal made of crystal, and atop it lay a flute, its surface shimmering like a moonlit lake. Flick, with her fairy grace, picked up the flute. "I think I know just the tune," she said, her voice a gentle melody. She placed the flute to her lips and began to play. The notes floated through the air, a sweet, simple tune that spoke of friendship and harmony. As the melody swirled around them, the iridescent glow that had filled the village began to fade, and the sounds returned to their natural state. Back in Twinklewood Hollow, the villagers cheered, their voices at last free from the musical enchantment. They gathered around Pipkin, Flick, and Terence, thanking them with heartfelt gratitude. Pipkin grinned, twirling one of his mismatched socks. "It's good to have our voices back, but I must admit it was quite an adventure." Flick giggled, her wings fluttering with joy. "Yes, and what a wonderful tune it turned out to be." Terence nodded slowly, a contented smile on his face. "Indeed, my friends, sometimes it takes a little magic to remind us of the music in our lives." As the sun set, casting a warm golden glow over Twinklewood Hollow, the villagers gathered for a feast beneath the stars. Laughter and the clinking of glasses filled the air, mingling with the gentle hush of the forest. The night ended with Pipkin and Flick leading everyone in a joyful dance, their feet tapping out a merry rhythm on the cobblestone streets. And so, with hearts full of joy and the bonds of friendship stronger than ever, the villagers drifted into happy dreams, comforted by the knowledge that even in a world of magic and melody, the greatest harmony of all was found in their togetherness. Story 60. Once upon a time in a land where the sun painted the skies with hues of pink and gold, there lay the enchanting village of Whimsy Hollow. The village was nestled between rolling hills of lavender and fields of fluttering daisies, where the air was always filled with the gentle hum of laughter and the sweet scent of honeysuckle. In Whimsy Hollow, every creature was unique, and each had a special charm of their own. There was Pipkin, the pint-sized fox with a tail that sparkled like 1,000 fireflies, and Mary, the mouse who wore a tiny top hat and played delightful tunes on his miniature violin. Then there was Lark, a wise old tortoise with a shell that changed colors with the seasons, and who always had a kind word or two to share. Life in Whimsy Hollow was always filled with wonder and joy, but one sunny morning, a peculiar event occurred that sent ripples of excitement through the village. The great bubble tree, a magical tree that stood at the heart of the village square, began to produce bubbles that were far too large and bouncy. Normally, the tree's bubbles were just the right size to float gently around, spreading giggles to anyone they touched. But now, they were so immense that they bounced off rooftops and sent chickens clucking in surprise. The villagers gathered around the great bubble tree, scratching their heads in bewilderment. "I do declare," said Pipkin, his eyes wide with amazement, "these bubbles are as big as pumpkins and as bouncy as a bed of marshmallows." Mary twirled his hat and played a cheerful note. "Perhaps there's a bit of magic gone awry," he mused. "Or maybe the tree is simply in a jolly mood." Lark nodded thoughtfully, his shell glistening in the sunlight. "It seems to me," he said in his deep, soothing voice, "that we must discover the cause and find a way to help our dear tree return to its usual self." The villagers agreed, and so began their whimsical adventure. Pipkin, Mary, and Lark decided to seek the advice of the village's resident enchantress, a whimsical old woman named Flora, who lived at the edge of the village in a cottage made entirely of gingerbread. As they made their way through the fields, the air was filled with the fragrance of freshly baked cookies, and the sound of Flora's laughter danced on the breeze. Her garden was a riot of colors, with flowers that sang when tickled by the wind and trees that swayed in rhythm to the songs. Flora greeted them with a warm smile and a twinkle in her eye. "Ah, my dear friends," she chuckled. "I hear the great bubble tree has been getting a bit carried away with its bubbles." Pipkin nodded, his tail twinkling with excitement. "Yes, indeed. We were hoping you might have a potion or a spell to help." Flora clapped her hands with delight. "Oh, I do love a good magical mystery. Let us see what we can brew together." In Flora's cozy kitchen, the scent of cinnamon and vanilla filled the air as they mixed ingredients from her collection of jars and bottles. There were giggleberries, which always brought a smile, and whispering petals, known to share secrets with those who listened closely. They added a sprinkle of moonbeam dust, just for a touch of sparkle. As they stirred the concoction, Mary played a joyful tune, and Lark shared an old tale of a turtle who once danced with the stars. The potion bubbled and glowed, casting a warm light around the room. With the potion ready, the friends hurried back to the great bubble tree. The villagers watched with anticipation as Flora sprinkled the potion over the roots of the tree. For a moment, nothing happened, and then the tree shivered with delight, and the bubbles began to shrink to their usual delightful size. The villagers cheered, and the air was filled with laughter and hugs. The great bubble tree twinkled in the sunlight, grateful to be back to its bubbly self. Pipkin, Mary, and Lark beamed with pride, knowing they had helped their village with creativity and friendship. Flora smiled, her heart warmed by the joy she saw around her. "Remember, my dear friends," she said, "that the magic of Whimsy Hollow lies not just in spells and potions, but in the kindness and laughter we share." And so life in Whimsy Hollow returned to its happy rhythm, with bubbles that danced gently on the breeze and hearts that sang with joy. The village continued to be a place of wonder and whimsy, where every day was a new adventure, and where friendship was the most magical gift of all. As the sun set, painting the sky with colors as vibrant as the village itself, the villagers gathered around the great bubble tree once more. This time, they weren't there to solve a mystery, but to celebrate the joy of their community. Pipkin, Mary, and Lark stood proudly, knowing that their teamwork had brought the village back to its delightful self. Flora joined them, bringing a basket filled with her homemade ginger snap cookies, each one shaped like a star. As they nibbled on the sweet treats, the bubbles floated gently overhead, casting rainbows in the fading light. The air was filled with the soft sounds of Mary's violin, his tunes weaving a melody of peace and happiness. "Do you suppose the tree will ever get carried away again?" Pipkin asked, a playful glint in his eyes. "Perhaps," Flora replied with a wink. "But that's the beauty of magic, isn't it? It's full of surprises and wonder, much like life itself." Lark nodded in agreement, his wise old eyes sparkling with wisdom. "And when it does, we'll be ready with our wits and laughter," he said, his shell reflecting the gentle glow of the bubbles. The villagers continued to celebrate, sharing stories and dreams as the stars began to twinkle in the night sky. They knew that whatever challenges they might face, they would always have each other, and that was the greatest magic of all. As the night deepened, the villagers slowly made their way to their cozy homes, their hearts warm with the comfort of friendship and community. The great bubble tree stood tall and proud, a symbol of the joy and unity that defined Whimsy Hollow. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon and stars, Whimsy Hollow drifted into a peaceful slumber, dreaming of the adventures yet to come and the laughter that would always fill their days. In the quiet hush of the night, the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft murmur of bubbles filled the air, a lullaby of magic and love. And as the first light of dawn began to peek over the hills, Whimsy Hollow awoke once more, ready to embrace the new day with open hearts and cheerful spirits. For in Whimsy Hollow, every day was a celebration of life, a testament to the power of friendship, and a reminder that with kindness and creativity, any problem could be solved. And that, dear listener, is the true magic of Whimsy Hollow, a place where dreams come to life and every heart finds its song. 61. Story 62. In the serene village of Willowgrove, nestled amidst rolling green hills and surrounded by whispering woods, lived a gentle soul named Lyra. Lyra was known for her caring heart and love for nature, yet she often felt a whisper of unease deep within her, a longing for something she couldn't quite name. This feeling was like a tiny pebble in her shoe, persistent and urging her to change, though she feared the unknown. Lyra lived in a quaint, ivy-covered cottage at the edge of the forest. Her days were filled with the simple joys of tending her vibrant garden and listening to the melodies of the wind as it danced through the leaves. The villagers adored her for her kindness and often sought her wisdom, but Lyra secretly wondered if she was missing out on a greater adventure. One crisp autumn morning, as the golden sunlight poured through the canopy of trees, Lyra decided to wander deeper into the forest than ever before. She followed the path as it wound like a playful ribbon through the woods, the air rich with the scent of pine and earth. It was there she met a creature unlike any she had ever seen, a small, shimmering dragon named Finn. Finn was a curious and cheerful dragon, his scales glistening with a spectrum of colors that shifted and changed like the sky at sunset. He had been watching Lyra for a while, drawn to her gentle spirit and sensing her inner turmoil. With a voice as soft as a summer breeze, he greeted her. "Greetings, dear Lyra. I am Finn, a guardian of these woods. I sense you are seeking something, perhaps even without knowing what it is." At first, Lyra was startled by the dragon's presence, but his warm eyes and gentle demeanor quickly set her at ease. "I don't know," she admitted, her voice barely louder than a whisper. "I feel as though there's something more I should be doing, something I should become, but I don't know what it is." Finn nodded knowingly. Change can be daunting, but it is through change that we grow. Perhaps a journey of discovery is what you need. And with those words, Finn promised to accompany Lyra on a magical journey, one where she would learn not only about the world, but also about herself. Their journey began that very day. Finn led Lyra through hidden paths and enchanted glens, where the sunlight filtered through the leaves like golden rain. They visited the ancient oak with a trunk wide enough to hold secrets 1,000 years old, where Finn introduced her to the wise owls who nested there. The owls shared stories of the forest's history, tales of resilience and change, teaching Lyra the importance of embracing the unknown. As days turned into weeks, Lyra found herself growing more comfortable with the idea of change. Each new experience was like a brushstroke on the canvas of her life, adding depth and color. She learned from the playful brook that danced over stones, whispering secrets of adaptation and flow. She marveled at the caterpillars transforming into butterflies, their delicate wings a testament to the beauty of transformation. Throughout their travels, Lyra was never alone. Finn was a constant companion, always there to offer encouragement and wisdom. He taught her to see the magic in everyday moments, from the way the stars twinkled like diamonds in the night sky to the way the morning dew coated the world in a shimmering veil. One day, as they rested by a serene lake under the silver glow of the moon, Lyra turned to Finn, her voice brimming with newfound understanding. "I've learned so much, yet I feel there's still more within me waiting to grow." Finn smiled, his scales reflecting the moonlight like 1,000 tiny mirrors. "You've discovered that growth is a journey, not a destination. You've learned to trust in the process, to embrace the changes that come your way." With Finn's guidance, Lyra realized that the unease she once felt was not a burden but a gift, a call to explore, to learn, to grow. She understood that change was not something to fear, but something to welcome, for it brought with it the promise of new beginnings and endless possibilities. As their journey came to a close, Lyra returned to Willowgrove, her heart full of peace and her spirit alight with the knowledge she had gained. The village welcomed her back with open arms, and she shared her experiences with them, inspiring others to embark on their own journeys of self-discovery. Lyra's garden flourished more than ever, a testament to her inner growth. Each bloom told a story of courage and transformation, a reminder of the beauty that lies in embracing change. And though Finn returned to his home in the forest, his presence lingered in Lyra's heart, a gentle reminder of the magic of friendship and the power of personal growth. Under the starlit sky, Lyra sat by her garden, feeling the warm embrace of the universe. She had found what she was seeking, not something outside of herself, but the courage to grow, to change, and to become the best version of who she was meant to be. And so, with a heart full of gratitude and a soul full of peace, she drifted into a restful sleep, her dreams guided by the gentle whispers of the forest and the shimmering presence of her dear friend, Finn. Story 63. Story 64. Story 65. In a quaint village nestled at the edge of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed soft lullabies and the air was sweet with the scent of blooming honeysuckle, there lived a young girl named Lila. Lila had chestnut curls that bounced as she walked and eyes like polished amber, always alight with curiosity. Her home was a snug little cottage with a thatched roof, surrounded by a garden that danced with wildflowers. Every evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky with hues of lavender and rose, Lila would sit by the fire with her grandmother, a wise woman renowned throughout the village for her knowledge of herbs and lore. The hearth crackled warmly, casting a golden glow over the room, where shadows played gently on the walls. One particular evening, as Lila and her grandmother were preparing to settle down with steaming mugs of chamomile tea. A soft but persistent tapping echoed through the room. It seemed to be coming from the window, which overlooked the garden now blanketed in twilight's embrace. Curious, Lila padded over to the window and pulled back the lace curtain. To her astonishment, she found a small, peculiar creature perched on the windowsill. It was a moonbeam sprite, its delicate wings shimmering faintly in the dim light. The sprite's eyes were wide with worry, its tiny hands clasped together as if in prayer. "Oh, dear Lila," the sprite fluttered its wings, causing a gentle flutter of silvery dust to cascade around it. "Something strange is afoot in the whispering woods. The songbirds have fallen silent, and the fireflies are nowhere to be seen." Lila's grandmother joined her at the window, her expression thoughtful. "These are indeed curious happenings," she murmured, her voice as soft and comforting as a woolen shawl. "Perhaps it is time for a visit to the woods. They have secrets to share if one knows how to listen." The next morning, with the sun barely peeking over the horizon, Lila set off toward the whispering woods. The air was crisp and cool, carrying the earthy scent of dew-kissed leaves. As she entered the woods, the familiar rustle of leaves underfoot welcomed her, though the absence of birdsong was unmistakable. Lila walked deeper into the forest, her senses attuned to the subtle whispers of the trees. She soon came upon a clearing where the ancient oak known as Grandfather Tree stood proudly. Its gnarled branches stretched toward the heavens, and its bark was etched with the wisdom of centuries. "Welcome, young Lila," a voice rumbled softly, resonating from the heart of the oak. It was the tree guardian, an ethereal presence that watched over the woods. "I sense you seek answers." Lila nodded, her voice barely more than a whisper. "The forest feels different. Can you tell me what has happened?" The tree guardian seemed to sigh, a gentle breeze rustling through its leaves. "There is a disturbance in the balance. The nightshade, a mischievous creature, has been playing tricks, drawing the magic away from the woods." Lila listened carefully, her mind already turning with possibilities. "How might we restore the balance?" she asked. The tree guardian's response was a soft rustle. "The nightshade is drawn to its reflection. You must craft a mirror of moonlight to capture its attention and coax it back into harmony." Thanking the tree guardian, Lila set about gathering what she needed. She collected a handful of silvery dew from the petals of moonflowers and a shard of smooth, reflective riverstone. With these, she fashioned a small mirror, its surface gleaming with a pale luminescence. As twilight descended, painting the woods in shades of blue and silver, Lila returned to the clearing. There, she placed the mirror upon a bed of moss, right where the moon's light would touch it. Then she waited, her heart steady and calm. Before long, a shadow flitted across the clearing, a dark, wispy shape that darted about with an impish energy. It was the nightshade, drawn irresistibly to the mirror's glow. The creature paused, entranced by its own reflection. Its antics momentarily ceased. With gentle words woven of kindness and understanding, Lila spoke to the nightshade. She explained how its playful tricks had unbalanced the magic of the woods, and how harmony could be restored if it chose to return to its rightful place among the shadows. The nightshade listened, its form shimmering as if considering her words. Finally, with a playful wink, it vanished into the night, leaving behind a trail of sparkling dust. Almost immediately, the woods felt different. The air was lighter, and the soft chirping of crickets resumed its familiar melody. As Lila made her way back to the village, the moon watched over her, casting a gentle glow on her path. She felt a comforting sense of achievement, knowing she had helped restore peace to the woods she loved so dearly. Back at the cottage, her grandmother awaited her with open arms and a warm smile. "You have done well, dear heart," she said, her voice a balm to Lila's soul. "Remember, even the smallest creatures can teach us the greatest lessons." That night, as Lila lay in her cozy bed, she listened to the soft hum of the forest outside her window. The world was at peace, and so was she, knowing that wisdom and friendship could always light the way, even through the darkest of shadows. And with that comforting thought, she drifted into a gentle, restful sleep, cradled by the whispers of the woods. Story 66. Story 67. Story 68. Story 69. Story 70. Story 71. Story 72. Story 73. Story 74. Story 75. Story 76. Story 77. Story 78. Story 79. Story 80. Story 81. The Whispering Locket and the Guardian of Glimmerwood. Beneath skies painted in twilight lavender, where chimney smoke curled like sleeping cats above thatched roofs, there lived a girl named Leela whose footsteps fell softer than dandelion fluff. Each evening, as the village of Willowmere settled into its quilted silence, she would kneel by her windowsill, listening to the distant murmur of Glimmerwood, an ancient forest said to hold secrets in its knotted roots. But tonight was different. Tonight the wind carried not the usual pine-scented lullabies, but a shiver that made the oil lamps gutter and the village dogs whine into their paws. It began with a flicker of silver in the meadow, a light darting between thistles like a minnow in a stream. Leela's breath fogged the window pane as she pressed closer, heart drumming a curious rhythm. The light led her past moonlit haystacks, through dewy grass that clung to her nightdress like shy fingers, until she stood at the forest's edge where shadows pooled thick as ink. There, tangled in a hawthorn bush, hung a locket no larger than a hazelnut, its surface etched with spirals that seemed to shift when touched by starlight. "Don't." The voice came from a fox seated primly on a mossy stone, its fur the color of smoldering embers. It tilted its head, amber eyes reflecting the locket's glow. "That trinket isn't for the clumsy-handed child." Lila froze, one hand hovering near the thorny branches. You talk. And you gawk," the fox sniffed, twitching a whisker. "Names are currency here. Mine's Ember, yours." Leela, why shouldn't I touch it?" Ember's tail curled tight. "Because that's no mere bauble, it's a whisper stone, last of its kind. Choose wisely, leave it be, or wake the old magic and see this forest as it truly is." The locket pulsed warmly, and suddenly Leela understood the hum she'd heard all her life. The creak of oaks, the chuckle of brooks, was a language half-remembered. Her fingers closed around the chain. The world unraveled. Where gnarled trees once stood, now rose pillars of living amber, their canopies a mosaic of jade and citrine leaves chiming in the breeze. Fireflies waltzed in formal gowns of light, and the path beneath Leela's feet shimmered with crushed opal dust. Ember trotted beside her, fur blazing brighter in this unveiled realm. "Welcome to Glimmerwood's heart, or what's left of it." They crested a hill, and Leela gasped. Below stretched a valley veined with luminous rivers, but great swaths lay desolate, trees skeletal, earth cracked and oozing a viscous blackness that smelled of burnt sugar and regret. A figure moved in the blight, a towering stag with antlers like ice, dragging a scythe that left withering scars in the soil. "The Shade King," Ember whispered. "He feeds on forgotten magic. The locket's song could heal the land, but only if you learn to wield it before the blight consumes." A twig snapped. The stag's head swiveled, hollow eyes locking onto Leela. She ran, thorns tearing her sleeves, the locket burning against her chest. They escaped through a waterfall that parted like liquid crystal, tumbling into a cavern where bioluminescent mushrooms bobbed in alarm. He felt the locket's pulse, Ember panted. "We need the grove wardens, guardians who once kept the balance, but they've scattered since the blight began. Find them and you might mend this." Their first ally emerged at dawn, an owl named Pippin, no taller than a teacup, whose feathers changed color with his moods. He perched on Leela's shoulder, blinking milky eyes. "South," he hooted, "where stone kisses sky." The mountains loomed treacherous, cliffs slick with ice. Halfway up, a rock slide trapped them in a crevice, the air thinning as night gnawed at their courage. Leela pressed the locket to her heart, humming a lullaby her mother once sang. The spirals glowed, weaving golden threads into the rock until a tunnel unfurled, fragile as spider silk but holding. Clever, rumbled a voice like grinding boulders. A mountain hare the size of a sheep blocked their path, obsidian claws glinting. But cleverness won't sway me, little thief. Ember growled low, but Leela knelt, offering wild rosemary from her pocket. We're not stealing anything, we're trying to give back what was lost. The hare, named Thorn, studied her. The last human who came here took our crystal springs for his jewels. I'm not him. Layla opened her palm, where the locket's light pooled like liquid sun. Please, help us save your home. Thorn's ear twitched. Then he turned, carving a path through the snow with a single swipe. Mind the crevices and don't touch the blue ice, it bites. Winter melted into a valley where autumn reigned eternal. Maple trees rained copper leaves, each one singing a different note when caught. Here they found Win, a girl woven from willow branches, her hair a cascade of lichen. She danced around Layla, leaving trails of clover. The locket remembers you, she trilled. You've worn it before, many, many turnings ago. In a pool formed by petrified tears, wept, Win explained, by a star who loved the earth too much, visions flickered. Leela saw her own face reflected in a medieval tapestry, the locket around her ancestor's neck as they planted the first acorn of Glimmerwood. The magic chose your bloodline, Win murmured. But magic fades when stories aren't shared. The Shade King's roar shook the valley. Black vines slithered over the ridge, thorns dripping venom. Thorn charged, shattering the first wave with a stomp, while Pippin dive-bombed snarling tendrils. Go. Ember shoved Leela toward a grove of stone monoliths. The final warden's here. Among the monoliths stood a child sculpted from marble, eyes sealed shut. Leela touched its hand, cold. Wake up, she pleaded. The locket dimmed, its song faltering. Ember nuzzled her cheek. You've been trying to fix things alone, but some doors only open together. Leela glanced at her companions, fox, owl, hare, dryad, and understood. She placed the locket on the statue's palm, then layered their paws and hands atop it. Light erupted. The marble child blinked, revealing eyes like molten quartz. The keeper returns, it intoned. Speak your wish. Heal the forest, Leela whispered, and the Shade King. The keeper smiled sadly. To mend a wound, you must first clean it. They found the stag at the blight's epicenter, his scythe raised over the heart tree, an oak whose roots cradled a pulsing sapphire. Stop, Leela cried. You're killing it. The Shade King stilled. I am saving it, he rasped, voice frayed as old rope. The blight must be cut away. Ember stiffened. He's not the enemy, he's a guardian gone mad with grief. The keeper stepped forward, light swirling from its fingertips. Images unfolded, the Shade King centuries ago, a noble guardian pruning sickened branches to save the whole. But as villages grew and magic waned, his purpose twisted. You tried to protect, Leela realized. But the blight isn't the sickness, it's the cure gone wild, like fever fighting infection. The stag trembled. I forgot the balance. Leela approached, unafraid. Let us remember together. Guided by the locket's song, they wove a new magic. Thorn's strength breaking the cracked earth, Pippin's sight finding healthy roots beneath rot, Wind's laughter coaxing buds from dead branches, Ember's warmth melting frost, and the keeper's hands blending their efforts into harmony. The Shade King's scythe dissolved into fireflies that settled on the blight, not destroying, but transforming it into rich loam where white lilies bloomed. In the village, dawn broke with birdsong sweeter than any in memory. Leela stood at her window, the locket now a simple silver shell against her chest. She could still taste elderberry wine from the warden's celebration, still feel Ember's fur as they parted, a brush of warmth against her hand. "Where's the fox?" her little brother asked, peering at the meadow. Layla smiled, touching a lily that grew by her doorstep, its petals edged in gold. "Guarding something precious, but he'll visit when the maple leaves sing." And if some nights, when the wind carried the scent of snowdrops and cedar, she'd slip into the forest to speak with stones and dance with shadows, well, that was a story for another twilight. The locket's whispers grew fainter each season, its magic seeping into the soil, the streams, the children who left breadcrumbs for red foxes. But in dreams, Leela still heard them all, the creak of roots stretching, the sigh of mountains settling into sleep, and a voice like smoldering embers murmuring, "Well done, keeper. Well done." Story 82. Story 83. Story 84. Story 85. Story 86. Story 87. Story 88. Story 89. Story 90. Story 91. Story 92. Story 93. Story 94. Story 95. In the amber-hued village of Willowmere, where chimney smoke curled into shapes of sleeping cats and bakery windows glowed like honeycomb cells, something peculiar began unfolding as the autumn moon waxed full. Each night at precisely 8 bells, every lantern in the town square would blink out simultaneously, leaving townsfolk fumbling with tinderboxes while the warm scent of spiced cider hung unfinished in the crisp air. 12-year-old Tansy noticed it first while collecting chestnuts beneath the old sentinel oak. Her boots crunched rhythmically through fallen leaves until the familiar pop of extinguished flames made her turn. Through the twilight she watched as the lamplighter's pole slipped from old Mr. Burrow's grasp, his whiskery face upturned as dozens of lantern flames detached like glowing dandelion seeds, swirling westward toward the mist-shrouded bramblewood. "They're not going out," she whispered to her prickly companion, a hedgehog named Nettle who rode in her apron pocket. "They're being called." The next evening found Tansy perched on a frost-kissed bench, a woolen scarf knitted by her grandmother wrapped thrice around her neck. In her lap sat a jam jar filled with luminous moss and 3 raisins, Nettle's idea of emergency provisions. As the church bell tolled its 8th sonorous note, she held her breath. Lantern flames stretched into golden threads, slipping through iron filigree to dance above the cobblestones. "Quickly," she urged, jogging after the luminous procession. Nettle's tiny claws gripped her collar as they followed the trail past the murmuring mill wheel, through a thicket where silver birch bark gleamed like ancient parchment. The flames congregated above a crumbling stone well long claimed by ivy, spiraling downward into darkness. Tansy's courage faltered until a voice like wind through sun-warmed grass spoke behind her. "They seek to mend what was fractured." A badger stood on hind legs, spectacles balanced precariously on his black-striped nose. In his paws lay an astrolabe crusted with stardust, its brass rings humming faintly. "Professor Thistledown," he introduced himself with a bow. "Keeper of sideways moments and lost luminescence. You've excellent timing, child, the moon's in the house of mending." As Tansy helped the badger polish a viewing lens the size of a soup plate, he explained the well wasn't a well at all, but a temporalis fissure, a fold between moments. "Long ago, fire sprites lit these woods," he murmured. But frightened villagers built lanterns to replace them, wounding the old pact between flame and forest. Deep below, the gathered lantern lights pulsed in distress. Through the lens, Tansy glimpsed fragmented memories. A sapling's first sunrise, a fox-kit's startled laughter, the village founder shaking hands with a glowing creature made of crackling twigs. "The sprite's memories are fading," Thistledown sighed. "Without them, your lanterns will gutter forever by winter solstice." Dawn found them in the badger's burrow library, shelves carved between tree roots and lined with crystallized dewdrops containing historical scents. Tansy sneezed twice. 1776 smelled strongly of burnt toast, while Nettle organized acorn caps of herbal tea. "We need something that carries both human warmth and wild light," Tansy mused, watching steam rise from her cup. Her mittened finger traced the knit stitches of her scarf, each loop a tiny vessel. Like Nana's stories. She sat upright, scattering chestnut shells. She says every stitch holds a memory. What if we? The plan unfolded like a map in firelight. For 3 days and nights, the village buzzed with gentle industry. Children braided garlands of dried marigolds, while elders sang ballads into hollow gourds. Bakers kneaded cinnamon into bread shaped like owls and hedgehogs. When the preparations were complete, the entire populace gathered at the well under Thistledown's direction, each person holding an item infused with personal history. A midwife's first blanket, a fisherman's luck-knotted net, Tansy's own scarf now interwoven with Nettle's quills. As the 8th bell chimed, lantern flames rose once more, but this time the villagers offered their memory vessels in unison. Golden threads wove through embroidered hopes and whispered lullabies, becoming a bridge between past and present. From the well emerged flickering forms with eyes like banked hearths, their crackling speech translating through the offered memories. "You kept our light but forgot our names. We kept your warmth but feared your flames. Let thread be twine and song be spark, to mend the stitch torn in the dark." The fire sprites and lantern flames merged into constellations above the square. Where they touched ground, new plants sprouted, moonfire vines whose blossoms glowed amber at dusk and silver at dawn, their roots knitting the earth's hidden fractures. Now, when Willowmere's children press ears to the sentinel oak, they hear faint laughter like leaves rustling. Nettle, who gained a rather distinguished waistcoat from the event, can often be found lecturing young hedgehogs on the importance of emergency raisins. And if lanterns occasionally flicker in patterns that look suspiciously like badgers dancing, well, that's simply how stories weave themselves into the world's great tapestry, one mended stitch at a time. Story 96. Story 97. Once upon a time, in a cozy village nestled among rolling hills, there lived a young doe named Willow. She was a gentle creature with a soft brown coat and eyes that shone like amber in the sunlight. Willow loved the comfort of her daily routines, nibbling on sweet clover in the meadow, resting in the dappled shade of the ancient oak, and listening to the soothing melodies of the woodland birds. Yet lately, Willow couldn't shake a restless feeling stirring within her. She watched as her friends shed their winter coats, their new fur glistening with renewed vibrancy. But Willow's coat remained dull and threadbare, clinging to her like an itchy reminder that change was afoot, whether she was ready or not. One crisp morning, Willow wandered to the forest's edge where she often found solace among the ferns and wildflowers. There she met an old friend, a wizened tortoise named Sage, who moved with great care and contemplation. "You seem troubled, little one," Sage said, her voice as gentle as the rustling leaves. Willow confided her fears about the impending change. "I feel stuck, like this tattered coat is weighing me down. I'm afraid if I let it go, I'll lose a part of myself forever." Sage smiled knowingly. The cycle of rebirth can be daunting, but it's nature's way of helping us grow. Think of the butterfly emerging from its chrysalis. A wondrous transformation takes immense courage. As if on cue, a shimmering light danced through the trees, catching Willow's eye. It was a radiant sprite named Glow, one of the forest's fabled guardians. "Don't fret, dear Willow," Glow chimed, her ethereal voice like a tinkling brook. "Every ending is a new beginning in disguise." With a wave of her tiny hand, Glow conjured a glittering pool of water before them. Images began to swirl across its surface, a kaleidoscope of vibrant colors representing the stages of growth and renewal. Willow was transfixed, seeing reflections of her own journey mirrored in nature's eternal rhythm. Glow gestured toward the water. "You'll know when you're ready to embrace the change within you. Trust in the magic that guides all living things." Heartened by her friend's wisdom, Willow realized her fears were rooted in resistance to the unknown. As the days passed, she moved through the transition with newfound grace, allowing her tattered coat to shed naturally. Beneath the weathered exterior, a lustrous new coat emerged, its rich chestnut hues shimmering like sunlight on autumn leaves. Willow felt lighter, revitalized, as if she were seeing the world through fresh, wondering eyes. From that day on, she greeted each season as a wondrous teacher, honoring the continual cycle of transformation as the greatest magic of all. For in surrendering to change, Willow discovered her truest self, resilient, radiant, and beautifully renewed. Story 98. Story 99. Deep within the whispering woods, where ancient oaks stretched gnarled fingers toward a sky perpetually dappled with starlight lived creatures whose lives hummed in perfect harmony with the land. Here moss-covered stones pulsed with warmth like sleeping hearts, and brooks sang lullabies in liquid silver tones. The air always carried the scent of pine resin, damp earth, and the faintest hint of wild strawberries, a perfume that changed with the seasons, woven by magic as old as the roots beneath the forest floor. Young Bramble, a badger with fur the color of twilight shadows, often explored the fern-carpeted glades. His paws sank into velvet moss as he listened to the trees. They didn't speak in words, but in rustles, a language of creaking branches and sighing leaves passed down through generations. Every rustle is a story, Elderwood the owl had taught him, perched high in his hollow of the grandmother tree. Elderwood's feathers were the soft gray of wood smoke, his eyes holding the patience of centuries. The forest breathes, Bramble, inhale the spring mists, exhale the autumn gold, that is balance. One crisp morning, as frost painted lace patterns on spiderwebs, Bramble noticed something amiss. Winter's chill lingered like an unwelcome guest. Icicles hung heavy even as the first snowdrops should have pushed through the soil. The brook's song grew sluggish, its melody muted. Worst of all, the tree's rustles turned anxious, a sound like dry bones rattling. The heartstone dims, Elderwood confided, his voice a low hoot in the stillness. Deep within Crystal Cavern, a geode pulsed with the forest's magic, tied to the turning seasons. If its light faded, the whispering woods might never bloom again. Bramble's heart thumped like a trapped moth. He gathered his friends, Pip, a quick-witted squirrel with a tail like autumn fire, and Fern, a doe whose steps were so light they scarcely stirred the dew. "We must find why the heartstone weakens," Bramble urged. Pip scampered ahead, her nose twitching at the sour tang of decaying leaves, where new growth should scent the air. Fern led them along paths only deer knew, where moonlight pooled in silver puddles. As they journeyed, Elderwood's wisdom echoed, "Seek the whispers where water meets stone." Near Mistfall Falls, where water cascaded like liquid diamonds into a pool ringed with glowing lichen, they found the source of the imbalance. A landslide had buried the cavern's entrance under boulders and tangled roots. The Heartstone's light, once a beacon, now flickered weakly behind the rubble, like a star veiled by storm clouds. "Without the stone's warmth, winter cannot end," Fern murmured, her breath misting in the unnatural cold. Pip chittered nervously, pawing at the rocks. "It's too heavy, we're too small." But Bramble remembered Elderwood's stories of the moss weavers, tiny, luminous beetles who mended cracks in the earth with threads of iridescent silk. "Balance needs all voices, even the quietest," he whispered. Calling out in the soft, churring language of badgers, he summoned them. One by one, beetles emerged from crevices, their carapaces shimmering like captured rainbows. They scurried over the rubble, spinning bridges of light between stones. Pip darted up the newly woven paths, gnawing through stubborn roots with teeth sharp as pine needles. Fern used her strong legs to nudge smaller rocks aside, her movements gentle as a breeze. Bramble dug with determined claws, the soil cool and yielding beneath him. As they worked, the forest rallied. Birds dropped seeds into cracks, where they sprouted instant tendrils to bind the stones. Earthworms churned the soil, making it soft. Even the wind helped, carrying away dust in soft gusts. Hours blurred into a tapestry of shared effort, the air filling with the scent of crushed mint and wet stone. Finally, as the last rock shifted, the Heartstone's glow burst forth, a warm, amber radiance that flowed through the cavern like melted honey. It touched the frozen waterfall, and the ice shattered into 1,000 singing droplets. Outside, the frost retreated, replaced by the tender green of unfurling ferns. Seasons spun back into rhythm. Spring arrived in a rush, cherry blossoms snowed pink petals over the paths, and the brook's song swelled, clear and bright. That evening, the creatures gathered beneath Elderwood's tree. Fireflies drifted like living stars, and the air hummed with the contented buzz of waking bees. Elderwood gazed at the restored harmony, his feathers ruffled by a warm breeze carrying the scent of rain and blossoms. "Strength lies not in size," he said softly, "but in the weave of many threads. Remember this when the wind grows cold again." Bramble curled beside Fern, Pip dozing on his back. As moonlight filtered through the leaves, casting lace shadows on the forest floor, he felt the deep, steady pulse of the Heartstone, a gentle thrum in the earth beneath him. The trees rustled again, their whispers now a lullaby of gratitude and peace. And in that sacred grove, cradled by ancient magic and newfound wisdom, the creatures of the Whispering Woods slept, knowing their harmony was a story that would echo through generations, as enduring as the stars above. In a quaint village nestled at the edge of the Whispering Woods, where the trees hummed soft lullabies and the air was sweet with the scent of blooming honeysuckle, there lived a young girl named Lila. Lila had chestnut curls that bounced as she walked, and eyes like polished amber, always alight with curiosity. Her home was a snug little cottage with a thatched roof, surrounded by a garden that danced with wildflowers. Every evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky with hues of lavender and rose, Lila would sit by the fire with her grandmother, a wise woman renowned throughout the village for her knowledge of herbs and lore. The hearth crackled warmly, casting a golden glow over the room, where shadows played gently on the walls. One particular evening, as Lila and her grandmother were preparing to settle down with steaming mugs of chamomile tea, a soft but persistent tapping echoed through the room. It seemed to be coming from the window, which overlooked the garden now blanketed in twilight's embrace. Curious, Lila padded over to the window and pulled back the lace curtain. To her astonishment, she found a small, peculiar creature perched on the windowsill. It was a moonbeam sprite, its delicate wings shimmering faintly in the dim light. The sprite's eyes were wide with worry, its tiny hands clasped together as if in prayer. "Oh, dear Lila," the sprite fluttered its wings, causing a gentle flutter of silvery dust to cascade around it. "Something strange is afoot in the Whispering Woods. The songbirds have fallen silent, and the fireflies are nowhere to be seen." Lila's grandmother joined her at the window, her expression thoughtful. "These are indeed curious happenings," she murmured, her voice as soft and comforting as a woolen shawl. "Perhaps it is time for a visit to the woods. They have secrets to share if one knows how to listen." The next morning, with the sun barely peeking over the horizon, Lila set off toward the Whispering Woods. The air was crisp and cool, carrying the earthy scent of dew-kissed leaves. As she entered the woods, the familiar rustle of leaves underfoot welcomed her, though the absence of birdsong was unmistakable. Lila walked deeper into the forest, her senses attuned to the subtle whispers of the trees. She soon came upon a clearing where the ancient oak known as Grandfather Tree stood proudly. Its gnarled branches stretched toward the heavens, and its bark was etched with the wisdom of centuries. "Welcome, young Lila," a voice rumbled softly, resonating from the heart of the oak. It was the tree guardian, an ethereal presence that watched over the woods. "I sense you seek answers." Lila nodded, her voice barely more than a whisper. "The forest feels different. Can you tell me what has happened?" The tree guardian seemed to sigh, a gentle breeze rustling through its leaves. "There is a disturbance in the balance. The nightshade, a mischievous creature, has been playing tricks, drawing the magic away from the woods. Lila listened carefully, her mind already turning with possibilities. "How might we restore the balance?" she asked. The tree guardian's response was a soft rustle. "The nightshade is drawn to its reflection. You must craft a mirror of moonlight to capture its attention and coax it back into harmony." Thanking the tree guardian, Lila set about gathering what she needed. She collected a handful of silvery dew from the petals of moonflowers and a shard of smooth, reflective riverstone. With these, she fashioned a small mirror, its surface gleaming with a pale luminescence. As twilight descended, painting the woods in shades of blue and silver, Lila returned to the clearing. There, she placed the mirror upon a bed of moss, right where the moon's light would touch it. Then she waited, her heart steady and calm. Before long, a shadow flitted across the clearing, a dark, wispy shape that darted about with an impish energy. It was the nightshade, drawn irresistibly to the mirror's glow. The creature paused, entranced by its own reflection. Its antics momentarily ceased. With gentle words woven of kindness and understanding, Lila spoke to the nightshade. She explained how its playful tricks had unbalanced the magic of the woods, and how harmony could be restored if it chose to return to its rightful place among the shadows. The nightshade listened, its form shimmering as if considering her words. Finally, with a playful wink, it vanished into the night, leaving behind a trail of sparkling dust. Almost immediately, the woods felt different. The air was lighter, and the soft chirping of crickets resumed its familiar melody. As Lila made her way back to the village, the moon watched over her, casting a gentle glow on her path. She felt a comforting sense of achievement, knowing she had helped restore peace to the woods she loved so dearly. Back at the cottage, her grandmother awaited her with open arms and a warm smile. "You have done well, dear heart," she said, her voice a balm to Lila's soul. "Remember, even the smallest creatures can teach us the greatest lessons." That night, as Lila lay in her cozy bed, she listened to the soft hum of the forest outside her window. The world was at peace, and so was she, knowing that wisdom and friendship could always light the way, even through the darkest of shadows. And with that comforting thought, she drifted into a gentle, restful sleep, cradled by the whispers of the woods. In the heart of an ancient forest, where sunlight danced through the canopy in delicate patterns, there lay a quaint village known as Mistwood Hollow. This village was unlike any other, nestled snugly between towering oaks and whispering pines. The air was perpetually sweet with the scent of wildflowers, and the gentle murmur of a nearby brook provided a constant, soothing lullaby. Mistwood Hollow was home to a small, tight-knit community of kind-hearted souls. Among them was a young boy named Finn. Finn had eyes the color of the forest after a rainstorm, deep and vibrant, with a spirit as gentle as the morning dew. He was a curious child, always eager to explore the hidden nooks and crannies of the forest that surrounded his home. One crisp, golden morning, Finn set out for an adventure, his heart brimming with the promise of discovery. The forest was alive with the chirping of crickets and the rustling of leaves underfoot. Finn loved these sounds. They were like the voice of an old friend, comforting and familiar. As he wandered deeper into the woods, Finn stumbled upon a clearing he had never seen before. In the center of this clearing stood a magnificent tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, with branches that stretched towards the sky like welcoming arms. It was unlike any tree Finn had ever seen, its bark shimmering with an otherworldly glow. Intrigued, Finn approached the tree, his footsteps light and respectful. As he drew nearer, he noticed something peculiar nestled among the roots, a small, intricately carved box. It was made of polished wood, with delicate engravings that seemed to shift and change in the dappled sunlight. Finn's heart raced with excitement and a hint of trepidation. He knelt beside the box and gently lifted the lid. Inside, he found a beautiful iridescent stone that pulsed with a soft, warm light. As Finn held the stone in his hands, a gentle breeze swirled around him, carrying with it a whisper that seemed to speak directly to his heart. "Guardianship," the voice murmured. "With this stone you shall unlock the secrets of the forest. It will guide you, reveal the unseen, and teach you the true meaning of friendship and courage." Finn's eyes widened with wonder and a sense of responsibility. He slipped the stone into his pocket, feeling its comforting warmth against his skin. Little did he know that this discovery would set him on a journey that would change him forever. As days turned into weeks, Finn found himself returning to the ancient tree and its clearing. With the stone in his possession, the forest seemed to come alive in new and wondrous ways. He could hear the whispered conversations of the trees, feel the heartbeat of the earth beneath his feet, and see the hidden world that thrived within the natural environment. One misty afternoon, as Finn sat beneath the old tree, he met a peculiar creature. It was a small, sprightly being with eyes that gleamed like polished amber and wings as delicate as a butterfly's. The creature introduced itself as Lyra, a guardian of the forest. Finn and Lyra quickly became friends, united by their shared love for the woods and its mysteries. Lyra was wise beyond her years, her knowledge of the forest's secrets vast and profound. She taught Finn about the delicate balance of nature and the importance of protecting it. Together, they embarked on countless adventures, exploring hidden groves and babbling brooks, uncovering the stories etched into the bark of ancient trees. Finn learned to listen to the whispers of the wind and the songs of the birds, each note a piece of the forest's intricate symphony. But not all was harmonious in Mistwood Hollow. A shadow loomed over the village, a mysterious blight that threatened to wither the trees and silence the songs of the forest. The villagers grew worried, their once vibrant spirits dimmed by fear and uncertainty. Finn, determined to help his beloved home, turned to Lyra for guidance. Together, they decided to seek out the source of the blight, hoping that the stone's magic would reveal the answers they sought. Their journey led them deep into the heart of the forest, to a place where the air was thick with magic and mystery. It was there that they discovered an ancient grove, its trees twisted and darkened by a malevolent force. In the center of the grove stood a figure cloaked in shadows, its presence both commanding and ominous. Finn felt a shiver run down his spine, but he stood firm, his resolve unwavering. The figure spoke, its voice a low, rumbling echo. "Why have you come, child of the forest? This is not a place for the likes of you." Finn took a deep breath, feeling the stone's warmth spread through him like a comforting embrace. "I have come to protect my home," he replied, his voice steady, "to heal the forest and restore its harmony." The shadowy figure chuckled, a sound like dry leaves rustling in the wind. "And what makes you think you can do that? The forest is dying, and there is nothing you can do to stop it." But Finn, with Lyra by his side, refused to give in to despair. He closed his eyes and focused on the stone, feeling its magic pulse in rhythm with his heartbeat. He thought of the forest's beauty, its resilience, and the love he held for its every creature and leaf. As his thoughts flowed through him, the stone began to glow brighter, casting a warm light that banished the shadows and revealed the grove's true form. The twisted trees began to straighten, their leaves unfurling with renewed life. The shadowy figure recoiled, its power waning in the face of Finn's unwavering spirit. "You may have won this time," it hissed, "but remember, the forest's fate is ever in your hands." With those parting words, the figure vanished, leaving Finn and Lyra standing in a grove now filled with light and hope. The blight was lifted, the forest's harmony restored. As they made their way back to Mistwood Hollow, Finn felt a profound sense of peace and accomplishment. He had learned that true strength came not from power or magic alone, but from love, friendship, and the courage to stand up for what he believed in. The villagers welcomed Finn and Lyra with open arms, their joy and gratitude boundless. The forest thrived once more, its songs echoing through the trees like a promise of brighter days to come. And so Finn's journey came to an end, but his heart was forever changed. He had discovered the magic that lay within him, the power of friendship, and the beauty of the world around him. And in the heart of Mistwood Hollow, beneath the ancient tree that had started it all, Finn found his place, a guardian of the forest, a keeper of its secrets, and a friend to all who called it home. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the forest in a soft golden glow, Finn sat beneath the ancient tree, the iridescent stone in his hand. He watched as the stars began to twinkle in the sky, each one a reminder of the vast, wondrous world he was a part of. Beside him, Lyra perched on a low-hanging branch, her wings shimmering in the moonlight. "You did well, Finn," she said, her voice a gentle melody. "The forest is alive and thriving because of you." Finn smiled, a warmth spreading through his heart. I couldn't have done it without you, Lyra. Thank you for being my friend and guide. Lyra fluttered down to sit beside him, her eyes sparkling with affection. We make a good team, don't we? Finn nodded, feeling a deep sense of contentment. The forest was safe, its harmony restored, and he had found a friend in Lyra, someone who understood and shared his love for the natural world. As they sat together beneath the stars, Finn realized that his journey was far from over. There were still countless mysteries to uncover, lessons to learn, and adventures to embark upon. But he knew that with Lyra by his side and the magic of the forest in his heart, there was nothing he couldn't face. And so, in the heart of Mistwood Hollow, surrounded by the beauty and magic of the forest, Finn found his place in the world, a place where he belonged, where he was loved, and where he could make a difference. With a deep sense of peace and gratitude, Finn closed his eyes, the soft murmur of the forest lulling him into a gentle slumber. And as he drifted off to sleep, he knew that he was home, in the heart of the forest, in the company of friends, where dreams and reality intertwined in a tapestry of magic and wonder. The end. The Amber Guardian. In a valley where autumn never truly faded, where maple leaves glowed like stained glass against perpetual golden hour, there lived a girl named Leela whose footsteps never crunched. Though she walked the forest paths daily, her boots left no mark on the russet moss, her passing noted only by the shiver of silver birches leaning close to whisper. The villagers called her the Quiet One, though had they listened beyond their looms and plows, they might have heard the way chickadees trilled melodies only she could answer, or how the creek altered its course to show her polished stones shaped like teardrops. It was on one such meandering walk that Leela found the first thread, a strand of luminous orange suspended between two foxgloves, humming faintly. When she reached to touch it, the forest inhaled. Ferns curled inward. Clouds paused mid-drift. The thread dissolved into mist that pooled around her ankles, forming a path that glistened like snail tracks under moonlight. Curious things choose curious souls, murmured a voice like wind through reeds. Behind a hawthorn bush stood a fox with fur the color of smoldering embers, one ear tipped with velvet black. Its eyes held the patient gleam of someone who'd watched centuries unfold. Leela knelt, palms upturned. Are you lost? The fox blinked slowly. Lost implies I had a destination. You found the unwoven edge, child, where the world frays when stories go untold. It nodded to the disappearing mist path. Something's unraveling deeper in. Will you mend it? Most children would have fled. But Leela, who knew the weight of being overlooked, who'd spent years listening when others spoke, simply plucked a milkweed pod from her pocket and blew. Seeds parachuted toward the fox, catching in its ruff. Show me. The mist led them through a thicket where brambles unknotted themselves to let them pass, into a clearing dominated by an ancient oak. Its trunk bore a vertical slit glowing amber, wide enough to step through. Beyond pulsed a warmth that smelled of cinnamon and safety. Ah, said the fox, tail twitching. The Heartwood Gate, it's been some time. Leela pressed her palm to the tree. Bark rippled outward in concentric circles. Who are you really? A keeper of neglected tales, you may call me Ember. The fox brushed against her leg, surprisingly solid. What we seek is a spindle stolen from this tree long ago, a sliver of its core that spins starlight into seasons. Without it, the forest's magic dwindles. Yours does too, though you haven't noticed yet. Leela frowned. Her hands had been colder lately, her shadow less distinct at noon. Who took it? Fear. Ember's ears flattened. A creature born from loneliness who thought hoarding light might cure its ache. It dwells in the clockwork hollow now, where time pools stagnant. The tree's aperture brightened, beckoning. Leela stepped through, and into a world where trees grew upside down, roots fanning like chandeliers dripping with bioluminescent moss. The air thrummed with the lazy drone of giant bees, carrying pollen that sparkled like crushed diamonds. But beneath the beauty lurked wrongness, patches of gray void where colors drained away, leaves crumbling to dust mid-sway. Ember nudged a decaying bluebell with his nose. The hollow's corruption spreads. We must reach the spindle before the equinox when the gate seals for another century. Their journey wove through surreal landscapes, a meadow where flowers chimed when touched, requiring Leela to compose a melody to open a path. A river of liquid shadow that demanded she surrender a memory to cross. She gave the recollection of her mother's lullabies, voice growing hoarser each year, and wept silent tears as it flowed away. A bridge guarded by stone owls who posed riddles. Tilda, I slip through fingers yet anchor kingdoms. I'm sung by brooks and mourned by flames. What am I, Tilda? Time, Leela answered, though the word tasted bittersweet. The owls crumbled to gravel, revealing a staircase spiraling into mist. Ember observed her with newfound respect. You hesitate to claim your cleverness. Why? Leela traced the owl's remaining plinth, still warm from sunlight it no longer felt. Solutions found alone are just answers, solutions found together. She met the fox's gaze. Those become stories. Something shifted in Ember's posture, a loosening of guard. The creature we seek, it wasn't always monstrous. Once it wove dawn's first light into tapestries so vivid, birds mistook them for true skies, but mortals stopped looking up, their indifference starved it. Leela pocketed a pebble from the bridge, a habit from home, where her windowsill held a mosaic of found treasures. Maybe it just needs someone to see it. The clockwork hollow revealed itself at twilight, a cavernous space where colossal gears turned sluggishly beneath a ceiling of fossilized constellations. In the center sat a throne of welded timepieces, upon which hunched a figure more shadow than substance. Its hands, too many, sprouting like fractured branches, clutched a spindle pulsing with captured sunlight. Ember growled low. The thief of hours. Leela stepped forward, boots echoing. The creature's head snapped up, eyes burning sulfur yellow. Little thief, it rasped, voice layered with echoes. Come to steal what you cannot create. I've come to listen. Leela's heart hammered, but her voice held steady. She opened her palm, revealing the owl's plinth pebble. You took the spindle because no one saw your art, but what if someone wants to see now? The hollow shuddered. Gears groaned. The creature blurred, reforming as an androgynous being with hair like spun mercury, skin etched with glowing constellations. Its spindle hand trembled. Lies, all eyes craved the spectacle, none the craft. Ember limped forward, favoring a paw injured during the river crossing. You're right, mortals are distractible, myopic creatures. He flicked his tail toward Leela. But occasionally one appears who sees deeper. She didn't come to take, she came to understand Tilda. The creature shrank, becoming child-sized. Understanding requires time, I have none left to give. Leela approached, each step measured. What's your name? A beat of silence. Names have power. So do stories. She knelt, eye level with the being. I'm Leela, this is Ember, will you share yours? Wind howled through the hollow. The creature extended a hand, fingertip brushing Leela's forehead. And she saw Tilda. Millennia ago, a young guardian weaving auroras, delighting in the Oz of villagers below. Centuries passing. Faces tilting downward toward plows and parchments. The guardian's tapestries growing desperate, volcanic sunsets, neon-striped storms, until the day a child finally looked up and sneered, it's just sky. The spindle's theft hadn't been malice, but a scream for attention. Aster, Leela breathed, the name blooming unbidden. Your name is Aster. The guardian recoiled as if struck. Ember's ears pricked. The Star Maker, but you faded eons ago. Fade, persist, what difference? Aster's form flickered between being and shadow. Mortals name constellations after dead things, Orion, Cassiopeia, never the hands that arranged them. Layla unbuttoned her cardigan, revealing a neckline stitched with embroidered stars, crude but earnest. I've tried weaving my own, they're lopsided, but I could learn if you taught me. Aster stilled. The spindle's glow softened to honeyed gold. You would care to know. Ember sat back, tail curling thoughtfully. The equinox approaches, return the spindle, and perhaps an arrangement could be made. The girl needs guidance, you need purpose. Even a fox can see the symmetry. Dawn found them at the Heartwood gate, spindle restored. The oak's fissure knit itself closed, leaving only a faint scar. Colors bled back into the forest, sapphire morning glories, crimson sumac, but Leela's hands remained translucent. Ember sighed. You gave too much at the Shadow River. The memory you surrendered anchored your spirit to this world. Leela flexed her fading fingers. Can it be fixed? There's a way, Aster said, emerging from the tree. They'd taken a new form, a traveler in a patchwork cloak, face obscured by a hood. But it requires equal exchange, a story for a soul. So Leela spoke. She told of a girl who moved unseen until a fox saw her, of a thief who forgot their worth, of a forest that healed through shared wounds. As she spoke, her hands solidified, palms etching with faint constellations, Aster's fingerprint. The spindle needs a bearer, Aster said. Someone to weave seasons without controlling them, someone who listens. They pressed the artifact into Leela's hands. It melted into her skin, warmth spreading through her veins. Ember chuckled. Seems you've inherited a celestial heirloom, little listener. Years later, villagers still speak of the quiet woman who dwells in the maple woods. They bring her honey and wool, though no one recalls why. Children leave sketches of starlings at her doorstep, which she stitches into quilts that shimmer oddly under moonlight. If you wander the trails at dusk, you might glimpse her, a figure with storm-cloud hair and eyes like captured twilight, followed by a rust-furred fox. Together they mend frayed edges, guiding lost hikers via firefly trails, untangling ivy from stone, humming melodies that make willows dance. And in the deepest thicket, where the Heartwood gate once stood, a single oak leaf spins eternally on its stem, weaving sunlight into stories, patiently awaiting the next curious soul. The hum of the starship warmth's resolve blended with the tinny melody of Leela's harmonica, creating a curious duet that echoed through the cargo bay. Outside the diamond-paned viewports, the Horsehead Nebula stretched its cosmic mane across the velvet black, tendrils of stardust catching the ship's running lights like glittering cobwebs. Leela tucked a curl of copper-colored hair behind her ear, her grease-stained fingers leaving a smudge on her cheek as she adjusted the Hydra spanner. The ship's ancient engine purred contentedly beneath her boots for now. Pressure stabilizers at 82%, she murmured to the empty bay, her breath making little clouds in the chilly air. That's when the proximity alarms began their insistent chirping. On the scanner screen, the unidentified vessel resembled a cluster of soap bubbles frozen mid-pop, its iridescent surface refracting starlight into prismatic ribbons. Layla's heart hammered against her ribs as she initiated first contact protocols. The alien craft docked with a sound like wind chimes, and when the airlock hissed open, out tumbled a creature that looked like a cross between a porcupine and a weeping willow if both had been dipped in liquid moonlight. Greetings, carbon-based life form, it trilled through a translator disc, hovering near its quill-like antennae. This unit is designated Kale 7. Our nutrient recycler has catastrophically failed. 16 jointed limbs trembled, making the creature's glassy fur chime like dropped silverware. We request assistance. The last word tilted upward, as if the concept itself were foreign. Leela crouched slowly, extending a hand palm up. Kale 7's bioluminescent markings pulsed anxious violet. I'm Layla, let's see what we can do. The misunderstanding began with the recycler's interface. Kale 7's species communicated through scent-marked light patterns. Layla relied on blinking LED indicators. When she adjusted what she thought was a filtration setting, the entire chamber began vibrating at a frequency that made both their teeth ache. Stop, you're agitating the photon broth. Kale 7's quills flared, casting kaleidoscopic shadows. I thought you said it was a nutrient processor. Broth is nutrient. Your people don't sublimate memories into consumable light. Leela stared at the swirling colors inside the chamber. We chew things. A beat of silence. Then Kale 7 made a sound like a tea kettle giggling. How delightfully grotesque. Over the next 3 ship days, their collaboration became a dance of trial and error. Layla learned to read Kale 7's emotional states through the cadence of their crystalline fur. Kale 7 discovered that human laughter made their anti-gravity nodes tingle pleasantly. Together, they jury-rigged a solution using spare warp coil filaments and the ship's backup cookie synthesizer. You ingest recreational nutrients. Fascinating. The real test came when passing through the chrysalis belt. Meteoroid fragments peppered the warmth's resolve, triggering a cascade failure in the port thrusters. Alarms wailed as the ship listed dangerously toward a rogue gas cloud. Gravitational shear will tear us apart in 23 minutes, Kale 7 reported, their usual musical tones gone flat. Leela already had the deck plates up, her arms buried in circuitry. I need to manually recalibrate the injectors. Can you handle navigation? A quill-tipped limb hesitated over the unfamiliar controls. Our spatial perception operates in 11 dimensions. Your interface is quaintly linear. Just keep us from becoming space dust. What followed was a symphony of mismatched competencies. Layla shouted coordinates through gritted teeth as cosmic radiation made the console screens sizzle. Kale 7 manipulated controls with 4 limbs while using 3 others to stabilize Layla's lurching form. When a conduit burst, spraying supercooled gel across the bridge, Kale 7 instinctively shielded Leela with their own body, the glassy fur hardening into a protective carapace. Your quills, Leela gasped. Half of Kale 7's luminous filaments had frozen and shattered. A replaceable component. The alien's voice buzzed with static. Unlike your absurdly fragile water-based cells, they emerged from the gas cloud, trailing a glittering wake of broken quills and determination. With systems stabilizing, Layla insisted on repaying the debt. Using medical nanobots meant for human tissue repair, she painstakingly fused new quill growths from salvaged observation window fragments. You're incorporating silica into our crystalline matrix, Kale 7 observed as the makeshift forge glowed. Figured it might make them sturdier, and she held up a prism, refracting light into rainbows across the walls. Thought you liked the colors. When the time came to part ways at Gamma Station, the station's arboreal docking bays hummed with the chatter of 100 species. Kale 7's repaired quills shimmered with captured starlight and flecks of gold from Leela's emergency foil blankets. Your methods are chaotic, Kale 7 announced, their translator disk flickering with new emotional subroutines, but this unit would appreciate continued collaboration, if agreeable. Layla smiled, holding up a newly replicated harmonica. Thought you'd never ask, how do you feel about duets? As their mismatched ships departed, one trailing rainbows, the other humming a off-key rendition of Danny Boy through its thrusters, the station's old quartermaster chuckled to himself. He adjusted the thermal coils on his favorite nebula tea kettle, watching the odd pair's energy signatures fade into the starfield. Funny thing, he murmured to his pet tardigrade. The vacuum's cold, but it's the cracks between us that let the warmth in. Somewhere in the dark between stars, a human mechanic and a crystalline philosopher began composing a new kind of language, one made of wrench turns and light pulses, cookie crumbs and shared silence. It wasn't perfect. It wasn't supposed to be. But in the fragile space where their worlds overlapped, they'd built something sturdier than quills and warmer than starlight. And if sometimes, during quiet moments between crises, you glimpsed a tiny ship with mismatched parts orbiting a nameless moon, well, you might have heard it to the soft, off-key harmony of two very different hearts learning the same song. In a lush, whispering forest where sunbeams threaded through the canopy like golden threads, the air was perfumed with the sweet scent of blooming wildflowers and the earthy aroma of damp moss. Here, amid the rustling leaves and gentle babbling of a brook, lay a world both ancient and alive, where every creature understood its role in the grand tapestry of nature. In a cozy nook beneath the roots of a towering oak tree lived a wise old tortoise named Tullius. His shell was a mosaic of green and brown, polished smooth by the passage of time. Tullius was known far and wide for his deep understanding of the forest's mysteries, and many sought his counsel when the balance of nature seemed to waver. One crisp autumn morning, as the forest was adorned in a brilliant cloak of amber and crimson, a young squirrel named Pippin scampered up to Tullius's doorstep. Pippin's eyes were wide with worry, reflecting the dappled sunlight like polished hazelnuts. "Tullius," he chattered, his voice a blend of youthful eagerness and concern, "the acorns are not falling as they should. The trees are whispering of a change, and the wind carries a chill that speaks of something amiss." Tullius nodded, his eyes twinkling with ancient wisdom. "Ah, young Pippin," he said, his voice as warm as a sunlit glade, "the forest speaks to those who listen. Let us venture to the heart of the woods, where the oldest tree, the grandfather oak, may offer guidance." Together they embarked on their journey, their path cushioned by a carpet of fallen leaves that crunched softly underfoot. The air was alive with the chatter of birds and the distant call of a doe, creating a symphony that sang of the forest's rich life. As they traveled, the gentle rustle of the wind seemed to echo the harmony of nature, a reminder of the delicate balance that sustained the forest. Tullius and Pippin soon reached the grandfather oak, its gnarled branches reaching skyward like ancient arms embracing the heavens. The tree's bark was etched with the stories of countless seasons, and its leaves whispered secrets only the wise could hear. With a deep, resonant voice that seemed to rise from the very earth, the grandfather oak spoke. "Tullius, keeper of wisdom, and Pippin, seeker of truth, the forest is indeed in need of balance. The seasons have shifted, and the rhythm of nature's dance has faltered." Tullius listened intently, his heart attuned to the subtle language of the forest. "What must we do to restore harmony, Grandfather Oak?" he inquired, his voice carrying the weight of generations. The grandfather oak sighed, a sound like the softest breeze through a meadow. "Seek the guardian of the seasons, the elusive spirit of the zephyr. Only through her guidance can the balance be restored, and the acorns fall once more." With this knowledge, Tullius and Pippin set off once again, their journey bathed in the golden light of the setting sun. As they ventured deeper into the heart of the forest, the air became cooler, carrying the crisp scent of pine and the faintest hint of snow. They soon arrived at a hidden glade, where the spirit of the zephyr danced among the swirling leaves. She was a vision of grace, her form ever-changing like the seasons themselves, with eyes that mirrored the sky. "Welcome, travelers," she greeted them, her voice as soft as a breeze through willow branches. "I sense the forest's plea for balance. To restore it, we must rekindle the harmony between all creatures and the land." Tullius bowed his head in respect. "We seek your wisdom, spirit of the zephyr. How can we aid in this renewal?" The spirit smiled, her presence calming as a lullaby. Gather the creatures of the forest and remind them of their place in this wondrous world. Each must remember their role, and together they shall sing the song of harmony. With purpose renewed, Tullius and Pippin returned to the forest, their hearts filled with hope. They called upon the animals, each bird, each fox, each tiny beetle, sharing the spirit of the Zephyr's message. Under the soft glow of the moon, they all gathered in a circle, united in their shared purpose. As the creatures of the forest joined paws, wings, and fins, a gentle melody rose among them. It was a song of connection, of life and love, of the intricate dance they all performed as part of nature's grand design. The air shimmered with magic as the harmony wove itself into the fabric of the world, restoring balance to the land. Slowly, like a gentle rain after a long drought, the acorns began to fall, dotting the forest floor with the promise of new life. The trees sighed in relief, their branches swaying in gratitude as the forest breathed as one. As dawn painted the sky in hues of soft lavender and gold, Tullius and Pippin stood together, watching the first light of a new day. The forest was alive with the sound of renewal, and a sense of peace settled over the land. "Thank you, Tullius," Pippin chirped, his eyes bright with newfound understanding. "The forest is truly a wondrous place when we listen and work together." Tullius nodded, his heart full. "Indeed, young Pippin, wisdom and friendship are the keys to overcoming any challenge, and together we have ensured the forest's harmony for generations to come." And with that, the forest awoke to the gentle embrace of a new season, where every creature, great and small, played their part in the timeless symphony of nature, a song that would linger in their hearts forever. In the quiet village of Willowmere, where chimney smoke curled into shapes like sleeping cats and every garden gate squeaked in its own peculiar melody, there was a mystery brewing as soft as the steam from a teacup. It began on a crisp autumn evening when young Milo, the clockmaker's apprentice, noticed something odd. The village sundial, which had always pointed faithfully to the sun's position, now spun lazily clockwise every time a cloud passed overhead. By the next morning, whispers fluttered through the cobblestone lanes like autumn leaves. Baker's bread turned lavender overnight, the mill pond rippled in perfect geometric patterns, and every third stair in the library staircase had gone mysteriously silent underfoot. Milo, a boy with a mop of chestnut hair and a pocket watch that ticked in time with his curiosity, decided to investigate. His first clue came from old Mrs. Thistledown, the village knitter, who claimed her yarn had begun knitting itself into tiny sweaters for the mice in the walls. "It's not mischief," she insisted, her silver needles clacking like crickets. "It's lonely magic, like something's trying to talk but doesn't know the words." Guided by the scent of cinnamon drifting from the hearth of the village's wise apothecary, Master Corwin, Milo found himself in a cozy shop where jars of starlight and dried thunder hummed on shelves. Corwin, a man whose beard seemed to hold constellations in its tangles, listened gravely. "Magic always has a reason," he murmured, stirring a copper pot of soup that smelled like forgiveness. "Look for patterns, lad. Even whispers leave footprints." The next day Milo noticed the anomalies followed a rhythm. The sundial spun fastest at noon, the bread turned lavender only when the wind blew east, and the library's silent stairs formed a perfect spiral. That night, under a moon the color of buttercream, he followed the trail of a glowing moth, a creature with wings like stained glass, to the edge of the whispering wood. There, beneath an ancient oak with roots like knuckles, he found a small, shivering creature, a dust hare, a rare magical being made of powdered starlight and autumn thistledown. Its ears drooped like wilted petals, and its eyes held the ache of 1,000 unsung songs. "I didn't mean to cause trouble," it hiccuped, voice like a rustling diary. "I was looking for a home. My old burrow was washed away by rains, and when I'm sad, my magic leaks." It gestured weakly to the air, where motes of its stardust swirled into shapes, a spinning sundial, a lavender loaf, a silent stare. "I just wanted someone to notice." Milo's heart folded like a well-loved letter. With Corwin's guidance, the village rallied. Children gathered acorn caps to catch the dust hare's runaway magic, Weavers spun a nest from thistle silk, and the baker crafted a honeycake steeped in welcome. On the night of the harvest moon, the dust hare, now named Pippin, burrowed into its new home beneath the oak, its magic settling into gentle hums that made the sundial chime at noon and the library stairs sing lullabies. Years later, travelers would remark on Willowmere's enchantments, clocks that ticked in haiku, bread that tasted like cherished memories, and stairs that carried tired feet like a mother's arms. But the villagers simply smiled, sipping cider by firesides, and said, "The best magic isn't in the wonders you see, it's in the listening." And in the heart of the whispering wood, under an oak tree that glowed softly on lonely nights, a little creature who'd once been lost sighed contentedly, its stardust weaving dreams for every soul who'd learned to hear the world's quietest, kindest whispers. The Whispering Woods, a tale of friendship and magic. In the heart of the serene village of Elderglen, nestled amidst rolling hills and sparkling streams, there lay a secret known only to the children who dared to imagine beyond the mundane. Elderglen was a place where time seemed to amble along at its own gentle pace, where the air was always sweet with the scent of blooming wildflowers, and the hum of bees created a melody that lulled its inhabitants into tranquility. It was here, beneath the shade of the ancient oak trees, that a hidden world whispered its secrets to those who would listen. The village itself was a quaint tapestry of cobblestone paths, thatched roof cottages, and gardens bursting with marigolds and daisies. The people of Elderglen were simple folk, their lives intertwined with the rhythm of nature, celebrating harvests and moonlit nights with equal fervor. But it was the children, with their wide eyes and curious hearts, who held the key to the village's most enchanting secret, the Whispering Woods. The Whispering Woods bordered the northern edge of Elderglen, a dense forest that seemed to breathe with life. The trees were ancient sentinels, their trunks twisted with time, their branches forming a canopy that filtered sunlight into a mosaic of greens and golds. It was said that the woods were alive with magic, a place where the mundane and the mystical danced in harmony. Among the children of Elderglen was a boy named Finn, whose heart was as boundless as the sky. Finn was a dreamer, with hair as wild as the wind and eyes that sparkled with the promise of adventure. His best friend, Lila, was his opposite in many ways, her demeanor calm and her laughter a gentle melody. Lila's kindness was like a warm embrace, her wisdom often far beyond her years. Their friendship was a tapestry woven with shared secrets and whispered dreams, and together they spent countless hours exploring the hidden nooks of the Whispering Woods. They would lie on the soft forest floor, listening to the rustle of leaves and the crooning of the breeze through the branches, imagining stories of mythical creatures and daring quests. One afternoon, as the sun dipped low in the sky, painting the woods in hues of amber and rose, Finn and Lila stumbled upon something extraordinary. They had ventured deeper into the forest than ever before, drawn by a faint melodic chiming that seemed to beckon them forward. As they pushed through a thicket of ferns, they found themselves in a small clearing, bathed in the soft glow of twilight. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient stone archway, its surface etched with intricate runes that glimmered faintly in the fading light. Hanging from the archway was a small, delicate bell, crafted from a metal that shimmered like the stars. It was this bell that sang the enchanting melody, a sound so pure it seemed to resonate within their very souls. "What do you think it is?" Lila whispered, her voice tinged with awe. Finn stepped closer, his eyes wide with wonder. "I think it's magic," he replied, reaching out to gently touch the bell. As his fingers brushed against it, the bell rang out with a clear, sweet note that echoed through the clearing. In that moment, the air around them shimmered, and the forest seemed to hold its breath. The runes on the archway glowed brighter, casting a warm light that enveloped Finn and Lila. They could feel the magic of the woods coursing through them, a sensation both exhilarating and comforting. "Do you feel that?" Finn asked, his voice barely more than a whisper. Lila nodded, her eyes alight with wonder. "It's like the woods are speaking to us," she said softly. As the light from the runes gradually faded, the world around them seemed to settle into a gentle stillness. The bell continued to chime softly, its melody weaving through the air like a tender lullaby. From that day forward, the clearing and its magical bell became a sanctuary for Finn and Leela. They visited it often, sharing their hopes and dreams, their laughter and their silence. The bell seemed to understand them in a way words could not. Its song a soothing balm that eased their worries and fears. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves turned to gold and crimson, Finn and Lila made their way to the clearing. The air was cool and invigorating, carrying the earthy scent of fallen leaves. As they approached the archway, they noticed something different. The bell's melody was tinged with a note of urgency, as if calling out to them. Curious and a little apprehensive, they hurried forward, their footsteps crunching on the carpet of leaves. As they reached the clearing, they saw that the runes on the archway were glowing brightly, casting a warm, inviting light. "What's happening?" Finn asked, his heart racing with a mixture of excitement and unease. Lila studied the archway, her brow furrowed in concentration. "I think the woods are trying to tell us something," she said thoughtfully. With a shared glance of determination, they stepped closer to the archway, feeling the familiar warmth of its magic enveloping them. The bell's song grew louder, its melody weaving around them like a protective embrace. Suddenly, the light from the runes flared brightly, and the world around them seemed to shift. They found themselves standing in a place both familiar and new, a hidden world within the whispering woods, a realm where magic was woven into the very fabric of existence. The air here was alive with energy, shimmering with colors that defied description. The trees were taller, their leaves sparkling with iridescent hues. Creatures of all shapes and sizes flitted through the branches, their eyes bright with curiosity and mischief. Finn and Lila stood in awe, their hearts swelling with the wonder of it all. They had stepped into a world where the impossible was possible, where dreams and reality intertwined. "This is incredible," Finn breathed, his eyes wide with amazement. Lila nodded, her gaze sweeping over the enchanted landscape. "It's like a dream come true," she said softly. As they explored this magical realm, they discovered a community of gentle, kind-hearted beings who called the woods their home. These creatures, known as the Elderglen fairies, were as old as the forest itself, guardians of its secrets and its magic. The fairies welcomed Finn and Lila with open arms, recognizing in them the same love for the woods that they themselves held dear. They shared stories of the forest's ancient history, tales of bravery and friendship, of challenges overcome through wisdom and compassion. Among the fairies was a wise elder named Thistledown, whose presence was as calming as the forest's embrace. Thistledown took a special interest in Finn and Lila, seeing in them the potential to become protectors of the Whispering Woods. "You have a rare gift," Thistledown told them one evening, as they sat beneath the branches of a great willow tree. "The woods have chosen you to be its guardians, to protect its magic, and share its secrets with those who would cherish it." Finn and Lila listened intently, their hearts swelling with pride and responsibility. They understood the importance of their newfound role, the trust that the woods had placed in them. Over time, they learned the ways of the forest, guided by the wisdom of the fairies and the magic of the woods themselves. They discovered how to listen to the whispers of the trees, to feel the pulse of the earth beneath their feet. They learned to see the beauty in every leaf and stone, to hear the music in the rustle of the breeze. Their friendship, too, deepened and grew, rooted in the shared bond of their magical journey. They learned to lean on each other, to draw strength from their differences and find comfort in their shared dreams. But as with all tales of magic and wonder, challenges arose that tested their resolve. One stormy night, as thunder rumbled through the sky and rain lashed against the trees, a dark shadow crept into the Whispering Woods, a shadow that threatened to unravel the very fabric of the enchanted realm. The shadow was a creature of malice, drawn to the forest's magic with a hunger that knew no bounds. It sought to consume the light and wonder of the woods, to turn it into a place of fear and darkness. The fairies were powerless against such a force, their magic unable to repel the creature's malevolent presence. It was then that Finn and Lila, guided by the bell's urgent song, stepped forward to protect the woods they loved. With the wisdom they had gained and the strength of their friendship, they devised a plan to confront the shadow. They knew that only by working together, by combining their unique gifts, could they hope to banish the darkness and restore the forest's light. The battle was fierce, the air crackling with energy as the shadow writhed and howled in defiance. But Finn and Lila stood strong, their hearts united in purpose, their determination unwavering. With each step they took, the forest rallied around them, lending its magic to their cause. The trees whispered words of encouragement, the fairies sang songs of hope, and the bell's melody wove through it all, a beacon of light in the darkness. In the end, it was not brute strength that vanquished the shadow, but the power of their friendship and the love they held for the whispering woods. As the first light of dawn broke through the clouds, the shadow dissolved into nothingness, leaving the forest bathed in a golden glow. The woods sighed with relief, its magic restored, its beauty undimmed. The fairies rejoiced, their songs filling the air with joy and gratitude. And Finn and Lila, though weary from their ordeal, felt a deep sense of fulfillment, a knowledge that they had done something truly meaningful. From that day forward, they continued to protect the Whispering Woods, their bond with the forest and its inhabitants unbreakable. They shared their story with the villagers of Elderglen, inviting those with open hearts to discover the magic that lay hidden within the woods. As the years passed, Finn and Lila grew into wise and gentle souls, their lives intertwined with the rhythms of the forest. They carried with them the lessons of their journey, the importance of friendship, the power of love, and the magic that could be found in the most unexpected of places. And so, the Whispering Woods remained a place of enchantment, a haven for dreamers and believers, its secrets whispered on the breeze for those who dared to listen. And Finn and Lila, the guardians of its magic, stood watch over it all, their hearts forever entwined with the forest they called home. In the cozy glow of the village hearths, where stories were told and dreams took flight, the tale of Finn and Lila and the Whispering Woods lived on, a gentle reminder that in the heart of nature, true magic could always be found. The amber light of autumn afternoons had always been Clara's favorite kind of magic. In the village of Wrenhaven, where maple trees wore crowns of crimson and gold, she tended her garden with hands that knew the language of roots and rain. Her cottage, nestled between a brook that hummed lullabies and an old oak with bark like wrinkled parchment, brimmed with dried herbs, jars of honeyed light, and shelves bowed under the weight of books about stars and soil. Yet for all her love of the familiar, the rustle of fallen leaves, the scent of cinnamon clinging to woolen blankets, Clara carried a quiet fear coiled beneath her ribs, winter's approach. The first frost always made her breath hitch, her fingers tightening around her copper watering can as if she could stall the turning of the world. One evening, as violet twilight pooled in the valleys, Clara noticed something peculiar. The last of her sunflowers, usually stubborn sentinels holding summer's memory, had begun to shimmer at their edges, petals glinting like frosted glass. When she reached to touch one, a shiver raced up her arm, and the bloom crumbled into 1,000 tiny crystals, scattering like stars across the soil. That night dreams came in fragments, a voice like wind through bare branches, a path of silver lichen glowing in moonlight, and a figure with eyes like thawing rivers. She woke with her quilt tangled around her legs, and the scent of pine needles sharp in the air. "Nana," Clara murmured later that morning, stirring honey into her tea as her grandmother kneaded dough by the hearth, "do you think the garden minds the cold?" Nana's hands, flecked with flour and age spots, never paused. "Gardens sleep, child, they don't mind, they trust. A seed buried in snow is just a story waiting for the right page." Her chuckle was a crackle of hearth fire. "But you're not asking about the marigolds, are you?" Clara traced the rim of her cup. Outside, the first snowflakes had begun to spiral down, settling on fence posts in frosted time. "Everything changes, even when I don't want it to." "Ah." Nana dusted her palms, leaving ghostly handprints on her apron. "There's a tale about the Frostwhisper Grove, a place where the trees grow upside down, roots cradling icicles like chandeliers. They say if you listen close, the ice sings about what's lost and what's yet to bloom." She pressed a warm roll into Clara's hands. Might be worth a wander for a girl who's forgetting how to see beauty in bare branches. The journey began at the stone bridge where Clara had once skipped pebbles with childhood friends. Now alone she followed the lichened silver trail, her boots crunching through brittle ferns. By dusk the woods deepened, shadows stretching into shapes that felt neither friendly nor foul. Just as doubt gnawed at her resolve, a flicker of movement darted ahead, a fox with fur like polished charcoal, its eyes twin embers. It trotted just beyond reach, pausing when she paused, until the trees thinned and the air turned sharp with the scent of frozen sap. And there it was, Frostwhisper Grove. Trees arched like cathedral ribs, their roots twisting skyward, each tendril sheathed in ice that refracted the moonlight into prism pools on the snow. Clara's breath hung in crystalline clouds as she stepped beneath the canopy. A sound hummed beneath the silence, a low, resonant thrum that vibrated in her molars. The ice was singing. "Little gardener," the grove seemed to whisper, "you collect colors like treasures, yet fear the season that strips them bare. What if emptiness is not an end, but a canvas?" Clara's mittens brushed a root, and the ice beneath her palm flared blue. Images bloomed, her sunflower dissolving into stardust, Nana's hands shaping bread from flour and patience, the fox watching her with knowing eyes. A tear slid down her cheek, freezing before it reached her chin. "I don't know how to let go," she admitted. The fox, suddenly beside her, nudged her knee. Up close its fur shimmered with threads of silver, and around its neck hung a tiny vial filled with liquid twilight. "Perhaps," it said in a voice like wind unspooling from a jar, "you needn't let go, only reshape." It dipped its head, the vial glowing faintly. "I am Ember, keeper of thresholds. You've brought something for the grove, haven't you?" Clara blinked. "Brought I only." Her fingers slipped into her pocket, finding a crumpled sunflower petal she'd saved from the shattered bloom. It glowed faintly, matching the vial's light. Ember's tail swished. "Ah, a fragment seeking its mosaic, place it there." The fox nodded toward a hollow in the largest tree, where ice had formed a bowl. As Clara laid the petal inside, the grove's song swelled. The ice writhed, knitting itself into a delicate stem, the petal unfolding into a blossom of crystalline hoarfrost. But this was no fragile thing. It pulsed with light, casting kaleidoscope patterns that danced over Clara's face. "Winter isn't theft," Ember murmured. "It's the world pausing to dream. You've been clutching autumn like a closed fist. Try opening your palm." Weeks later, the village children gathered around Clara's garden, mittens clapping as she demonstrated the magic Nana had taught her. Where once there'd been sunflowers, now ice sculptures glimmered, not cold but alive, their petals chiming softly in the wind. Clara wore a new cloak, stitched from fabric dyed with twilight and lined with fox fur, a gift from Ember, delivered via a mysteriously unlatched window. Nana, sipping cider by the hearth, smiled as Clara burst in, cheeks apple red and eyes bright. The grove's song, it wasn't about clinging or forgetting. It was about making space. Nana tugged her into a chair, tucking a quilt around her. "Funny how the things we resist carve the hollows where wonder fits." That night, Clara lit a candle and opened her journal. "Dear Ember," she wrote, the ink glinting with frost dust, "today I planted icicle roses that bloom when the north wind blows. They're not replacements for sunflowers. They're cousins. P.S. Thank you for the turnip stew recipe you left in the shed. Nana says it's unconventional, but ate 2 bowls." Outside, snow fell steady and soft, wrapping Wrenhaven in a quilt of stillness. Somewhere in the woods, a fox trotted past trees wearing winter like a crown, its laughter a ripple of bells in the dark. And in a cottage between brook and oak, a gardener who'd once feared the cold now hummed along with the silence, learning the lyrics as she went. Title: The Whispering Woods Secret. In the tranquil village of Elderglow, nestled within the embrace of a lush, ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Mabel. Elderglow was a place where the air was always sweet with the scent of blooming lilacs, and the gentle rustle of leaves in the whispering woods seemed to carry secrets from times long past. The village was small, with stone cottages dotting the landscape like scattered pebbles, each one warmed by the glow of hearth fires that never seemed to fade. Mabel, with her curious hazel eyes and a heart full of wonder, was no ordinary child. She had a penchant for exploring, often venturing to the edges of the village where the whispering wood began. The villagers spoke of the wood with a mixture of reverence and caution, for it was said to be alive with magic, a place where the boundary between the ordinary and the extraordinary was as thin as the morning mist. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the sun dipped low and painted the sky in hues of amber and rose, Mabel set out towards the forest. Her mother had tucked a warm woolen scarf around her neck and placed a gentle kiss on her forehead, saying, "Stay on the path, my little adventurer, and listen to the whispers of the trees. They speak if you know how to listen." Mabel nodded, her eyes gleaming with excitement. She knew the woods well, having spent countless afternoons beneath its towering oaks and whispering pines. Today, however, felt different. There was a tingling in the air, a sense of anticipation that danced along her skin like the first touch of winter's breath. As she wandered deeper into the forest, the world around her shifted subtly. The light filtering through the canopy was dappled and golden, casting playful shadows on the forest floor. The leaves crunched softly under her boots, and the air was filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves and damp moss. It wasn't long before Mabel came across something unusual, a glimmering stone, half buried in the soft earth. It was the size of a robin's egg, and shimmered with an iridescent glow that seemed to pulse with its own gentle light. Mabel knelt down, her heart pounding with the thrill of discovery. As she reached out to touch it, a soft, melodic voice filled the air, so faint it was almost a sigh. "Seek the heart of the wood, little one, and the truth shall be revealed." Startled, Mabel glanced around, her eyes wide. The voice seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere at once, as if the forest itself had spoken to her. She picked up the stone, feeling its warmth seep into her palm, and slipped it into her pocket, determined to follow its silent call. The deeper she ventured, the more the forest seemed to change. The trees grew taller and more ancient, their bark etched with patterns that looked like mystic runes. The air grew cooler, and a gentle breeze whispered through the branches, carrying with it a soft, tinkling sound like distant chimes. As she walked, Mabel noticed something extraordinary. The forest floor was dotted with clusters of tiny, luminescent mushrooms that glowed with a soft blue light, illuminating her path. She followed the trail of light deeper into the heart of the wood, her breath visible in the cool air. At last, Mabel arrived at a clearing bathed in moonlight. In the center stood an ancient oak, its gnarled branches stretching skyward like the arms of a wise old guardian. At the base of the tree, nestled among its roots, was a small door carved into the trunk. It was adorned with intricate carvings of woodland creatures and swirling vines. With a mixture of awe and trepidation, Mabel approached the door. She felt the stone in her pocket grow warm, and the carvings on the door seemed to shimmer in response. Taking a deep breath, she gently pushed it open and stepped inside. The interior was a wonderland of light and color. The walls glowed with a soft golden hue, and the air was filled with the scent of honeysuckle and wild roses. At the center of the room stood a table carved from a single piece of crystal, its surface reflecting the light in a myriad of colors. Seated at the table was a figure cloaked in shadows, yet Mabel felt no fear. There was a kindness in the air, a sense of welcome that put her at ease. The figure gestured to a chair opposite, and Mabel sat, her eyes wide with curiosity. "Welcome, Mabel," the figure said, their voice as soothing as the murmur of a gentle stream. "I am the keeper of the Whispering Wood, and you have been chosen to receive a gift." Mabel listened intently, her heart filled with wonder. "A gift?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The keeper nodded, and with a wave of their hand, the room filled with images, scenes of the forest through the ages, its beauty and magic captured in a tapestry of light. "This stone you carry," the keeper said, "is a shard of the forest's heart, a fragment of its ancient magic. With it, you hold the power to listen to the whispers of the world, to understand the language of nature. Mabel gasped, her fingers brushing the stone in her pocket. "But why me?" she asked, her voice filled with awe. The keeper smiled, their eyes twinkling like stars. "Because, dear child, you have the heart of a true listener, one who sees the beauty in the world and cherishes it. Use this gift wisely, and you will bring joy and harmony wherever you go." Mabel nodded, her heart swelling with gratitude. "I will," she promised, her voice strong and clear. As the keeper faded into the shadows, the room began to dissolve into a swirl of light and color. Mabel felt herself being gently lifted, the world spinning around her until she found herself back in the clearing, the ancient oak standing silent sentinel under the moonlit sky. The journey back through the forest was a blur of wonder and joy. The stone in her pocket pulsed with warmth, and the forest seemed to hum with life around her. As she emerged from the woods, the village of Elderglow lay ahead, its lights twinkling like stars in the gathering dusk. Mabel returned home, her heart filled with the magic of the Whispering Wood. She knew that her life would never be the same, that she had been forever changed by the gift she had received. And as she lay in bed that night, the stone glowing softly on her bedside table, she listened to the whispers of the world, her heart open to its secrets. In the days that followed, Mabel discovered that her new gift allowed her to communicate with the natural world in ways she had never imagined. She could hear the songs of the birds, the gentle murmur of the brook, and even the soft sighs of the wind as it danced through the trees. The village of Elderglow seemed to come alive with magic, its beauty magnified by Mabel's newfound ability to listen and understand. Word of Mabel's gift spread quickly through the village, and soon people began to seek her out, eager to hear the stories she could tell and the wisdom she had gained. Mabel, ever kind and generous, shared what she had learned, helping those around her see the world with new eyes. One day, a young boy named Oliver approached Mabel with a look of worry etched on his face. Oliver was known for his mischievous spirit, often getting into trouble with his playful antics. He was well liked, but his restlessness sometimes got the better of him. "Mabel," Oliver said hesitantly, "there's something strange happening in the meadow near my house. The flowers have stopped blooming, and the bees are nowhere to be found. Can you help?" Mabel nodded, her heart filled with determination. "Of course, Oliver. Let's go see what we can do." Together, they made their way to the meadow, the soft grass whispering beneath their feet. As they arrived, Mabel noticed the silence that hung heavy in the air, the absence of the usual buzz of life that filled the summer days. Closing her eyes, Mabel reached out with her senses, listening to the whispers of the earth beneath her feet. She felt the pulse of the meadow, its energy dampened and subdued. Slowly the truth revealed itself. A patch of tangled brambles had grown unchecked, their thorny vines choking the life from the flowers and blocking the bees' path. "We need to clear the brambles," Mabel said, her voice filled with certainty. "Once the flowers can breathe again, the bees will return." With Oliver's help, they carefully cleared away the brambles, their fingers working gently to free the delicate blooms hidden beneath. As they worked, Mabel could feel the meadow's energy shift, the life returning to the soil and the air. By the time they finished, the sun had begun to set, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold. Mabel and Oliver stood together, watching as the first bees returned, drawn by the sweet scent of the newly freed flowers. "You did it, Mabel," Oliver exclaimed, his eyes shining with gratitude. "We did it," Mabel corrected, smiling at her friend. Sometimes all it takes is a little listening and a lot of heart. As the days turned to weeks, Mabel's gift continued to bring joy and harmony to Elderglow. She helped the villagers understand their connection to the natural world, teaching them to listen to its whispers and cherish its beauty. One crisp morning, as the first hints of winter touched the air, Mabel was walking through the village when she noticed an elderly man sitting alone on a bench. His eyes were clouded with sorrow, and Mabel's heart went out to him. "Hello," Mabel said softly, sitting down beside him. "Is there something troubling you?" The man sighed, his voice tinged with sadness. "I used to play the violin," he said, his gaze distant, "but my hands are no longer steady, and the music has left me." Mabel reached out, her hand gently resting on his. "Maybe the music hasn't left," she said gently. "Perhaps it's just waiting for you to listen again." The man looked at her, hope flickering in his eyes. "Could you help me find it?" Mabel smiled, nodding with understanding. "Close your eyes and listen with your heart," she instructed softly. "Feel the rhythm of the world around you." Together they sat in silence, the sounds of the village weaving a gentle symphony. Gradually the man's expression softened, the lines of worry smoothing into a look of peace. "I can hear it," he whispered, his voice filled with wonder. "The music is still there." Mabel beamed at him, her heart warm with joy. "It's always there," she said softly. "Sometimes you just need to be still and listen." The man's eyes shone with gratitude as he looked at Mabel. "Thank you," he said, his voice choked with emotion. "You've given me back my music." As the first snowflakes began to fall, Elderglow was transformed into a winter wonderland, its rooftops blanketed in white and the air filled with the crisp scent of pine. Mabel continued to share her gift with the village, her heart full of the magic that had been entrusted to her. One evening, as she sat by the fireplace, her family gathered around her. Mabel's mother smiled at her daughter with pride and love. "You've brought so much light to our village, Mabel," she said softly. "The forest chose well." Mabel looked around at her family, her heart swelling with happiness. "The forest taught me to listen," she replied, her voice gentle and warm. "And in listening, I found a world full of wonder and friends." As the fire crackled and the wind whispered outside, Mabel knew that her journey had only just begun. With each new day, she would continue to listen, to learn, and to share the magic of the Whispering Wood with those around her. And as she drifted into a peaceful sleep, she dreamed of the endless possibilities that lay ahead, her heart open to the whispers of the world and the promise of tomorrow. And so, in the village of Elderglow, where the air was always sweet and the forest alive with magic, Mabel's story became a cherished tale of friendship and wisdom, a reminder that sometimes all it takes to change the world is a little listening and a lot of heart. In the heart of the Whispering Woods, where silver birches stood like sentinels and ferns curled into emerald trumpets, there existed a glade known only to its most tender guardians. Here the air hummed with the secrets of centuries, and the streams carried melodies older than memory. It was in this glade that a young girl named Leela tended to the moss grove, an ancient tree whose roots cradled 1,000 stories and whose branches held the fragile magic of the seasons. Leela had been chosen as the moss grove's keeper by the creatures of the forest, the rabbits who wove moonlight into their burrows, the owls with star-speckled feathers, and the foxes whose tails flickered like candle flames. Her days were spent listening to the tree's murmurs, learning the language of rustling leaves and creaking bark. But one crisp autumn morning, the moss grove's usual song faltered. Its leaves, usually a tapestry of amber and scarlet, began to curl and gray at the edges. A chill seeped into the air, sharper than the season warranted, and the brook that trickled beside the tree's roots slowed to a syrupy crawl. A plump hedgehog named Thistle, his spines dusted with dew, trundled to Layla's side. "The frostfang stirs early," he warned, his voice a gravelly whisper. "It gnaws at the roots of balance. If the moss grove fails, winter will claim the woods before its time, and never loosen its grip." Leela knelt, her breath clouding in the unnatural cold. "How do we stop it?" "Seek the emberleaf," Thistle said. "A relic from the time when fireflies were born from sunbeams. It lies hidden in the Chamber of Echoes, deep within the Stonemire caves, but the path is perilous, and the chamber guards its secrets jealously." Determination kindled in Layla's chest like a tiny flame. She packed a satchel with honeyed chestnuts, a vial of glowshroom light, and a cloak spun from moth silk. As she set off, the forest rallied around her. Aria, a red squirrel with a tail like a maple seed, scampered ahead to scout the trails. Orlin, a badger whose fur shimmered with the pearly sheen of dawn, shouldered through thorny thickets. And Wynn, a firefly with wings like stained glass, lit their way with constellations of gold. Their journey carried them through valleys where mist clung to the earth like a lover, over hills where heather buzzed with drowsy bees, and into the shadow of the Stonemire caves, a labyrinth of jagged rock where the air tasted of iron and old storms. The entrance yawned like a stone throat, and within, the walls pulsed with faint, bioluminescent lichen. "The Chamber of Echoes remembers," Orlin rumbled, his claws clicking against the stone. "Speak only truths here, lest the shadows twist your words." The group pressed deeper, their footsteps echoing in eerie harmony. Strange whispers coiled around them, fragments of long-ago conversations, the laughter of forgotten creatures, the sigh of seasons past. At last they reached a vast cavern where stalactites dripped liquid crystal into pools below. At its center, floating atop a plinth of quartz, was the emberleaf, a single leaf forged of molten copper, its veins glowing with captured sunlight. But as Leela reached for it, the ground shuddered. From the shadows emerged a creature of living obsidian, the chamber's guardian, its eyes two smoldering coals. "Why do you seek the emberleaf?" it intoned, its voice like grinding tectonic plates. Leela stood tall, though her heart fluttered. "To save the moss grove, the frostfang threatens the balance. Without the tree, the seasons will unravel, and all who depend on them, the blooming flowers, the hibernating bears, the migrating geese, will suffer." The guardian tilted its head, sending cracks of orange light spiderwebbing across its form. "And what will you sacrifice to protect this balance?" She hesitated, then drew a small wooden flute from her satchel, a gift from her grandmother, carved from the moss grove's own branches. "This," she said softly, "it's the first thing the forest ever gave me. Without the moss grove, its song would be silence anyway." The guardian's fiery gaze softened. "Your heart understands reciprocity." It stepped aside, and the emberleaf floated into Leela's palms, warm as a sun-baked stone. Returning to the glade, they found the frostfang's blight spreading. Icicles clawed at the moss grove's trunk, and the air bit with glass-sharp cold. Working quickly, Leela placed the emberleaf against the tree's heartwood. Arya gathered last autumn's acorns, planting them in a circle to anchor the magic. Orlin dug channels in the soil, guiding the brook's thawing waters to the roots. Wynn and his kin swarmed above, their light merging with the emberleaf's glow until the glade blazed like a captured sunrise. The moss grove shuddered, then sang, a deep, resonant note that shook loose the ice. New leaves unfurled, tender and green, as the tree drew strength from its allies. The frostfang recoiled, its grip shattered by the warmth of shared purpose. By dawn, balance was restored. The first snowflakes of true winter drifted down, gentle and timely, melting into the moss grove's roots without malice. The creatures gathered, sharing a feast of roasted hazelnuts and elderberry wine, their breath mingling in grateful plumes. "The forest thrives not by one will, but by many," Thistle said, toasting Leela with a thimble of dewdrop cider. "You reminded us that even the smallest light can banish the deepest cold." As seasons turned, the tale of the emberleaf wove itself into the moss grove's bark, a new ring in its eternal story. Leela still plays her flute at dusk, its melody a lullaby to the woods, a reminder that harmony is never a solitary act, but a chorus of rustling leaves, trickling streams, and hearts brave enough to kindle light in the dark. And on the coldest nights, when the frostfang's breath nips at the edges of the glade, the creatures nestle close to the moss grove, warmed by the truth that no winter lasts forever, so long as there are hands to hold the flame. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled in the heart of an ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Amara. She was a curious child, always wondering about the stories her grandmother would tell her before bed. Tales of their ancestors, the guardians of a sacred tradition that had been passed down for generations. One summer evening, as the fireflies danced in the twilight, Amara's grandmother beckoned her closer. "My dearest," she said, her eyes twinkling with wisdom, "it is time for you to learn the ways of our people." Amara's heart raced with excitement as her grandmother unveiled a carved wooden box, adorned with intricate symbols she had never seen before. Inside lay a delicate silver necklace, its pendant shaped like a crescent moon. "This is the moonstone," her grandmother explained, "a sacred talisman that has watched over our family for centuries. It holds the memories and teachings of those who came before us." With reverence, Amara's grandmother placed the necklace around her neck, and in that moment, a surge of warmth and connection flowed through her. It was as if the whispers of her ancestors had awoken within her. Over the following weeks, Amara's grandmother led her on a journey of discovery, unveiling the ancient rituals and traditions of their people. They would venture into the forest at dawn, greeting the rising sun with songs of gratitude. In the evenings, they would sit beneath the stars, weaving intricate baskets from the supple willow branches, just as their ancestors had done. With each lesson, Amara felt a deeper sense of belonging, as if she were rediscovering a part of herself that had been long forgotten. The stories her grandmother shared were not mere tales, but living threads that connected her to a rich tapestry of heritage. One night, as they sat by the crackling fire, Amara's grandmother held her hands and spoke softly. "The moonstone is a reminder that our ancestors' wisdom lives within us. We must cherish and nurture it, so that it may illuminate the path for generations to come." Amara nodded, her heart swelling with gratitude and understanding. She realized that the true legacy her ancestors had bestowed upon her was not merely the moonstone or the ancient rituals, but the enduring spirit of love, respect, and harmony with the natural world. From that day forward, Amara carried the moonstone close to her heart, its gentle glow a constant reminder of the profound connection she shared with her roots. As she grew older, she vowed to pass on the sacred traditions to her own children, ensuring that the wisdom of her ancestors would never be lost. And on warm summer nights, when the moon was full and the forest was alive with the symphony of nature, Amara would sit beneath the stars, telling stories of her heritage to the wide-eyed children gathered around her. For she knew that these stories were not just tales, but living threads that wove them all into the tapestry of life, connecting them to the past, present, and future in an eternal dance of harmony and belonging. Title: The Whispering Woods. In a quaint little village nestled between rolling green hills and a vast, shimmering forest, there lived a girl named Leora. Her heart was as warm as the summer sun, and her curiosity was as boundless as the starry night sky. Leora was known throughout the village for her gentle spirit and her love for the forest, which stood like a guardian beyond the village's edge, its leaves whispering secrets that only Leora seemed to hear. Leora's days were filled with wonder as she wandered through the village with her best friend, a clever fox named Finnegan. Finnegan had soft, russet fur that gleamed in the sunlight and eyes that sparkled with intelligence and mischief. Together, they explored the hidden nooks and crannies of their world, always seeking the mysteries that lay just beyond their fingertips. One crisp autumn morning, as the scent of fallen leaves and wood smoke filled the air, Leora and Finnegan set off on one of their many adventures. The forest, with its canopy of amber and gold, beckoned them with its enchanting allure. As they wandered deeper into the woods, the familiar path gave way to a trail neither had seen before, overgrown and winding like a forgotten dream. Curiosity tugged at Leora's heart. "Shall we see where it leads, Finnegan?" she asked, her voice a soft melody in the quiet of the forest. Finnegan twitched his bushy tail in agreement, his eyes alight with excitement. Together they stepped onto the path, feeling the crunch of leaves beneath their feet and paws, the cool breeze whispering through the trees like a gentle lullaby. As they delved deeper, the forest seemed to change around them. The light grew softer, filtered through a veil of delicate branches. The air was filled with the earthy scent of moss and the distant, melodic calls of unseen birds. And then, quite suddenly, they found themselves standing before a grand ancient tree. Its trunk was wide and gnarled, its bark etched with the passage of time. From within its depths came a soft, glowing light, warm and inviting. Leora approached the tree with reverence, her heart pounding with a sense of discovery. As she reached out to touch the bark, the light pulsed gently, and a soft, musical voice filled the air. "Welcome, seekers of truth," it said, resonating like a choir of distant stars. Startled, Leora drew back, but Finnegan stood firm, his gaze fixed on the tree. "We've come to explore," Leora said, finding her voice, "to understand the secrets of the forest." The tree's light shimmered in response, casting a gentle glow that seemed to wrap around them like a warm embrace. "You have found the heart of the Whispering Woods," the voice explained. "A place where the stories of the forest come to life, where the past and the future entwine." As the words washed over them, the world around Leora and Finnegan began to change. The forest shimmered and shifted, revealing a hidden world teeming with magic and wonder. Creatures of all shapes and sizes appeared, their eyes twinkling with ancient wisdom and playful curiosity. There were tiny fairies flitting about on gossamer wings, their laughter like the tinkling of bells. Majestic stags with antlers that glowed like moonlight stood among the trees, watching with gentle eyes. Leora felt a thrill of joy and awe. This hidden realm was a tapestry of life and magic, woven together by threads of light and shadow. She and Finnegan wandered through this enchanted world, marveling at its beauty, until they came upon a small clearing. In the center of the clearing stood a stone pedestal, upon which rested a small, ornate box. Its surface was intricately carved with patterns that seemed to shift and change, catching the light and drawing the eye with their mesmerizing dance. Leora approached the box, her fingers tracing the delicate carvings. "What is this?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The tree's voice answered, its tone gentle and wise. "This is the Box of Echoes, a vessel of memories and dreams. It holds the stories of those who have come before and those yet to come. To open it is to embark on a journey of discovery and transformation." Leora felt a flutter of excitement in her chest. She glanced at Finnegan, who nodded encouragingly, his eyes bright with anticipation. Taking a deep breath, Leora lifted the lid of the box. A soft, golden light spilled forth, and the air was filled with the sound of distant music, like the echoes of a long-forgotten melody. Leora and Finnegan leaned closer, drawn into the light, and found themselves swept away on a journey through time and space. They drifted through scenes of wonder and mystery, witnessing the lives of those who had walked the forest paths before them. They saw a young girl, much like Leora, who had befriended a mischievous raccoon and discovered the secret of the singing stones. They watched as an elderly man, with hair as white as snow, found solace and wisdom among the trees, guided by the gentle touch of a wise owl. With each story, Leora felt a connection, a thread binding her to the tapestry of life that stretched across time. She realized that every creature, every soul that had passed through the forest, had left an imprint, a story that was woven into the very fabric of the Whispering Woods. As the final echoes of the music faded, Leora and Finnegan found themselves back in the clearing, the Box of Echoes glowing softly on its pedestal. The tree's voice spoke once more, filled with warmth and kindness. "You have seen the stories of the past, and now it is time for you to shape the future. The Whispering Woods are yours to protect, to cherish, and to share with those who seek their magic." Leora felt a deep sense of purpose, a newfound understanding of her place in the world. She knew that the forest held secrets beyond imagination, but it was also a living, breathing entity that needed love and care. With Finnegan by her side, she vowed to honor the stories of the past and to create new tales for the future. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Leora and Finnegan made their way back to the village. The forest, once a place of mystery, now felt like a friend, a sanctuary filled with whispers of hope and dreams. From that day on, Leora and Finnegan became the guardians of the Whispering Woods, sharing its magic with all who sought it. Their adventures became legends, stories shared around warm fires on cold winter nights. And as the stars twinkled in the velvet sky, the forest stood watch, its heart beating with the stories of those who had come before and those who would come after. For in the Whispering Woods, every soul was a part of the grand tapestry of life, woven together by love, friendship, and the timeless magic of the world. The tale of Leora and Finnegan is a reminder that the world is filled with wonder and wisdom, waiting to be discovered by those with open hearts and curious minds. As you drift into slumber, may your dreams be filled with the magic of the Whispering Woods, where stories live and secrets dance in the light of the moon. Once upon a time, nestled in a grove where the forest whispered secrets to the wind, there stood a small, ivy-covered cottage with a roof that sloped as if in a perpetual nod of welcome. Inside lived a gentle soul named Clara, known far and wide for her skillful weaving. Her tapestries, vibrant with colors that seemed to shimmer like the surface of a river under the moonlight, were admired by all who saw them. Yet Clara herself felt like a loose thread in the fabric of her own life. Clara loved the predictability of her days, the rhythmic clatter of loom and shuttle providing a comforting cadence. But lately she sensed a quiet discontent weaving its way through her heart, like a shadow threading through sunlight. She yearned for something more, a change she couldn't quite articulate. One autumn afternoon, as the leaves blushed with gold and russet, Clara stepped outside, her fingers wrapped around a mug of warm cider. The air was crisp and full of the earthy scent of fallen leaves. Just beyond her garden, where the wildflowers nodded in agreement with the breeze, stood an ancient oak tree, its branches sprawling like a welcoming embrace. As she wandered closer, Clara noticed something peculiar. At the base of the oak, where its roots curled like fingers through the earth, lay a small, forgotten door. It was weathered and carved with intricate runes that danced in the dappled sunlight. Curiosity fluttered in her like a new leaf unfurling, and with a gentle push, the door swung open with the softest sigh. Inside, the air shimmered with possibilities, and Clara found herself in a space that was both familiar and wondrously new. This was the realm of the forest folk, beings of gentle magic who nurtured the land and all its creatures. Their haven was alive with colors more vivid than any Clara had ever woven, a tapestry of life itself, unfurling in every direction. The forest folk welcomed Clara with smiles that glowed like the first light of dawn. Leading the way was Alder, a wise elder with eyes that twinkled like stars caught in a canopy of leaves. "Welcome, dear Clara," he said, his voice as soothing as a lullaby. "We've been expecting you." Clara's heart fluttered with both excitement and trepidation. "Expecting me?" she asked, her voice a whisper among the leaves. "Indeed," Alder replied, gesturing for her to follow. "It's time for you to discover what's been growing inside you, like a seed waiting for spring." As Clara walked with Alder and the other forest folk, she noticed how the path beneath her feet seemed to transform with each step, a mosaic of stones and moss that mirrored her swirling thoughts. They guided her to a glen where the air hummed with a gentle magic, and the sky was a quilt of twilight hues. In the center of the glen stood a loom, unlike any Clara had ever seen. It was crafted from silver birch and moonlight, its threads spun from the dreams of the woodland creatures. "Here," Alder said, "you will weave a tapestry not with your hands, but with your heart." Clara hesitated, her fingers brushing the ethereal threads. She closed her eyes, inhaling deeply, the scent of pine and possibility filling her senses. As she began to weave, the threads responded to her emotions, each strand a reflection of her inner world. At first, the tapestry was a chaotic jumble of colors, a storm of uncertainty and fear of the unknown. But as Clara continued, she felt the presence of the forest folk surrounding her, their warmth and encouragement flowing into her very being. Slowly, she began to see patterns emerge, shapes that spoke of growth and transformation. With each pass of her hands, Clara wove her fears and doubts into something beautiful, a landscape of change filled with small, shimmering stars of hope. She realized that change, though daunting, was a natural part of life, much like the turning of seasons or the growth of a tree from a tiny acorn. The forest folk watched as Clara's tapestry grew, their gentle smiles reflecting her blossoming confidence. "You're doing wonderfully," Alder murmured, his voice carrying the same warmth as the sunlit glen. As the final thread slipped into place, Clara opened her eyes to behold her creation, a tapestry of her journey, vibrant and alive. It was a piece of art that mirrored her own transformation, capturing the beauty of embracing change and the strength found in vulnerability. With a newfound sense of peace, Clara thanked the forest folk for their guidance. "You've shown me that change is not something to fear, but something to welcome," she said, her voice filled with gratitude. As she stepped back through the door into her own world, Clara felt the autumn breeze brush her skin, carrying with it a whisper of the magic she had discovered within herself. The forest, once a backdrop to her life, now seemed a living tapestry of its own, vibrant and welcoming. Back in her cozy cottage, Clara returned to her loom with a heart full of inspiration. Her tapestries now carried the essence of her journey, each piece a reminder of the beauty that could be found in embracing the unknown. And so, as the days turned to weeks and the forest donned its winter cloak, Clara's heart remained open, her spirit woven into the very fabric of the world around her. She had found her place within the tapestry of life, where change was not an ending, but a beginning, a magical transformation that would continue to unfold with each new day. And so under the gentle watch of the stars and the whispering leaves, Clara's story of personal growth and magical transformation became a lullaby sung by the forest itself, a testament to the power of embracing one's true self. In the heart of the whispering woods, where sunlight fell in dappled coins through ancient oaks, there existed a village unseen by human eyes. Mossy cottages with roofs of woven ferns clustered around a clearing, where moonflowers bloomed by day and fireflies scribbled stories in the dusk. Here lived Marlowe, a hedgehog with quills like frosted cinnamon sticks, who tended the library of roots, a labyrinth of tunnels where stories grew as living vines, their blossoms releasing tales when touched. One crisp autumn morning, Marlowe noticed the amber leaves falling too fast, piling knee-high before their time. The forest's breath, a breeze that usually carried the scent of pine and petrichor, now tasted metallic like a storm with no rain. High in the cedar spire, an old badger named Thistle stirred from her slumber, her silvered muzzle twitching. "The season threads are fraying," she murmured, recalling legends whispered by her grandmother. Long ago, elemental sprites had woven the fabric of the seasons on looms of starlight, but now their magic waned, neglected by creatures who'd forgotten the old songs. Marlowe approached Thistle, acorn cap clutched in his paws. "The maple saplings are shivering," he said, "and the river's song has gone flat." Thistle nodded, her claws tracing a map in the soil, a path to the sylvan glade where the last weavers of seasons dwelled. "We must mend the threads before the solstice," she declared, "but the way is perilous. The bramble wastes guard the glade, and shadows have teeth there." Their journey began at the hour of dewfall, when spiderwebs glimmered like constellations. Fireflies lit their path through valleys, where mushrooms glowed with bioluminescent sighs. Marlowe marveled at ice-blue lichen that chimed when brushed, while Thistle taught him to read the stories written in bark grooves and birdsong cadences. "Every creature holds a verse in the forest's poem," she said, her voice blending with the creak of ancient trees. In the hollow of echoes they met Juniper, a fox whose fur held the russet hues of sunset. She'd been stranded when the autumn winds stalled, leaving her without the zephyrs that usually guided her home. "The air's gone still as a held breath," Juniper fretted, her tail stirring eddies of crimson leaves. Together they devised a plan. Juniper would use her knowledge of hidden trails, Thistle would navigate by star moss patterns, and Marlowe would coax directions from the library's story vines, now twined through his satchel. The bramble wastes rose before them, a snarled sea of thorns that hissed like angry serpents. Marlowe spied pale blossoms among the spikes, moonclery flowers whose nectar could soften even the cruelest bramble. But the blooms shriveled at touch, their healing essence lost unless harvested with perfect care. Like stories, Marlowe realized, they need gentle hands. Holding his breath, he plucked a petal, singing the lullaby his mother had hummed when he was a kit, a tune older than the oldest oak. The thorns stilled. As twilight painted the sky in lavender washes, they reached the sylvan glade. There, beneath a cathedral of interlocked branches, 3 sprites hovered over a crumbling loom. Spring's sprite flickered weakly, her hair a wilted cascade of cherry blossoms. Summer's flames dimmed to ember glow. Autumn's crown of wheat had unraveled into straw. "We've forgotten the rhythm," sighed the autumn sprite, her voice like rustling parchment. "The dance requires 4. Thistle's eyes widened with understanding. From her pouch she produced a vial of hoarfrost collected from the first winter morning, a memory preserved for generations. Marlowe added a story vine blooming with tales of snowfall, while Juniper offered a tuft of her fur, imprinted with the scent of crisp air. The sprites wove these into the loom alongside fallen leaves, sunbeam fragments, and raindrop pearls. Suddenly, the glade shimmered. Winter's sprite emerged from the frost vial, a being of crystalline breath and snowflake lace. The loom hummed as seasons flowed anew. Spring buds pushed through thawing soil, summer rains danced in prismatic arcs, autumn's harvest swelled golden, and winter's quiet wrapped the world in reflective peace. The sprite's laughter tinkled like icicles in sunlight, weaving harmony into every thread. Returning home, the forest greeted them with restored balance. Maple leaves drifted lazily, each descent a waltz. The river's song bubbled with renewed vigor, carrying echoes of the sprite's loom. Juniper found her zephyrs waiting, playful gusts that tousled her fur like old friends. Thistle retired to her cedar spire, content that the old wisdom had taken root in Marlowe's heart. That winter, when the first snow blanketed the whispering woods, creatures gathered in the moonflower clearing. Marlowe unspooled a new story vine, this one glittering with frost patterns, and shared the tale of how fragile threads hold the world together. Fireflies traced the words in the air as he spoke, their light reflecting in countless dewdrop lenses. And high above, unseen but deeply felt, the seasons turned in their eternal dance, not as rulers but as partners, each giving way to the next with grace. The lesson of the loom became hearthside lore, that balance is not stillness but the art of harmonious surrender, and that even the smallest creature, with gentle paws and a listening heart, could mend the frayed edges of the world. As the final words settled like snowflakes, the forest sighed contentedly. Somewhere a sprig of moonclory bloomed through the frost, its petals holding the soft glow of stories yet to be told. In the quiet village of Wicksbottom, where chimney smoke curled into shapes of sleeping dragons and cobblestones remembered every footstep, there lived a flaxen-haired girl named Mira who could hear the secret songs of buttons. Every morning as she sewed bright fasteners onto coats in her aunt's tailor's shop, tiny voices trilled against her fingertips, brass ones humming marches, pearlescent buttons singing lullabies, wooden toggles chanting sea shanties. But it was the silent button that changed everything, a tarnished silver disc at the bottom of Mrs. Bramble's mending basket, quieter than snowfall. One crisp October evening, when golden light pooled like spilled honey across the workroom, Mira pressed the cold metal to her ear. Instead of song, she felt a pull behind her navel, as if the button's shank had hooked her very soul. The world blurred into a swirl of cinnamon-scented shadows, and when her feet found solid ground, she stood in a moonlit meadow where willows wept silver tears into a brook. There beneath a tree wearing a scarf of moss sat a badger in a waistcoat, sipping tea from an acorn cup. Late by 17 years, but punctuality's overrated, the badger rumbled, patting the grass beside him. His spectacles glowed with trapped fireflies. "You've come for the stitching, I presume." Thus began Mira's tutelage under Thaddeus T., loom, badger emeritus of temporal seams. Each night the silent button whisked her to the meadow, where Thaddeus taught her to mend not fabric, but moments. With thread spun from dandelion wishes and a needle forged from a star's sigh, she learned to darn torn memories, patch frayed hopes, and secure loose ends of time itself. The world's unraveling, stitch by stitch, Thaddeus muttered as Mira practiced binding yesterday's regrets to tomorrow's promises. Someone's been snipping vital threads. The trouble arrived as frost painted ferns on the tailor's shop windows. A creeping chill seeped through Wicksbottom, not the kind that reddens noses, but one that made bread refuse to rise and candles burn blue and cold. Villagers brought Mira garments haunted by fading, a baker's apron where dough forgot to swell, a midwife's shawl that no longer remembered lullabies, the mayor's gloves that shook with indecision. Through her button, Mira saw the truth, frayed silver threads connecting every person and place, snapping like overstretched yarn. Time's tapestry is coming undone, clucked nettle, a clockwork songbird companion Thaddeus crafted from sundial parts and a nightingale's heart. Perched on Mira's shoulder, her brass feathers whirred anxiously. "We need the weaver's comb." Their quest led them through the buttonhole gate into the hinterlands of memory. They navigated forests where trees grew rings like storybook pages, crossed rivers of spilled secrets that whispered around their ankles, and outwitted a melancholy fog that tried to stitch their shadows to the ground. In a valley of forgotten birthdays, they met their second ally, a patchwork girl named Calico, whose hair was ribbon scraps and whose laugh jingled like scissors. The combs guarded by the unraveler, Calico warned, fingers flying as she repaired Mira's wind-tattered cloak with threads of twilight. He wasn't always cruel. Once he trimmed Time's split ends, but grief made him spiteful. Her button eyes gleamed. He needs remembrance, not defeat. The tower of hourglass stones loomed over a plain of broken clocks. Inside, the unraveler spun on a wheel of snapped threads, his form shifting between a sorrow-eyed man and a monstrous tangle of scissors. Mira's fingers trembled, but Thaddeus nudged her forward. "Stitch the truth, child." "You were loved," Mira whispered, threading her needle with starlight. As she spoke, her button grew warm not with magic, but with memories pouring through the silver disc, the unraveler teaching a small girl to knit, laughing as yarn cascaded around them, the same man sobbing over an empty cradle, his first vengeful snip at Time's fabric. With each stitch, Mira mended his story to the greater tapestry until his scissor hands stilled. "Forgotten hurts fester," the unraveler rasped, now a silver-haired man holding out the comb, a simple thing of cherry wood and spider silk. "Keep the weave whole, little stitcher." Back in Wicksbottom, Mira pressed the comb to the village weather vane. With Calico's ribbons fluttering guidance and Thaddeus growling tempo, she wove dawn's first light through every snapped thread. Bakeries exhaled yeast-scented sighs, gardens remembered their colors, and children skipped rhymes twined through the streets. The silent button now sang a new melody in Mira's palm, a lullaby of mended moments. Years later, travelers would marvel at the town where tea stayed perfectly warm in cups, where arguments dissolved like sugar, and where every child received a button on their 10th birthday. But locals simply smiled, tending their shops as autumn leaves drifted down like clipped threads, knowing a flaxen-haired mender walked the cobbles, her pockets jingling with silver discs and her ears full of the world's quietest, most important songs. And if you listen very closely tonight, as the fire pops its secret language and your quilt settles around you like a drifted cloud, you might hear it too, the soft snick of a button finding its proper place, stitching our scattered moments into something whole, something warm, something forever. In a small village cradled between velvet green hills, there lived a quiet girl named Sylvie who collected lost buttons. Her pockets jingled with pearlescent shirt fasteners, wooden toggle buttons shaped like acorns, and one singular sapphire coat button that glimmered like captured starlight. She'd find them nestled in cobblestone cracks, dangling from hedgerows, or resting in bird baths, each one whispering tales of where they'd been. But Sylvie never imagined that her humble collection would lead her to the greatest discovery of all, hidden in the last place anyone might look, her grandmother's dusty attic. One drizzly afternoon, while sorting buttons into egg cartons, Sylvie noticed something peculiar. The sapphire button, the crown jewel of her collection, had begun to hum. It vibrated gently against her palm, casting liquid blue shadows that danced across her bedroom wall. When she held it to her ear, she heard not the expected ticking of a clock or buzzing of bees, but a soft, melodic whisper, "Find the thread, follow the thread." Curiosity fluttering in her chest like moth wings, Sylvie tiptoed up the creaking attic stairs. Dust motes swirled in slanting amber light as she pushed open the door. There, beneath a sheet yellowed with age, sat an enormous loom. Its wooden frame was carved with vines and creatures, owls with wise, unblinking eyes, foxes mid-leap, rabbits peeking through leaves. But what truly stole Sylvie's breath was the half-woven tapestry still stretched across it. The threads shimmered faintly, though no sunlight touched them, depicting a forest where trees bore silver leaves and rivers flowed upward into the sky. The sapphire button's hum grew louder. As Sylvie stepped closer, the loom's shuttle, a smooth piece of rowan wood shaped like a crescent moon, levitated and nudged her hand. The moment her fingers closed around it, the attic dissolved. She stood in the tapestry's world. Silver leaves chimed like wind chimes above her, and the air smelled of crushed pine needles and honey. Before her wound a path of glowing blue thread, the exact hue of her sapphire button. But the thread was frayed, its light flickering. A mournful sound echoed through the trees, making the ground tremble. "That," said a voice like rustling parchment, "is the sound." Sylvie turned to find a great horned owl perched on a branch, his feathers the color of storm clouds. "I'm Orin," he said, blinking amber eyes. "You've come to mend the thread song, I presume." The thread song. Sylvie clutched the shuttle, now warm in her hand. The melody that weaves this world together. Orin nodded toward the fraying path. When the thread song weakens, colors fade, rivers forget their courses, even memories unravel. He sighed. The loom guardian disappeared seasons ago, without their care. A sudden giggle interrupted him. From a bush burst a creature no taller than Sylvie's knee, a hedgehog with quills like frosted ferns and a cloak of woven moss. "Ooh, a new weaver," she trilled, twirling on tiny boots. "I'm Pippet, let's fix the glowy string." Orin hooted in exasperation. "This isn't a game, Pippet. The sound grows hungrier by the hour." "What's the sound?" Sylvie asked. Pippet's cheer faltered. "A sadness that wasn't loved enough. It eats beauty." She pointed to a distant hill where the trees twisted into skeletal shapes. Dark mist coiled there, pulsing with that same mournful wail. Orin spread his wings. "To repair the thread song, you must gather 3 things: starlight spun to silk, a tear wept without sorrow, and the true name of the sound. But be swift, little weaver." Their journey began in the Valley of Spiders, where orb weavers the size of teacups spun constellations between juniper branches. "They'll trade starlight silk for stories," Orin advised. Sylvie hesitated, then offered her sapphire button. This once held a captain's coat as he sailed through a storm. He lost it while saving his crew from a wave. The spiders clicked approvingly. One gifted her a skein of silk that hummed with distant galaxies. Next they trekked to the Pool of Echoes, a spring where reflections showed not faces, but hearts. "Tears without sorrow come from joy remembered in grief," said Pippet, patting Sylvie's hand. Sylvie gazed into the water. She saw her grandmother teaching her to sew, laughing as Sylvie tangled her thread. The memory ached sweetly. A single tear fell, crystallizing into a dewdrop as it touched the pool. But the final task loomed darkly. As they neared the hill, the sound's wail pierced Sylvie's bones. The mist solidified into a shapeless creature with hollow eyes. "Leave," it groaned. "No name remains for me." Sylvie stepped forward, shuttle glowing. "Wait," she whispered. "Will you tell me your story?" The sound recoiled. "Stories are for things that matter." "Everything matters," Sylvie said firmly. She opened her button pouch. "Even broken things get kept." One by one she shared her buttons' tales: the acorn toggle from a woodsman's lost hat, the pearlescent button from a wedding gown outgrown. With each story the sound's mist thinned. Finally it spoke. "I was once a lullaby sung to a child who stopped listening." Sylvie's heart clenched. Gently she sang the only lullaby she knew, her grandmother's. The sound shuddered, darkness peeling away to reveal a wisp of silvery song. As Sylvie sang, Pipit hummed along, then Orin, until the very trees added their rustling chorus. The wisp brightened, curling into the shape of a nightingale. Leora, it trilled its true name. With a burst of light, it dissolved into the thread song. Back at the loom, Sylvie wove the silk, tear, and name into the tapestry. Colors bloomed vibrant again, the frayed threads knit themselves whole. When she stepped back, breathless, Orin bowed. The thread song remembers you, weaver. Pipit hugged her ankle. Visit again, I'll make clover tea. But Sylvie's hands tingled. Looking down, she found new buttons in her pouch, a silver one shaped like an owl, a moss-green one with hedgehog quills. When she returned to the attic, the loom sat silent, yet the air thrummed with invisible music. That night, Sylvie's grandmother paused in the doorway, watching Sylvie mend a torn quilt. Your stitches improve, darling, she murmured. Sylvie smiled, running her thumb over the owl button in her pocket. Outside, the wind carried a faint, familiar trill, a nightingale's song, tender and unbroken. And high in the attic, though no one was there to see, the tapestry shimmered softly, its newly mended threads glowing like promises kept.